Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind dark is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, but judge will bring the fate. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow in compare. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shaman declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal killer's is dead. But his power rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, Trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Making the chaos of found to shadows will consume the world cracks open, ushering down. So read the command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed more the overlord.
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. I thought Morty was right there. Where'd he go? But Morty, the co-host, and I am your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. How's everybody doing? You know I would do it for you, so you should hit that like and subscribe. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm not used to this many people hopping up already. We got Lone Wolf. Shout out to Heimdall. We got Boot Toy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. That's all right. No more vertical. They gave me the strike, and they won't let me appeal the second one. So I ain't going down for the birdies. Shout out to TV Viewerski. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. That song you just heard, even though the quality is not great, we are working on that. Shout out to Guam Tech, made by Music GPT. And I do think you can add your voice and stuff. I don't know. We'll see. TV, I'll wait till Morty's back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We also got Seth in the building. And our boy, Futoy. What is good? What is good? What is good? So I actually had a bit of trouble determining what exactly we should cover tonight. So we're gonna start with this this Noerr prep debate. Shout out to Speakeasy and Rob Noerr. I've been meaning to catch this thing that Speakeasy started, and this is the first one I saw, and I really like it. So hopefully I'll be doing one of them soon. But it's essentially a debate show, and Rob Noerr is one of the debaters, and then someone else comes in. Rob doesn't know who the person is. He doesn't know the prompt. He doesn't know anything, and he has no foreknowledge or anything like that. He's just got to argue it, and so I'll not step on their introductions. We'll dive right in. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
All right. Welcome to Noerr Prep Debates. For anyone new here, this is a no prep debate show. Okay. Rob Noerr is walking in completely blind. He does not know the topic, does not know the opponent until the reveal. And the other debater, on the other hand, is fully prepared, knows the topic, has had time to think through their arguments, and they're coming ready. Okay. So once the redaction drops, there's no pause, no prep time. The debate starts immediately. All right, here's how tonight's going to work. We're going to start with opening statements. The mystery debater is going to go first with a 10-minute opening. After that, Rob will give his 10-minute opening with no notes, no preparation. And once the openings are done, we're moving straight into the open floor. So there's going to be no clock on the screen or nothing. We're going to our opponent tonight has a out at 10 p.m. Eastern time. So that's when we'll start closings at 10 p.m. because they got a hard out at 10:30. So we're going to aim to go that full time. And then when
so like already a fucking amazing idea. Like Rob Noerr's great at debate. My poet didn't even know it. And what a great setup. Let's see if we can get Morty back. Morty Moore, you come get a treat. Are you eating stuff in my room that you're not supposed to be eating? Please don't do that. Come on. Now I'm getting scared. Hold on. They got some audio issues. Let me deal with that.
Both sides are ready to wrap up. We're going to move into the closing statements, and then each debater will get 5 minutes or so to summarize their position, land their final points. And then if time and energy allow after that, maybe we'll open up a super chat Q&A, and then we'll get this Q&A going. That's it. All right. No tricks, no safety nets, and no prep for Rob. All right. So let's drop the redactions and get right into it.
Before we do that, let's shout out our boy TV Viewerski. Starting us off early and starting us off hard with the $10 PayPal. Thank you so very, very much. Remember, every single donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. And if we hit the goal of 15 donations in total or a $75 total, then not only does he get a treat for that, he gets a special treat. And I have to do push-ups for every $2. Thank you so very, very much, TV Viewerski, for getting us started. And I'm going to talk to you guys about it in a minute later, but I've decided to update how we do memberships, and I think you're going to like it. We will see. Thank you so very, very much. TV said, I'm wrestling with getting Suno to play mixed meter. I can't force it. I don't know what mixed meter is. I'll do it one, and I barely know what this means. I know that you're trying to do music, and I don't know what that means. But yeah, I mean, these programs are pretty epic. Shout out to A Wall of Thoughts. Welcome. I have. You good, bro? Was that a sneeze or did he fall over? I don't think I've ever debated First Amender. I definitely would. I'm sure he's more. Is he more like in the Grid 1 space, or the Speakeasy space, or like the Horse Radish space? I don't know, but welcome to the party, and of course, Morty the Overlord. Thank you. Let's dive right in.
Who's that debater?
A little bit of audio issues.
Check to physically see. I had enough trouble understanding.
Muted on StreamYard.
All right. Well,
All right.
what an entrance. All right. Hey, chat. King Blackout. For those of you who don't.
Oh, I just remember. I was trying to put a face to the name. I'm very bad with names. So no, I've definitely not debated him. But yeah, let him know I am down. Let's make it happen. Welcome to the party. Let's see what a King Blackout has got for us in terms of the prompt.
You can find me right here on Speakeasy's channel, where I mod for the best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down.
He doesn't mod for me.
First off, a big shout out to Speakeasy for hosting the show, giving me a shot tonight. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. Rob, thank you for being here and giving me all your time and attention as well. The topic for tonight: streamers who demand donations alienate their chat. In my opinion, yes, they do.
All right, and so we do have the poll up. That is the prompt: streamers who demand donations alienate their chat. Agree, disagree, or it depends on how it's done. I put that there purposely. You'll see how this goes. And depending on how the conversation between you guys and myself goes, there's a lot of other stuff that I would love to touch on. So we'll see how that goes. But it's going to be one of those nights. There's a lot of shit going. Oh, and well, it doesn't matter because there's a PayPal anyway. Let me get that goal going.
Donations alienate their chat. In my opinion, yes, they do. Look, I've been around these spaces for a while, watching streams, chilling in chat, and jumping on panels like Verbal Combat and Fight Nights with JS Urban Adventures, seeing how creators and communities actually work. Community is currency here. People tune in for the vibe, the laughs, the escape, and the shared energy.
I already, I don't love the whole aspect of, oh, well, I watch a lot of YouTube, so I know what it's like to build a community. Just saying, no, you don't.
When that gets twisted into pressure and obligation, it breaks something real. There's a massive clear line between gratuity and ransom. And I want to be crystal clear from the jump. I'm not against donations.
Did you watch this? TV? So I responded to the question and asked. Asking for donos is cool. Demanding is not. Just ask Dark Side Phil. I had not heard of Dark Side Phil before this debate. And as you know, I don't watch it all the way through. So we'll see exactly what's going on there. But Rob seems to disagree with you. But we will see.
Mentions, polite requests, gold bars, cheers, or any of that. That's gratuity, and it's fine. It's how creators eat, how fans show.
That's hilarious, bro. They use him as the epitome of what he is talking about. That is great.
That's gratuity, and it's fine. It's how creators eat, how fans show love, and how communities bond naturally. The problem is when it crosses into ransom. Once it crosses into ransom, the vibe shifts from appreciation to straight obligation. And that's exactly what makes viewers feel extorted and start pulling away. When the
give me your fucking money.
The show itself gets held hostage, content blocked, progress denied, the whole thing paused or not even started until goals are met, it stops being entertainment and starts feeling like a shakedown. You're not rewarding value anymore. You're demanding payment before value is even delivered. Gratuity, on the other hand, is polite, optional support after the value's already been delivered. Like when somebody drops a tip because they enjoyed the stream. Cheers after a funny bit or clip, or they hit a goal that unlocks some extra fun. Viewers send it because they actually like what's happening. It feels good, builds real loyalty.
You like me. You really like me.
And strengthens the community in a place where that community is basic currency. Ransom is demanding it with content denial or hostage tactics. Not even starting the show until donation thresholds are met, turning it into a paywall on a free platform, or calling non-donors freeloaders or broke, shaming lurkers, or threatening to end the stream altogether until goals are met. That's the line. That's when it becomes coercion and not support. That pressure turns entertainment into coercion, which in turn makes viewers feel extorted and unappreciated, especially when nothing gets delivered until that money hits. They get resentful, chat turns negative or dead quiet, people unslub, lurk elsewhere, or quit watching live streams entirely. I've seen it happen firsthand. Early supporters who felt overlooked once the focus shifted from content to profit margins.
And I will say that is a difficult, from the streamer's end. Once I got monetized, I assumed that everybody would, want to be throwing money at me. But I didn't realize that I had been for so long, putting out this show for free and enjoying the fact that you guys were here for free and all of that. And so now that the money was added, it was a dynamic with a lot of people that were all that were already there expecting the free stuff. And so not everybody, of course, but like it definitely is a switch, and that is why you'll see streamers go down like this DSP guy that we're gonna bring up, where it's not anything but as he said, as King said, demanding ransom. You get to the point, I'm pretty sure you'll sack away 2 million. I don't know about that. Hopefully, we'll see. Until that some people can't donate, but do put people onto the person who do donate. Exactly, and that's why I ask you guys to make sure you hit the like button on the super chats, and give a W whoever it is, like a W, a food toy. Just hitting the like, all that stuff. That is really, really helpful to me, because then that makes the people who do it more likely to want to do it more. Thank you. He is definitely into something. What are you doing? Come on, Mort. What are you doing? Let's go. I'm going to have to block off the thing. He's definitely into something. I don't know what it is, but... Oh, God. Give me a second. I got to block off. They can earn it a little bit. I was thinking that. If he was right here, but I just had to. Can you see this? I just had to block off the thing with a giant TV there. Usually that's on the side of the wall. If he was upstairs, I was gonna be like, all right, side quest, here we go. And Futoy, I love you all the same. Money, no money. I am struggle streaming. I ran over the goddamn wire. Oh, I'm going to. All right. Thank you so very, very much. And so, see how nobody hit the like button on that super chat? That is one of the things that, as Heimdall said, you can really help out without even opening your wallet. I talk all the time about how, I appreciate when you guys are hanging out here, whether you've donated or not, because this is an attention economy. And there's a million other ways that you could be spending your attention. And so the fact that you're here with me, that means a lot. Thank you again, Vutoy.
Once the focus shifted from content to profit margins, they bounce, and the creator loses the foundation they built on. Viewers feel the shift from entertainment to obligation and quietly migrate to less pressured streams. It takes a real community to support a streamer, and no big creator built their foundation by demanding money before delivering value. Look at the evidence. Viral e-begging compilations rack up millions of views and laughs because the vast majority hates it. Backlash is real and widespread.
He's right at that spot where 1.1 is too slow and 1.2 is too fast.
Reddit threads, Twitter rants, and TikTok roasts. People call it out because it's gross. Contrast that with creators who thrive without demands. Moist Critical, or Charlie, turn off all donations and memberships. He has literally said there are better things to do with your money than to give it to a goofball like me.
Well, hey, yep. If you didn't know, now you know. You can like super chats. You can even, I think, up to any of the ones that are above the blue. You can reply to them as well, and just reply, "Hey, good job. Hey, W Futoy, WTV, W whoever it is. Thanks. Go Morty." Any of those things really, really do help, because I'll be real with you on a level of just participating in the show. When we all want that acceptance. That's why we're here, and that's why we're a community. Because we want to spend time with each other, and we want acceptance. And so when you can send 99 cents and the whole chat is like, oh shit, oh my god, even though it's just 99 cents, it's definitely 99 cents that helps me. And then you get your money's worth. Shout out to Average Debate Enjoyer. Welcome to the parties. This dude's spitting. Keeping my money. Well, luckily for you, it is a free show for everyone to enjoy. Welcome. Well, let's dive back in.
All donations and memberships. He has literally said there are better things to do with your money than to give it to a goofball like me. Keep it or donate it to charity. His community stayed massive and loyal. Same with XQC or Feel It.
He's one of the things we were about to jump to if we get the point here, but yikes. But yeah, TV said the quarter is a good example. You can't bitch about money when you have a shit ton and can't manage it.
Bingo.
He's never been one to beg or pressure chat, and his huge dedicated audience shows organic support, which works way better than forced demands. Why? Because support stayed genuine, not coerced. Don't get me wrong. Donations aren't bad when done organically. They grow audiences, build real bonds, and help creators naturally connect with their followers. But demands, especially when it's content denial until paid, turn gratuity into ransom, create parasocial guilt, and alienate the exact people keeping the stream alive.
Conveniently for me, we're going to kind of start doing that now with memberships, but because so many of you have memberships, I think you're actually going to be gaining more.
My core issue is simple. When you hold the content hostage for money, you're not building, you're burning. Demands don't build businesses, they burn bridges to the community that laid the foundation for their success. With that, I'll yield the rest of my time.
All right. All
right. Thank you for that opening statement, King. And with that, we're going to hand it over to Rob for his opening statement. Rob, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
So before Rob even begins, I think this is I've really enjoyed this prompt because I think it's a good conversation and it's very, very difficult for someone behind the camera to talk about money, especially when you're, when you're not in a position above the average viewer, like a lot of these bigger channels are. Then you kind of have, you know what's going on, with this, it takes money for that. And when you're just some guy, it's just like, well, I mean, you're just some guy. So I guess I am just some guy, but trying to do a little bit more with it. Talking to each other. I did just hit up Easy about a prompt. I don't know if he's allowed to, he's not Kaya. He's allowed to run off. I just don't, I've got like, I didn't clean up upstairs, so he could get into stuff. There's not garbage, but like the wrappers and stuff laying around and tissues and stuff, all that stuff. He could just fucking throw all over the place. So I blocked him off, but he's good. But yeah, I hit up Easy about a prompt, and I didn't. It's a little bit more of a vague prompt, and I think it would be good for this type of debate where he doesn't get the chance to prepare. So we will see. We will see. So King Blackout said that yes, streamers who demand donations alienate their chat. Let's see. Oh, is he gonna come sit with me? Is he gonna come sit with me? Nope. What? You saw him. Hey. And then he off and running again. So let's see what Rob has to say.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much for being here. It's nice to have someone without an accent, us Americans.
Right.
Now, it's going to be fun. So thank you so much. And I agree. Thank you, Speakeasy, as well, for hosting this. So I'll start off by saying that the overall theme I'm going to have with this is, although I don't really know you, I'm going to say that this complaint I've heard from most people comes off sounding like sour grapes. Sounds like people that are jealous that people are being successful, that are in the streaming world. And I understand that. I'm someone, just to clarify, my streaming career was this. I started streaming probably 2018, 2019. I first started doing regular content. That's
what I'm saying. Come sit with me. I go over, come and say, come spend time with me. And he's like, nah, I'll be over here.
Wasn't live. And then when I was live streaming, I spent years live streaming to 2 or 3 people. I wasn't monetized on most of the platforms I was on. The first place I was monetized was Twitch.
Don't forget, we all started there. Whether you're a fan of a big channel or you are starting with a small channel and you're looking at other people growing and all that stuff, we all started streaming to nobody.
Only basically got subs. I was never making real money with it until probably a couple years ago. I started doing this full time as a career a year ago. I understand that your statement's not just about my channel. Right? I'm not making it personal, but I'm just saying this is where I came from. So I used a lot of the model you're talking about, rarely even mentioned donations, and certainly was not getting a large amount of them. And it took me years to do so. Ever since I decided to get out of the 9-to-5 grind, in my case, I was doing about 80 to 90 hours a week doing home health care. It's laughable how...
Yeah, man, just keep, you got to have the trust that you know what the fuck you're doing. And it's just a matter of keep going. I think there's something like 90% of the channels that get started don't even make it to 1,000 subscribers. 90%. So you are you are already in the top 10% of all YouTube channels ever in the history of the world if you just don't stop. And, maybe it's not like, I'm at 5.3K or whatever. And, I'm making decent money in terms of a side hustle. Obviously I still work my full-time job. I would not be able to survive on YouTube alone. But ostensibly we're kind of in that same realm. The difference is just that I can make some money, and it's a little bit more difficult. But there's always that lifestyle creep that comes in too, where it's like, okay, now I'm used to getting 10 viewers. Why is there only 7 people here? I'm used to making $20. Why am I only getting $3? And it's just a matter of comparing yourself. And the having the mindset of I'm just gonna do what I'm gonna do. I know it's good. People are gonna figure it out eventually. Then that's the only way. And maybe they don't, but there's no other way. Keep on hustling, brother. Keep on.
In my
hustling.
case, I was doing about 80 to 90 hours a week doing home health care. It's laughable how successful I am doing how little work I did compared to when I was in those fields. I work with adults with disabilities, and although it was work that was very important to me, and I still made some connections there that I'll have until the day I die, it's hard work sometimes. It's mentally exhausting. You find yourself in physical situations, dealing with law enforcement, dealing with injuries, mental health crisis. And so
I'm a dog trainer. I got scratches all up and down. I got to drive an hour for an hour lesson. We got jobs.
to compare that to what I do now, it is legitimately laughable. It's still a pain sometimes to get up and have to find content to stream about, etc. But it is nowhere in the ballpark. And for that, I'll just say preemptively, I totally understand anyone who's out there doing the right thing and working a real job, particularly one that's difficult. And let's be honest, in today's economy, though it's always been that case, many people are doing important jobs that are backbreaking, that are mentally or physically exhausting, and they're probably not getting paid anywhere near what they should be based on the quality of work that they're being doing. So I heavily sympathize. But one thing I notice is a lot of people, whether it be because they wish they could be in that position or because they're just like have some sort of resentment.
Oh, wait, I just wanted to.
Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean?
Oh, try a sales job.
Bro. I mean, when he said that, I thought of it immediately. And like, how do you get that disconnected? Well, I guess you're never connected in the first place.
Lot of people, whether it be because they wish they could be in that position or because they're just like have some sort of resentment about it, they tend to look at streamers that are very successful who are doing far less stressful things to them, and they find reasons to get upset about it. I'm reminded of one of my favorite bands, Dire Straits, right? In the song Money for Nothing, where they're talking about how they have to install custom kitchen appliances. They have a homosexual slur that they call the band and say that they're banging on the bongos and they're a millionaire. They're getting their money for nothing and their checks for free. And so I'm honored to take the place of the Dire Straits today, arguing against the people that are upset that I'm getting my money for nothing and my checks for free. Sounds great to me. So
Nope. You say you don't know how you know when a job is real? When it sucks the soul out of you. And I mean, at least in the beginning, no matter what you're doing, you should be working towards a place where your job isn't sucking the soul out of you. Cliche as hell, but you do something you love and you'll never work a day in your life. Even if you do that, work is always going to be work, and it's always going to have some aspect of soul sucking. But there's levels to this shit. There's definitely levels. I remember even just between working retail and working as a server in restaurants. The difference is both were soul sucking, but one was so boring. It's just like, all right, start 8 hours and just figure out a way to keep my brain from exploding from lack of substance. And on the other side is running around like a crazy person, and it's very tiring. But either way, the money is there. The harder it is, the more, well, it should be. The harder it is, the more money you get. But you should eventually be in a place where you're doing something that you've built off of that. And the soul sucking has led to something less soul sucking.
first off, I think that there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what you're saying here, and that is that you tend to speak for an audience as a whole, whereas there's no way that you're capable of doing that. In other words, although you may—
Hey, shout out to boss. Welcome to the party. So I come from a time when asking for money on YouTube was seen as uncouth. It's just not that way anymore. Also, per the thumbnail, you are a dangerous extremist grifter. Oh, I'm sorry. Or am I? Welcome, man. Oh, I was worried, but not anymore. Glowing dog, welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. We are discussing streamers who demand donations alienate their chat. And this is a no prep debate. So Rob Noerr here had no idea what the prompt was, who the opponent was going to be, or anything. So he is coming in blind. And so far, basically, the opening statement was just that, it becomes a little bit more about a money thing than giving entertainment, and that pushes people away. Hey, we got the horseradish. Welcome to the party. Is this better than Man Baby's face on the right bothers me? Wait a minute. Are you saying Rob's face bothers you, or are you saying this picture of Rob being in the corner bothers you? Because those are very, very different questions. Welcome to the party. Glowing Dark fucking nailed it. Morty's griffing off of me. Bro, this motherfucker, he lives the good life. And, he pays me back in snuggles. Oh, the other guy. Shout out to King Blackout. Oh. Hey, I'm on that Twitch side. We also got Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party again, guys. The debate is the poll. We don't have to worry about any verdies or anything. And this is a no prep debate. So Rob had no idea what this was before he went in, and basically King Blackout here was saying that when it becomes more about the money, you start demanding that, you get used to that, and it alienates the chat. Let's see what they're saying.
Sounds great to me. So, first off, I think that there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what you're saying here, and that is that you tend to speak for an audience as a whole, whereas there's no way that you're capable of doing that. In other words, although you may be true that there are certainly some people in the audience that feel the way you do, there could be members of the audience that feel the exact opposite way. For example, some people may like that sort of grift or that sort of pressure of content creators saying, I refuse to start unless a certain goal is made. In fact, I could say from my perspective, even though that's not how I run my show, what I do is try to separate my show into two parts: the informative part of the show that I like doing best, where I'm debating or where I'm talking about politics, and then in the back end of the show, I have this stupid thing where I play these songs, these whip wheel songs, where people donate and they have to reach certain metrics to play these songs. And they do it to torment me, but they also know that they are not going to get those songs played unless they meet those goals.
In the same way, where it's like you guys donate once we hit the goal to torment me into doing more push-ups, even though, it comes from love. But, same kind of deal.
Now, there are people...
I gotta find more ways for you guys to torment me. That's the money win.
In this community that love that. They think it's the best. There are others that hate it. Me being basically in the latter part of that. Nonetheless, I'll happily take that money, and it is something that involves community engagement, which they're big fans of. If instead I said, oh, no, that feels coercive, I'm saying that you can't get this content you want until you meet this goal, that seems to meet the same metric of what you're criticizing. Now, you'll differentiate and say, no, I'm talking about you refuse to even do the debate until you meet some sort of goal. But in reality, why is that any different? If people tune in because they want to hear ridiculous music and they can't hear that music until they meet a goal, that's not that different than if people tune in to hear a debate and they can't hear that debate until they meet a goal. And
so right there, I would say that's slightly different, because the debate is the main event, whereas the music thing that you're doing is kind of an extra. But good point.
Personally see, and there's people in my chat filling up right now that would say, yes, not only do we like that, we find it amusing. As such, it allows all sorts of things to occur. So I think that that's the fundamental mistake that you're having. I'll never be able to argue that there are individuals that'll feel exactly like you. Of course, that'll be the case. The problem is the way you give the affirmative is your claim was the man.
Teleport here and I'll give you $20. Teleport here on cam. You can cover your face. Well, you got your picture. You can cover your face, but either way, teleport here and I'll give you $20.
Donations alienates the chat. Only part of it. There are some people that'll feel that way.
Good point.
Of things to occur. So I think that that's the fundamental mistake that you're having. I'll never be able to argue that there are individuals that'll feel exactly like you. Of course, that'll be the case. The problem is the way you give the affirmative is your claim was the man in donations alienates the chat. Only part of it. There are some people that'll feel that way, but there's things that alienate the chat that you wouldn't believe. People will be alienated tonight. There will be at least one person on my channel, because I will give you the respect of listening to you and not reading my chat as we go through the debate. That'll alienate some people in the chat. People will be alienated in the chat if I take a certain side on a political issue. People are alienated in the chat if I use harsh language. People are alienated in the chat if I talk too loud. So there is a lot of reasons. There's no reason specifically that alienating portions of the chat is something that's bad on its own.
So another super solid point, that there's a lot of things you could do to alienate the chat. For example, I am one of the people who will pull up a chat and me and Dick Johnson, we had a little back and forth on the last stream. We're going back and forth, and was I alienating him? Was I alienating other people by picking on him for lack of a better term? Some people are too sensitive, and if you're too sensitive for me to actually hold you to the things that you say, then maybe you'll be alienated from what's going on here. But we see our boy is back because he's not a little beta bitch. Oh my goodness, you saw that face. Shout out to the Funk Master General. Oh my goodness, with the big 20. Said, I feel alienated. You would be the most alienated person. That's why we call him the Sugar Daddy. Thank you so very, very much. And yes, again, guys, thank you so very, very much. Hitting those likes on the super chats. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very, very much appreciated, sir. Again, we are talking about streamers who demand donations, alienate their chat. This is a no prep debate from Rob Noerr. Welcome. Thank you so very, very much, sir.
And there's no reason specifically that alienating portions of the chat is something that's bad on its own. I mean, it's bad if your end goal is to have as many people as possible and you don't want to alienate anyone. But I would also argue that a streamer that's trying their best not to alienate anyone is probably a streamer that no one's interested in watching anyway. It'd be very boring. So you may say, yes, but this type of alienation is specifically bad. But again, what I'll say is maybe to you, but there are people that would vehemently disagree with it. I have a feeling we'll talk about a specific person that this criticism comes from, and I don't think it's exactly mean. And I'll just say, if we're talking about Andrew Wilson, and now he'll do like the invasions where he'll stop and say, okay, now's the time. I'm not going to continue the invasion unless we reach the goal of $500, wherever that goal may be. There are people in those chats that actually look forward for those portions, right?
You guys are on one today. What did I just, I saw that. Oh, there it is. We are all alienated on stolen land. I'm liking the energy today, guys. I'm liking the energy. I love this. I love it. We got Jason in the building. Welcome to the party. So there's a bunch of you here. So real quick, a little bit of housekeeping, especially because our boy Funkmaster General, as well as our boy Box, often gives out so many memberships. I really want you guys to be able to get something more from that. And it doesn't seem like the Discord is really a pull to you guys. So here's what are we gonna do? So the timer on the stream goal is 3 hours. So typically we go, typically I say 2.5, and then somebody will throw a little something, and we go about 3 hours anyway. So what we're gonna do from here on out is this is a 3-hour show. If we hit the goal, then, we could talk about keep going and doing this and that and that and that and that and that. If we, whether or not we hit the goal, it is up to the members. If you guys want to do the after party, then just go in the after party, and I'll be like, hey, the members are, they're members. They get priority. So thanks for hanging out. If I have push-ups to do, I'll do the push-ups and then head to the after party. But if we don't hit the goal and there's nobody in the after party, I'm just going to do what I'm going to do. Sometimes I might want to keep going with what we're doing. Sometimes I might want to go panel hop. Maybe I want to show you something that doesn't really fit in with anything else. But that is how it is going to work. So the main thing that you can do if you are not a member is to just make sure that we hit the goal so that keeps going. If you are a member and you want to make sure that we have the after party, make sure you're in the after party. And this way, and what I'll do after the 3 hours is turn the chat on members only. So that way, you can still watch, you can still super chat if you want to be, but the members will be able to still hang out, talk to each other. Maybe we'll do a panel, maybe we'll go do whatever we feel like it. So that is how we're going to do things. I really don't like, guys, come on, let's do the after party. I know some of you are busy and all that stuff. I don't like that. And so again, I'll just leave it to you guys. If there's 2 or more people in the after party, then the stream ends and we go to the after party. If not, then we keep on riding. Sound good? Sound good. Yeah, me too, right? I'm loving the energy. We got Joe motherfucking Cool Grifting all day, baby. We are all grifters on stolen land. Dilly fucking Dilly. We got our girl Behave. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very good to see ya. Anybody else? Anybody else? We got Manatron. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, diving back in again. Streamers who demand donations, alienate their chat is the no prep prompt that our boy. What the fuck? Oh Jesus! Hold on. It didn't. Why did that do that? Okay. All right. Okay. Struggle streaming.
$100, wherever that goal may be, there are people in those chats that actually look forward for those portions, right? And they actually look forward, and it's a game to insult the streamer and the streamer to insult them back. They don't feel alienated whatsoever. Some key points that I had.
Y'all don't play with me because you know I'll fucking beat you.
This is, what do you mean when you say demand? You say demanding donations alienates chat. Well, what you may consider a demand may just be a request, the way other people look at it.
Right, and so already we have to define our terms. Shout out to Dylan Soup. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir.
For example, if I say, well, you won't get this portion of the stream until you get to this donation, you could say, oh, that's demanding those dollars. I may say, whoa, it's an added bonus of content that I already have it given. Is it only a problem if I do it before I start the stream? So if,
not to mention, most of you guys are paying Morty anyway.
I say I refuse to even start the stream until I get $100, that's wrong. But if I stream a half hour and say, okay, I refuse to go another half hour unless I get $100, is that demand okay? Because there's an awful lot of people, myself included, that will at times be like, hey, it's bedtime, I'm a little tired. But hey, I guess if you guys want to donate another $100, I'll stick around for another half hour, an hour. I don't think that seems to be alienating whatsoever. Furthermore, what else do I have written down?
And like I said, doing the same thing. Hopefully, you guys will be more included and you will get a higher value for your membership. Shout out to equality and deference because of vagina. Over on Rumble, welcome to the party. Said like and share. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff is so free, easy, helps out so much. It does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it. They will show it to more people. Welcome to equality and deference because vagina.
What about other jobs? Is it alienating for your plumber to say that they won't fix your toilet or your sink until they're paid? If it's okay for other people for their careers to demand financial compensation for their services, why would it be any different in this world? What about a musician? Is it okay for a musician to say, hey, we're not going to come back out for the encore until we get something? Many times it's applause, but there are other times that musicians will actually cancel appearances if they don't feel they sell enough out. Is that alienating an audience? Again, if the audience is willing to pay, you might say it's coercive in the sense that you're applying pressure to get them to do something, but that's the case in any job that's really selling a talent. Your lawyer is
capitalism, baby,
in selling how good they are in the work they could do when they're telling you that they want Bill to hire them. Your musician's being coercive when they say, we want to charge X for the concert so that you'll come. And most people in today's day and world are not providing services for free. If there's no shame in the plumber or the musician demanding compensation before they do their work, why would it be any different for an entertainer like a streamer? So,
and even if you say it's not different, well, then I would argue, no, actually, it's much different because I'm not demanding that I do this, that, or the other. I based on Rob's argument, it would be okay. But I start the stove. I start the stove. I start the show no matter what. I have no idea who's working, who's going to be around, who's got money, who got paid, who, had to deal with, the type of issues that I had to deal with last week, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I start the show and I'm ready to go. So even if it was saying, you know what, that's a good point. When you call your plumber, then they expect a payment before anything starts. Your streamer does not. Walks with us to fix our own shit. Well, some of our daddies didn't teach us that stuff. Okay? There was a TikTok channel. I don't know what happened to it, but it was a dude. It was just like things your dad should have taught you. And just like little things about your car, stuff like that. I literally just had to replace the splash guard because, that's what they told me. I guess. I don't know. Heimdall said, so does the surgeon cancel because it doesn't feel that you pay him enough? Well, that's not that surgeons get salary. They don't get paid on a job. So that's a different setup. But like if you if you have like let's say you're doing oral surgery or something, if you can't pay for it, they're not going to do it. They have to check your insurance first, and then they'll do it. Says that it should be different based on income tax, but then YouTube would have to list you as a contractor. Yeah, and I do appreciate, like, there's definitely the pros and cons of being the independent contractor, or not being an independent contractor and just being I don't even know what the they call it, but the 1099 or whatever it is. I appreciate that, like, YouTube is not my employer. I don't know if I would like that. There's already a lot of bullshit that we talk about YouTube. If they were my boss, I don't know how well that would work. All right, diving back in. Oh, we got Colonel Quail in the building. Welcome. Said I'm not a grifter. Thank you. And it does seem like it's got to be the chat that decides, right? It's got to be the chat that decides. You can't determine whether or not you yourself are a grifter in the eyes of other people. You can tell people that you're not, but they got to believe you.
Demanding compensation before they do their work. Why would it be any different for an entertainer like a streamer? So I just think that it's fundamentally goes against what we do, or what we accepted in other areas. What about something like this? I'm going to do a special stream when I get to 25,000 subs. There'll be things that I do in that stream that I don't do on other streams. Mm-hmm. Is that demanding some sort of goal to be made? Some sort of, really, if you look at it, that's demanding, until you meet this benchmark, I won't do this. Is that coercive?
Speaking of which, hold on, holy side quest. Please tell me that the whole Haley Beck thing has left TikTok. 28-year-old sister of Noah Beck, I think he was in movies. I don't know, but he's I'm a little bit too old to know what's good with him. But Zoomer Heartthrob, his sister was a normal ass teacher and was fucking her students. And all the chats got released, and it's fucking pathetic. You guys know about this? Clowney said, if one states, this is my job, generous benefactors and would appreciate donations, nothing griftying about that. Well, I don't know, because it depends on what you're saying. Like, I think the reason that I believe I'm not a grifter is because I believe the things that I'm saying. I'm giving you my honest opinion. If I was, like, let's say I came on here and I thought all of the same things, but I pretended to be a Christian and shrouded myself in Christianity and was still saying essentially the same things, that would be a bit of a grift, because I'm signaling in some way, whether it's the words themselves or something else, to misrepresent who I really am in the sense of getting more in return. So I was definitely a grifter of love. Not I was trying to come up with something witty, but not the government anymore. All right, did we miss anything? I used to be. Oh, man. You got to get over that one. The difference between a lost sheep and a false prophet. I like that.
That's demanding, until you meet this benchmark, I won't do this. Is that coercive? Is that alienating parts of my chat? Once more, you can see that there's going to be problems in the threshold of what you're saying, because you've already said that you accept that donations are okay, and you.
Sorry, Quality, I missed the first part of that. I equate grifting, Quality says, to scamming, to people lying to their viewers or generating false pretenses, etc. Exactly. Great minds. Swallow looks like he was this smelly kid growing up. Oh, he definitely, like, you know how we can see, like, when ladies have the crazy eyes, Haley Beck definitely had the crazy eyes. Sometimes dudes, you can, oh yeah, that's right, he was the fart guy. I forgot about that. Eric Swalwell fart.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard from Republicans all last week was that
he probably felt so good about that. Like, that's one of those ones like, oh, yeah. And then, oh, no. Oh, God. I almost forgot about that. Oh. Haram. Jesus Christ out of a bike. Man, John said, I think the problem with Rob's argument, though, is that YouTube still pays through AdSense. It's up to the audience to determine whether or not they want to send supers. So I think the fact that we're talking about streamers, that's not really a thing. Unless you're up at, getting tens of thousands of views, you're not getting money through AdSense. You're not getting any real money through AdSense. All the money that you get. That's why streamers do sponsorships and stuff so much, because the AdSense isn't just there. Oh no, Equality, that fart was real as fuck. That was real. She wanted. Yeah. Oh yeah. And so if you're talking about somebody who puts out videos, then you could be at a much lower level before you're talking about AdSense. But I mean, I make $0. I mean, maybe over the course of a year, I might make $10 or something off of ads, but that's because my channel's too small to get the views. I turn the ads off for you guys, so I'm not getting ad money from you guys. And then, but I do turn on the ads for the replays. But I'm not really. Nobody's really, watching replays. I mean, how many of you watch the replays? I mean, some of you do, but it's a live experience. So, at a certain point, that definitely comes into it. But I think for the purposes of the argument, I would say Rob is probably not even at that. I don't think anybody on this screen. Well, certainly me and King are not on that level, but I don't know their back end numbers. But I don't even think Rob and Easy are getting ad money on their things, and they're both significantly bigger than my channel. So you do make a point. Like, they brought up Moist Critical. Like, yeah, he's getting AdSense on his streams. Well, he turned them off now, but he was getting AdSense on his streams because there's just so many people there. The fact that you have ads on or ads off is, a discussion as to whether people leave when the ads come on, or if they push it to more people because there's ads on. I don't know. So you do that is relevant, but when we're specifically talking about streamers, not as much, not as relevant as you would think. Nothing wrong with a good fart, but I mean, yikes. Skid mark Swalwell. Oh my God. Oh, yeah. Oh, he was on top of that. That one didn't squeak out. He was like, yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, that's one of those late night before you were ready to settle, and it's like, all right, ready? Oh God. All right, good night. That's what one of those is. Yes, remember, guys, YouTube defaults to top chat. So right on the top of the chat, it will say top chat. Click that and go to live chat so you don't miss a thing. It's a loud Taco Bell trump. Yikes, trumpet. Yikes. All right, diving back in.
The mark, I won't do this. Is that coercive? Is that alienating parts of my chat? Once more, you can see that there is going to be problems in the threshold of what you're saying. Because you've already said that you accept that donations are okay. And you would accept that people will say, yeah, I need donations to continue the stream. So what exactly is it that the demand's bad? And what is that threshold?
What would you say you do here?
Why would it be bad if the audience is willing to accept it? Let's see. You mentioned Moist Critical, etc. These are people that got financially wealthy through other means. One of the things is that you need talent of some sort to be engaging and interesting for people to want to watch you as a streamer. And the truth is, much like wanting to be a professional athlete, only a very small percentage of people will ever make it a career when it comes to the streaming world. In fact,
see, this is why I don't want them to be my boss.
I remember reading somewhere on Twitch.
I can be like, yeah, totally agree.
This was years ago. If you had 2 people watching on Twitch at any given time, you were in the top 90% of streamers. Because almost everyone that's streaming on Twitch playing video games and stuff, no one's watching. Like 50% have 0 audience. And then you have another 30 to 40% that average like 1. So even having just 2. And
why don't you go find out and report back?
so it's not just skill. You know, a lot of those people with 0 people watching, it's the same as your friends that maybe if you grew up like I did, I'm 41, were fantastic musicians. They never got a break. They were talented, but they didn't get luck.
That's me.
People like Moist Critical or XQC and people like that. Of course, it's easy for them now to be like, well, I'm rich. I have money more than I'll ever need.
And they will, whether it's him, I think they brought up XQC as well. They will acknowledge that Mr. Beast will acknowledge that there's a huge aspect of luck in all of this.
And so I'll say, hey, don't worry about donations. Great. And maybe they never needed those donations to get rich. Maybe they were organic enough. Some people might say it's more alienating to do things like Moist Critical has done. I assume he sold for ads. Is that alienating? Or is that somehow better to say, well, instead I'll shield for this project. Try Energy Rush. Keep your donations to yourself. But thanks to fine people at Energy Rush, a product that I wholly stand behind.
To be fair, I do think Moist Critical has stopped doing any type of outside thing. I don't know. I don't follow him that closely, but from what I understand, he doesn't do ad reads. He doesn't do AdSense, and he turned off donations. But fact check me on that.
And they're paying me $10,000 a month. Is that somehow less alienating? The truth is that even someone who is as huge as Moist Critical, even if you think they're a fantastic person, it's easy once you've made it to say, I don't need these forms of financial compensation. It's very similar to an argument I hear professional athletes make. I hear black professional athletes that will criticize a black person that's like maybe a rookie that's showing up with a suit and tie. And you'll hear these people that have made it say, oh, you're selling out. Well, right, because they haven't made it like you have. You're worth $100 million, so it's easy to be like, oh, that's selling out. That's bad to ask for compensation and money. So I don't think the Moist Critical example or anything like that's going to work. At the end of the day, I don't think that it's alienating, or whether I do think that it can be alienating.
Nope. Grift-free. Grift-free, twerk on, baby.
It doesn't exist as a holistic principle. It's no different than other people that want paid. Many people actually enjoy that sort of pressure and the ability to be in a community where they have to meet certain goals in order for certain content to come about. And at the end of the day, I'm sorry, but most of the time I hear these people, I don't know you, so I can't say this about you. It comes across as sour grapes. People that are pissed off that they can't do it and don't get this money. Last thing I'll say is this. That money oftentimes is the difference between someone being able to continue to do this as a career and be able to put out this content or not being able to do it and having to go to a different job. Or maybe people are doing it and they're putting their money into good causes, like good cultural causes, good political causes, etc. Maybe people are doing those sorts of things and then they're giving huge swaths of money for things like Thanksgiving or things like Christmas. And maybe they're not as public about how charitable they are with their money. It is not immoral to tell people exactly what you're asking for them in compensation to provide a service for them.
And I did end the poll. We're going to do a similar one, not the same one, but again, just putting the prompt in quote, streamers who demand donations and alienate their chat. And a third of you actually agreed, but half of you said it depends on how it's done, with 17% said disagreeing all the way around, which means most of you say that it's fine in some respects, but some of you think that there is no good way to ask for donations. Very, very interesting. Yep, God has said you need talent or tits. Indeed. Oh, my goodness. Holy moly. Holy moly. Where are we at? Look, Master General with the big 10 gifted memberships. Oh, yeah, get it. We're down to crumbs. Get it all, baby. Yeah. There we go. Thank you. So very, very much. And so now, see, all of you guys, Fuchoy, Not Voltaire, John, Seth, Michael, 2026, Marky Mark, all the rest of you that got memberships, now you'll actually be able to do something with that, even if you don't want to join the Discord. And so I think we might open up the voice channel on the Discord to everybody, since we're shifting all these things, but we will think about it. But thank you so very, very much, sir. Cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. Either way, though, you guys should definitely click that pinned link. Oh, they do it on the bottom now, right? That pinned link will get you to that Discord server, and it is absolutely free. And it's not just about me being the dancing monkey to get some money. It is about building a community. Come on through. That is what we are doing. Thank you again, sir. Very, very, very Much appreciated. Yeah, no more vertical, because what happened was the strike that I got from the Sean Hannity thing, because I was dual streaming, they did it on both videos. And so I sent in the appeal for the regular one, and that's gone. But because of the fact that I already appealed that strike, when I went to appeal the vertical one, they were like, "Oh, you're abusing the system." And so now I'm just fucked. So now I just have to sit for the next 72 days and fingers crossed hope that we don't get in any more trouble. Usually, we have a little bit of wiggle room. The video gets taken down. We get a strike. We just repeal it. But now we got that hanging over our heads all the way through summer. So that's also why I'm not necessarily covering some of the bigger things. Like there was something else that I was going to cover, but it had another name tied to it, and we just can't be risking. So at least until the strike is gone, no more vertical. I mean, I might do vertical streams on my own, but no more dual streaming. Shout out to JL. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. We are checking out this debate. Streamers who demand donations alienate their chat. No prep for Rob, and he brings the prompt. They just did their openings. Let's see where it goes.
That is the foundational of our capitalist society, and I'm here to say that I continue to represent that in the great tradition of money for nothing with the Dire Straits.
Based.
All right. Thank you for that opening, Rob. And with that, we are going to move right into the open floor back and forth. I'm going to be staying out of it for most part. I'm only going to be here for if it gets a little too wild. We can't hear you guys.
I'm so fucking mad. So mad. First day of school, my junior year in high school, my friend was like, "Oh, let's join debate club." And I actually went. But I wanted to go home and play video games or some stupid shit. And I was just like, fuck this. This is before I was even a pothead. It's not like I was going to smoke weed or drink or do anything. I was doing some loser shit. And I just never went back. I'm like, I built up my skills. But imagine if I was at Rob Noerr's level right now. Come on, man. Shout out to Rob Noerr. The one with the beard and the one with the name tag that says Rob.
I'll be staying out of it for most part. I'm only going to be here for if it gets a little too wild, we can't hear you guys or something like this. But I'm sure with you two, we won't have that problem. So with that being said, I'm going to let you guys go ahead. I will let you know when we're at 10 p.m. Eastern so that we can get.
Welcome back, brother. Rob was essentially saying it's like any other job. Isn't the plumber alienating people when they demand so on and so forth? Hope your brother is doing well, sir. Let's do it.
Closings because King's got a hard out at 10:30. So go ahead. Whoever wants to open it up.
Yeah, so I guess I'll just go ahead and touch on some of the stuff you said in your opening. I'm coming at this from actually not the stance of I'm not a streamer. I don't want to be a streamer. It's not something that I'm interested in, and I'm glad a lot of people make money. Actually, I'm a heavy donor on a lot of channels, and actually that's where I'm coming from, is that perspective.
I'm pretty sure I've gotten a dono from King Blackout before, so shout out. And I do think it is an interesting discussion to have with somebody who is a streamer and somebody who's more of a viewer.
When you go to
how about this? Can you give me an example of a streamer that maybe we would each know is like the core?
I saw this
of
part.
What you're
they took your jokes. They took your jokes. Oh my god! But Funky did it with the 20, doing it bigger, doing it fucking better, and didn't need to add the ha 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 ha. Yeah, we get it. No shade to Joseph, but I'm just saying. Yeah, exactly. Plus one to our boys. That's one.
Can you give me an example of a streamer that maybe we would each know is like the core of what you're criticizing?
Well, there's a lot of them. I guess one of them that really drove it would be Tomato. Tomato was really great at setting up these paywalls, and then she would specifically censor her chat, where she would delete comments, she'd stop people from saying anything, doing anything, and again, it's not necessarily like I said to begin with. I'm not against any of this. Actually, all the examples that you literally stated are all things that I would say are built into this gratuity system that these platforms use to help build the community, which is what the real currency is on these platforms. As much as everybody wants to say the money is, it's the viewers. You get all the attraction, all the attention, and all the boosts in the algorithm come from the views. All the lurkers, the people who, you know, you'd say on average, maybe you get a 10-15% chat engagement. The majority are the lurkers.
Not you guys. You guys are fucking gangsters. We got 12 people here. There's 1, 2, 3, just in right here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there's more. Yeah, 7, 8, and I saw Jason. So it's 9 names just out of 11 people here. So we got the best chat on the fucking internet.
You know, you'd say on average, maybe you get a 10-15% chat engagement. The majority are the lurkers that are actually going to boost the channel and get you in the algorithm.
Says that I consider Nature Jab a grifter because the core of his content is misrepresentation. He's literally in bed with the oil companies, but framing himself as a threat to them to grift anti-oil progressives. Yeah, that's grifting. Now, saying exactly the same things. I don't know this person, but just taking how Seth is representing it, taking those same exact things. If you actually believed them, would not be grifting. It's not what you say. It's the congruence between what is in your head and what comes out of your mouth. What about? And we got Twitch. Yeah, we got how many? We got one person on Twitch. 100%. I figured you left. I was typing and I figured you left. But I appreciate you. And then we got King Nirvana. Ignoring Twitch alienates the viewers. Well, let's give a big dilly. To Twitch and to the horseradish himself. Didn't you guys enjoy that conversation we had the other day? I think that was a good one. Sorry, Twitch. You know I love ya. And we got King Nirvana. Welcome. I was gonna say something.
Engagement. The majority are the lurkers that are actually going to boost the channel and get.
There was something. I was gonna say something good about coming up. I don't know. Generally, that we're gonna get good perspectives as somebody who is a streamer who. Do you want to say that Rob has made it? I mean, he does it full time, so that counts as making it to me. But he's also, on the low end. I mean, that's not shade; that's just numbers. And King Blackout has no interest in that. So I think we're gonna get good perspectives. Claudia Deference over on Rumble says streamers who demand money should be executed. Baby Jesus said so. Disavow.
The algorithm.
So
when it becomes a problem is when you go to the aggressive pre-value tactics. Is where you're not giving that value. You're not offering any value at all, and instead you're saying, I want, like I'm saying, is money. I'm not starting my show until you hit X amount. Like you're saying.
I remember what I was gonna say. I was gonna remember what I was gonna say. So he was talking about, King Black was talking about how Raging Tomato was very demanding in that way and deleting comments and all that stuff. I'll be honest with you guys. I may have said this before, but while she was coming up, I was very jealous. And because, I started, I think right around the same time. I think she started a little bit earlier than I did, but because she had, the backing of the Crucible, she's got multiple people on screen, that shit's gonna fucking, build. And it's one thing when you're celebrating, you get 100 subs, blast out a fucking community tab post, 500 subs, 1,000 subs. But once you hit 1,000, I did, get frustrated. No, Twitch is more. It's like the left wing YouTube essentially. It's more. It started more as a video game thing, like streaming video games, and now it's become more like YouTube. But it's not the nicest to people on the right. Notice how we've been streaming forever, and the only one over there is our boy Horseradish. We do get Salty, but I'm pretty sure Salty came from Horseradish's audience anyway. But yeah, so I was getting jealous that there was so much growth, and also it rubbed me the wrong way that after after 10K subs, because again, like, okay, after 1,000 subs, then it's like you're not doing a post for 2,000 subs and 3,000 subs. You just wait. Okay, 5K. Then okay, good job, 5. Then you go up to 10K. You do a post. But after you hit 10K, then it's like, unless you hit 50K, nobody really gives a shit. But every other 1,000, she would post at 11K and 12K and 13K and 14K, all the way up until she was at like 18K, until everything came crashing down and she never hit 20K. And I don't know if that is a personal, like, that's just me being a little bitch. Maybe it is. Maybe it's me just being butthurt. Or maybe it's a symptom of a larger mentality of what it is that you are doing. If you are there primarily to grow the numbers, then what the people come, the numbers, meaning the people, what those people come for, and how consistent or not consistent, how loyal they are, is going to be very different. Oh, there we go. We got somebody else. Oh wait, no. I saw that. I was kidding. Thank you for keeping the chats alive.
I want, like I'm saying, is money. I'm not starting my show until you hit X amount. Like you were saying, you brought up the plumber example. I would say this is more along the lines of like a waitress. Like, okay, put it this way: you and your beautiful wife Courtney, you guys go and you guys get a babysitter for the night. You guys get dressed up to the nines. You guys go to the steakhouse that you picked out. It's your anniversary. You guys are just so excited to get out there. You pick out your steak, your lobster, your mashed potatoes. You get your nice bottle of wine.
Hey, shout out to Melted Mind Media. Welcome to the Martys. You ain't grifting, you ain't making money doing this shit. I say to you, prove them wrong. Welcome. I mean, yeah, you could get a little bit of something, right? But as I'm pretty sure, because I read this, I read this from I don't know, but as I was coming up, 100 or 90% of the channels that get started never reach 1,000 subscribers. Crazy, right? I said, does Sergeant Stank have a lip ring? Is that our friend over here? I think that is a lip ring. No, I'm going to keep that to myself. I'm going to keep that to myself out of respect for everybody involved. There you go. Well, and sometimes you blow up, and in a year from now, you could have more than me. You never know. Shout out to Sneeko. He actually, we're going to cover a conversation they had with some Chinese professor and Dave Smith. That's going to be the next stream. I'm going to try to do that tomorrow. We'll see what's good with that. But yeah, somebody just fucking. I think it's more about New York City than here. Let's just pull that up. I think it's more just about New York City than it is about Sneeko or anything else. Sneeko attack. No, I don't know what the hell is that.
Guys, what is Sneeko?
So he's just walking.
Yeah, you deserve to be publicly executed, yes.
Hey, yo!
What are we talking about?
What are you talking about? YouTube, that was not me. That was Sneeko. Oh!
Yo.
What the?
Hey, bro.
And so my thinking is because of the fact that that the dude didn't say anything, this just seems like normal NYC activity.
It's not funny at all. It's
just walk in, and you, yeah. Oh, I want to catch it.
It's not funny. I don't think it's funny at all. It's not funny at all. It's just it's fucking.
So we just have. He doesn't look like he's not homeless, but it doesn't look like he's definitely not homeless. And it's New York City. So, and I would expect somebody to be like, "Fuck you, Sneeko," or something like that if it was attack on stage. So I think it's just a matter of New York City is a fucking shithole, right? Shout out to Confucius, and And I mean, we all saw that coming. Clavicular is a warning signal for everybody in that space. He's the next generation of the fresh and fit guys, and because he's younger, he's more willing to go out there on a limb, and it's just not good. He said, "You ain't grifting yet. We'll see how you respond when the deals start coming in." I'm gonna sell you guys the fucking weakest shit. Other My Media said, "I wish I would have taken the AI pill and just spam posted AI videos on YouTube and see some people making $150K a month working 2 hours a day." You're a better man than that. There's actually somebody who is in the Discord server who has been for years, even before the AI stuff, been trying to figure out how do I game the algorithm and just do something like this. And they've tried this and hasn't really been working for them. But the Sneak was a fuck. He's definitely out there. It's definitely hit or miss. But yeah, I'm always just like, God, just start the channel. Just be entertaining. Stop trying to game the system and just do it. Especially for the person that I'm talking about. Like you're an interesting person. Like just do it. Closet transgender, I would not be surprised. The over-under on that, I'm just saying. It's like, well, looking like a woman is the most something. I don't know. All right, let's dive back in. Oh, wait a minute. Holy moly. Shout out to Equality and Deference because vagina with the Rumble rant. Thank you. Said disagree with Melted Mind Media. He does make money. A big $2 right there. Thank you. So very, very much. That brings our whole other level of retarded. Guess what that's... Oh, there's hair over it, but... I used to have a lip ring. I used to have gauges and a lip ring because I was so cool. I probably would still have them if the restaurant I worked at the time didn't make me take them out. But yeah, that punch did seem uncalled for. And that's why I think that without any other like, oh, fuck you, Sneeko, I think it was just a random homeless person attack. All right. Yeah, sorry. I'm doing my best. I got you, though. All right, diving back in.
Dressed up to the nines. You guys go to the steakhouse that you picked out. It's your anniversary. You guys are just so excited to get out there. You pick out your steak, your lobster, your mashed potatoes. You get your nice bottle of wine. Mm-hmm. It's all coming to the table. The waitress sets it next to the table. You can smell the mashed potatoes, the garlic. They pop that wine cork nice and beautiful for you and your gorgeous wife. Mm-hmm. And then right before they bring you your food, she drops down a tip goal and she says, $500 tip goal. Got to meet that goal before you eat your food tonight.
Shout out to Equality, and I did forget to add our boy Funkmaster as well, guys. We are $11 away from the stream goal and the dollar amount, or 10 donos away, which could be $10. Let's hit the poll. Hit the goal. My arms are still a little sore from the last time, but I do it for you.
A tip goal, and she says $500 tip goal. Got to meet that goal before you eat your food tonight.
Well, that's not really what's happening, though. So let's go back.
In essence, it is, because
probably
the waitress, in and of itself, they have value of steakhouse behind them.
That's what you guys should be doing. I don't know why the fuck you spend money to say feed Morty when I'm already going to feed Morty. Like, use the highlighted message to put a highlighted message. I don't know why the fuck you guys don't do that anyway. Crazy.
The waitress, in and of itself, they have value of steakhouse behind them. They're working at the establishment. They're a representative of this steakhouse. So then they're taking the gratuity system and they're completely.
I'll get back to this.
So I don't think this is a good example. He's saying, what if you went to a nice steakhouse and you went through ordering and everything, and they ordered and they're holding your food and they asked for a tip at that point? I don't think that's a fair comparison, because that's not the expectation of how that industry works. Like, that would be outside of the realm of what's expected when you go to a restaurant. And so restaurants may do things differently, but then that's going to be something up front. Like a Hooters is going to have, more scantily clad women and that's outside of the realm of what you would expect your servers to look like at a restaurant, but that's their thing. And so I think I might be parroting what Rob's about to say. I don't remember if I saw this part or if I just had the same thought when I heard it. So I'm going to let him say it because I think I'm stealing it from him.
It into their own means.
I'll get back to the steak. I would say that it's different. Instead, it would be like, that's how that steak joint runs. And so you choose not to go there and to go to a joint that doesn't occur.
Okay, yeah, I did steal what I was about to say from Rob. So listen to Rob.
That's what would happen. But so the problem wouldn't exist, you say. But let's backtrack.
If you didn't.
This sounds sexual.
Hold on 1 second. If you didn't know that that's how that ran, and you are brand new, as a brand new customer, as a brand new viewer, is that going to create loyalty or is that going to create resentment?
It's different. I'll explain, but I need to go back a little. So
Sure.
Let's start with first. You've given an example. When I ask you for the show that you're talking about as an example, you choose Sarah Tomato. So at the risk of getting sued, I'll try to fucking explain
again
here what I'm like. My thoughts on this are: I'm unaware of Sarah ever refusing to start a debate until some financial goal was met.
Well, I mean, his example would work better with a nice steakhouse and having a bad experience, and then they force you to do the big tip, and you would normally do for a nice steakhouse. There you go. Exactly. Perfect example. Because now we are working within what is expected from a visit to a nice steakhouse, and the fact that they don't give the service but are demanding the tip is going to alienate customers. But having, the fact that they expect a tip and the fact that they expect you to pay for the food is not alienating to anybody except those who don't want to spend that money, which they already know. We can do a poll. I mean, obviously, steak at home, right? But we'll poll it for you. See, I need to find other ways to monetize. So I'll give you guys, let's do, from now on, $2 polls. $5 side quest, $2 polls. Let's fucking go.
My thoughts on this are, I'm unaware of Sarah ever refusing to start a debate until some financial goal was met. You mentioned other things that she had done on her channel, like deleting comments and stuff, really outside the purview of this debate. There are other things that you could say that people don't like, deleting anyone that disagrees with them, banning them, etc. That's sort of different than what you're talking about. What Sarah did, and I don't find this unethical at all, is she would request certain dono goals to be made in order to continue the show. And so normally what it would be, unless things have changed, this is how it would.
Guys, remember that I use the wording in the polls specifically and deliberately. So if something doesn't really fully jive, that's on purpose. Pick the best option. Hey, shout out to Adam. A member for 5 months. My goodness. Thank you for being around. Even if you haven't been around, you've been here. 5 months, brother. Thank you so very, very much. And you're here now, right? That's what really matters. Welcome. Yeah, and Meltamina goes on and say, you watch the streamer and they don't talk and sit there on their phone for the whole 5-hour stream and then still complain they aren't getting views or donuts. Yep. You win. Much better example here. Much better example. I still think that again, I'm about to it still doesn't work, but at least it's internally logical. All right, diving back.
Be made in order to continue the show. And so normally what it would be, unless things have changed, this is how it would be. We'll have a 2-hour debate where Rob will debate Blackout, and then afterwards we'll open it up to questions or maybe an open panel. But if you want to go for another hour, well, then we need to get $100 or we need to get 5 orange.
Right, and that's the perfect use of the gratuity system to reward chat and to breed chat engagement. That's quite literally what I was saying. Yeah, that's perfect.
But then when I ask
perfect
you
example of it.
Now, real quick, when I asked you for an example of a channel that operates in the way that you're criticizing, you gave me her channel. And now you're like, no, that's fine. So can you give me an example of? I'm unaware. I've never seen.
So we're still we are 28 minutes into the debate, and King hasn't been able to give an example of a streamer who demands donations and alienates their chat. It should be pretty easy.
One specific channel, one guy all across the board that this is his only platform, this is the only way he does things, is DSP, Dark Side Phil. I don't know if you know who that is.
I do. It's funny.
Yes,
We were talking
and
about it
that's
earlier.
quite literally what he does. All he does is just constantly bash and freak out. And granted, yes, he does get some spikes where some of his
Real quick, I'm not going to go over the whole thing, but just because Mountain Mind brought it up again, we are changing things with the membership. So now Discord is going to be completely free, including the voice channel and the streams themselves. I'm going to change a little bit. So the timer for the stream goal is 3 hours. So we have 3 hours to decide if we are going to hit that goal. If we hit the goal, then we'll be able, we'll keep going and do all that stuff. If we don't hit the goal, then I'm going to decide either I'm tired, I'm going to go to bed, or maybe I want to go on a different panel, or I saw this video today, or any of that stuff. And the chat will go to members only after the 3 hours. The only thing is if members are in the after party, members will get priority. So if there are 3 or more members in the after party before the stream is over, or at the 3 hour mark rather, then, and we have not hit the goal, then we will go in there. If we have hit the goal, then I'll put up a poll and we'll figure that out. But I'm trying something new because I don't want to be bitching and everybody come hang out in the after party. And then the members, you don't even want to be in Discord in the first place, So we're trying something new. And that is part of it. More donos, more stream.
Bash and freak out. And granted, yes, he does get some spikes where some of his the PayPals or the pay pigs will come in there and they'll low call him and they'll laugh at him and they'll troll him for a little while. But he keeps losing his accounts and coming back and losing his accounts and coming back.
They're talking about the DSP guy? Did they bring him up? Did they bring that up yet? Is that who they're discussing?
So let's start with this. Does Darkside Phil? Why do you think people were tuning in to see Darkside Phil?
Because of the low call. Because of the meme.
Do they get the lol cow when he's saying?
So actually, real quick, just because I don't know what the fuck we're talking about, let's get a little bit of context because I'm sure I'm not the only one. Darkside Phil. It's a little shorter. All right, let's just start here. Well, let's see what we got. Shout out to Turkey.
Plenty of YouTubers and streamers have failed.
I'm going to put the link to this in the chat. So if you would like to watch this in full, let's just see what we got here. If somebody's got a better, if somebody's got a good clip and thing, let me know. But otherwise, I did hear about this video from them talking about it. Did I miss anything? We got Trey Williams. ITJ is definitely a grifter. Fuck that guy. Fuck ITJ. But TIJ is a fucking gangster. Welcome to the party. And I so very, 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 very much appreciate your support against ITJ.
And had their careers cut short. But one man refused his fate. He's been relentlessly targeted by trolls, or detractors, as he would put it.
You're a loser.
Some of whom were outright demented and obsessive. He accidentally streamed himself throttling his turkey.
Oh, the camera's on.
He's been copyright strikes, demonetized, had accounts of his terminated, he went bankrupt, and yet he's still standing.
Enjoy your live stream fails. I'll sit here making content, making money, and having a great time with my audience, and you can get...
Obviously, we're sped up, but I just kind of want to get a...
Who's often been compared to a cockroach due to his impeccable survival skills in the realm of online content creation. No matter how objectively wrong he is, no matter how destitute his life becomes, no matter how much he has to kneel and beg for money on his streams,
let's get some super chats. Let's get some tips. What is going on?
He will stand his ground, and through his screeching, nasally tone, mouth off to anyone who dares to criticize him. You may think you've seen egotism and delusion before, but you have seen nothing if you haven't witnessed the one-man army, Phil, wage his crusade against his detractors, which include trolls, the IRS, his gambling addiction, and ultimately, reality itself.
Okay, I'm gonna start my new tab. Put this and put it on Reddit for me, okay? Hello, Reddit readers. Hi, everyone who sits on Reddit all day reading it. I received $1 tips so far today. Wow, this has been a great podcast. Don't ever ask anything of me ever again.
Just can't do it. That's it. Now stay in that miserable slumber in PC. You are literally a bum to me. Now share this on your poverty. We know cracks. You're gonna keep coming back. Why? Because you keep smelling the syrup.
Just get banned now and speak up like Jason. That's why I want to listen ever again. Unless we get 50 subs by the end of tonight, that will be 49. You're never getting text messages in your moral support ever again.
What we got here?
Account's activity and match it to DSP's on-stream activity. And obviously, whenever he was busy on stream, the account wasn't active. And whenever he was gone, suddenly things started moving.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. Pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill. Thanks for the money, dummies, because that's exactly what you are. A bunch of empty-headed idiots who paid me money to get absolutely nothing out of it. Thanks.
In one of these instances, a Twitter user named TJ Gamebox noticed something interesting. During one of DSP's bathroom breaks during stream, he instantly
talk all the shit you want about ITJ. But leave Morty alone, please.
Fired up WWE champions and started burning through his bank account, spending $2,000 in one single bathroom break before he stopped.
Hey, shout out to Smoking Spaceman. Welcome to the party. We are checking out this debate. They were talking about this guy, and I was not familiar. And he's an e-beggar. I just wanted to see a little some. Welcome. Remind me to say the clip of him talking about his peak one number Call of Duty game played edited to clips of him sucking ass at Call of Duty is so good. In Minecraft. Yeah, right. You spent what?
During stream, he instantly fired up WWE champions and started burning through his bank account, spending $2,000 in one single bathroom break before he stopped. The sheer depth of this man's addiction is hard to explain, and this was not an exceptional circumstance either. Multiple times throughout 2024, DSP's account was documented as having spent up to over $2,000 in one single session. His behavior in the community is so infamous that talking about DSP is strictly forbidden in the WWE champion subreddit. Imagine if you were such an insane gambler that the MGM Grand in Vegas banned its customers from even mentioning you. Now, despite how bad gambling is—
Damn. So again, I actually am going to add this to my watch later because I would like to watch it in full. Just because, I've heard the name, but I don't know that well. Again, a link in the chat. So that's who they're talking about, this DSP guy. And King Blackout here is saying, don't do that. But he's framed it as streamers who demand donations alienate their chat. And Rob has been able to, maneuver around what King Blackout is saying so that we can nail down, is the prompt actually something you should be for or against? So that's who they're talking about. That guy we were just
roll him for a little while, but he keeps losing his accounts and coming.
Okay. Speakeasy, I'm going to assume that you're cool with me chair reacting for 30 seconds. I forgot to take some kratom and I'm sweating my balls off. So if you're not cool, I promise I'll never do it again. But I think we're boys and hopefully you don't care. So thank you.
Back and losing his accounts and coming back.
So let's start with this. Does Darkside Phil, why do you think people were tuning in to see Darkside Phil?
Because of the lol cow. Because of the meme.
Do they get the lol cow when he's saying, I won't string Pokemon until I get $50?
Yes.
So they're getting what they want, even with that. Right. In fact, they get more of what they want.
Right. But then if you look on him, on DSP side of it, of him trying to be a serious streamer, he is furious and he absolutely pissed that he has no actual real following in chat. He has nobody who follows him because they make a mockery of him. That's all across all platforms.
What doesn't matter? Like, those are two different ideas. A following and making a mockery is two things. You could have a following of people that mock you, right? That's still a following. Right. And I think that in a weird way, my understanding, weirdly enough, this is so weird that this came up. I just tried to raid DSP stream the other day. I'd sort of heard of him, but I just started popping up my algorithm like a couple weeks ago, and I'm obsessed.
Rate him. I barely even know him. Dilly fucking dilly. If you don't know, stay not knowing. If you do, it's the nectar of the gods. So essentially, all I missed is that, essentially all I missed is that he was saying that even though DSP is like that, people still go up, still show up and watch and give him money, right?
Weird way. My understanding, weirdly enough, this is
how am I out of breath from just fucking going up one flight of stairs? We need to add cardio. So, Smoking Spaceman said, I don't understand the prompt they're debating. So if you look at the guy that I just showed you, that is the epitome of, so again, the whole thing here is that it's Noerr prep debate. So Rob Noerr comes in, he has no idea what's going on. He has no idea who the opponent is, what the prompt is, anything like that. No notes, no pre anything. So this is just flung on him. So that's the whole thing in general. So then King Blackout here is the opponent, and his prompt being streamers who demand donations alienate their chat. He's saying that there's a difference between asking for donations and then what he says, hold your audience hostage and say, oh, we're not starting the debate, or we're not. That alienates the chat and shouldn't be done, essentially. When did I say I don't do addictive drugs? I am almost positive I never, ever, ever said that unless it was before I did those drugs. I'm pretty positive. I've been pretty open about the fact that I've done some serious drugs. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. I don't know if I'm up there yet. I don't know how well I could do the show. Oh, I don't know how well I could do the show with that, but you know, we gotta think about it. I don't know, quality. I was getting my kratom. I missed it too. So let's dive back in together. I don't like that. Okay, now I gotta Google this. Not on screening. On screen. Oh, okay. So a troon has two distinct meanings. Primarily, it is a derogatory term, transphobic slur used online against transgender people, but it's also a legitimate town name in Scotland. As a slur, it's a portmanteau. I know that. Okay, that word's next. Of trans and so I'm gonna get portmanteau is like. That's not what I meant to do. You know what I mean? Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I might have said I stopped doing hard drugs. I definitely never said I never did addictive drugs. Tris, I think you should have to know your base and how those things come off to them, because streamers are wild, disrespectful to the community they want money from. But it works, right? It works. And so the problem with this is that a streamer is so unique that to narrow down what you should or shouldn't do doesn't really work in this business. In this industry, there's no never do this or always do that, because everybody is different. And whatever it is that I'm doing that alienates person A, somebody else is going to be doing something that alienates person B. And I'm going to get person B, and they're going to get person A. And if we switched, then it wouldn't work, because, you know, it has to be organic. And so if I'm organically me, and you enjoy that, then why would I not do it? And so streamers who demand donations, that's a little bit too broad of a prompt. But that is what they are discussing.
So weird that this came up. I just tried to raid BSB stream the other day. I'd never heard. I'd sort of heard of them, but I just started popping up my algorithm like a couple weeks ago, and I'm obsessed. I think it's funny as shit. So this is interesting. Anyways, my understanding is he has about 100 consistent people. They're like their names are known, they're mods and stuff. He knows them, he interacts with them, right? Probably my guess would be a lot of them are there for the lolcow shit, right? So in a weird way, if he adapts your idea here, wouldn't he in fact be alienating that base that tunes in to see the petty case? I mean, there are people. I saw this dude that has a YouTube channel, and he put up that Darkside Phil requested donations like something like 7,500 times in the matter of like 2 weeks, and he actually clipped them all out just one after another, right? Isn't that guy who's tuning in to see that being alienated if Phil changes his position?
Right. And so exactly, Smokers Man, there's an audience for anything, meaning that anyone can be entertained by something. Maybe not everyone can be entertained by everything, but no matter what you put out there, somebody's going to like it because people are that different.
No, I would say no, because they've come to expect that from him.
Disavow.
Because of how he's reacting now.
Right. And so it's like going back to your restaurant example. There's this restaurant, I forget the name of it, but you see clips of it online where
okay, this is what I was going to talk about. So we're going back to the steak analogy. You order a nice steak at a nice steakhouse, they have the steak in hand, and then they ask for a tip before anything. And then Melton My Media fixed that and gave the example of there's a steakhouse and they're just really shitty, bad service and everything, and then they demand a tip before you leave. The second situation is in general not good, similar to the situation that Rob's about to talk about. However, it works.
It's like going back to your restaurant example. There's this restaurant, I forget the name of it, but you see clips of it online where you have to like sign a waiver, and the whole shtick is they're insulting to you.
Right. Well, okay. Well, see that would be all about intent, though. But see, then that's kind of twisting it. It's because when you're upfront,
Dick's Last Resort and Karen's Diner. Shout out to Dick's Last Resort and Karen's Diner. Are the primary restaurant chains where staff are intentionally rude, sarcastic, and insulting to customers for entertainment. These themed venues offer dining experiences featuring sassy service, paper hats with insults, and sometimes chaotic fast-paced interactions, often designed as fun, interactive experiences. And so if you do that at a normal restaurant, that's not a good thing for restaurants. You should not do that if you have a restaurant, unless you have that type of restaurant. And so the general rule that you shouldn't be rude to your customers, generally, yeah. But what are you actually saying?
And you're honest with them, and it'd be like then you saying that a charity stream would then be a sign of a coercive tactic.
Well,
but
no,
it's not, because they're upfront and honest with it from the beginning. Or like subathons, those are all things that if you're upfront and honest with it, great. But if for a brand new viewer coming in and
I was thinking about doing a griftathon, when I came back, but I was like, nah.
And I'll use Speakeasy as an example. He does.
I would have just. You guys are too broke. We're all too fucking broke at this point for a subathon. I would have been frustrated. You guys would have been. We'll wait for 10K to do griftathons.
And do it this way, but I'm just going to use it. For verbal combat, he has it set up where he tells everybody verbal combat starts at this time, it ends at this time, and that's what you should expect of the show. That's what he promos it at all across all platforms everywhere. But then randomly, all of a sudden, in the middle of it, he just decides, all of a sudden, I'm just going to put a stop in it, where now all the people that have expected this and have come to know that this is the way the show works, I'm now going to say, hit me at $500 in the middle before we go any further.
Okay, but that's the market. So if the people watching decide, okay, I am willing to contribute to $500 to watch the rest of this, that's capitalism, baby.
So now,
again, I wouldn't suggest, especially for those of us under 10K subs, you probably ain't gonna get that money. But hey, Easy's got some big hitters in his chat, so maybe he would. What's wrong with that?
You're stalking, and you're
Peach is here talking about Sarah, saying Sarah said pay $30 to hear a guy debate. I did. Then she let the OP debater void it by paying another $30, and I never got what I paid for. Never spending money again. So it's very interesting that King here brought up Sarah, and there are people in the chat agreeing that the way that Sarah does her donations is not ideal and goes along with what he is saying. But just because Rob is he's in debate mode, he's like, well, I don't necessarily see that's wrong. You're letting that go. This is why you have to stand 10 toes down. You have to stand on what you say. Because especially in a debate context, there is a way to at least present the argument and get to a agree to disagree. That's not a loss. That's a tie. Quality said, either it's worth it to the viewers or it's not. Sergeant Skanks is low IQ. I do say anybody on screen is fair game, but we love you, King. We love you, King. Well, I do. I don't. These people don't know who the fuck you are, but I love you, buddy. You're definitely wrong here, but
go any further. So now you're stopping
again,
and you're trying to get the value. You're trying to create the value.
I understand you're trying to differentiate, but here's why the differentiation won't matter. If the people that are tuning in, like if, for example, let's say Speakeasy doing verbal combat says, and by the way, if you donate $100, you can kick someone out in finals. Something that happened to me one night, right? Let's say that he puts that down. It's advertised, but everybody knows he never follows through with it. And literally, 95% of his audience are regulars, and they know he's always like, well, fuck it. Let's leave this guy stay. No big deal, right? It doesn't matter what's advertised. Everybody knows that's what's expected. That's the normal audience there, right? That's the same with Darkside Phil. You can say, well, if he announced, which by the way, we'll get to in a second.
Well, but this is, I think, exactly King Blackout's point, is that the way you guys know how you can pay to mute somebody or kick somebody off stream or bring them back and all that. That's an incentive. That if somebody's on the panel that you don't like, you can pay to get rid of them, but then somebody else can pay to bring them back. And the way that should work is that let's say you decide it's $30. It's $30 to get rid of them, but it would need to be $60 to get them back. And so at least then, if I'm the person that paid $30 to get rid of this person on the panel, then there is at least a capitalistic value that I can see that, oh, okay, I was outbid. But just the same, and that's, no, it's no point. And I was going to try and talk around it, but there's no way to avoid it. This is why I don't like that Confluence does this. I don't like it. it doesn't work well for a channel that is smaller and not bringing in new people. The fact that it could work on Sarah's channel because it's a panel of different people. But when you have the same people, then you'll have somebody who's on the panel that likes to talk a lot that will just pay $30 to get rid of the person and no new people ever come in. I think it's a really bad precedent to set that you can pay me to control my show. Now, muting for 5 minutes or something, that, especially on a panel show, that's, do I have something on my fucking, oh, it was a gray hair. It was a gray hair that went from over here. I was like, what the fuck is on my lip? Equality says Confluence is hyper white, right? I don't know how to answer that question. This is Confluence. Boy, where is he at?
34 is the higher end of the range instead of 35.
Yeah, for real.
Confluence.
I meant to say 30.
And I love them, but it's it's a matter of growing and the like, what is your goal? And it's like he is, and I've said this to him, and I haven't really DM'd him about it because I don't want to be the guy that's like, oh, here's what you should do, because of all the things we've been talking about how different channels, different things are different. So I don't like when people tell me, oh, you should do this, you should do that, even though a lot of times people are trying to help. You just don't get it because you haven't done it. It'd be like you trying to tell me how to be a dog trainer. It's not like you're too stupid to tell me to learn how to be a dog trainer. You're just not. It's not like you're too stupid to know how to be a streamer. You're just not. And so, I've expressed my opinion because I do wish that more people would have helped me on my way up, but people that knew what they were talking about, as opposed to people who were just watching. Like, no offense to you guys, but again, like in the same way that we wouldn't be able to give me good advice on dog training, you're just not going to be able to give me good advice on streaming, and you might be able to give me some things that are relevant to you. Point being, I think you are, once you establish that the panel and the chat run the show, then you no longer have control. And if what you're trying to do is not aligned with what they're trying to do, you're fucked. I learned this with the Discord, that I wanted to be a free speech platform. That's what I wanted. But what I really wanted was a place for people to discuss and be able to, go back and forth and da-da-da-da. But I said free speech. So we had a bunch of trolls coming in, free speech. And I was like, well, this is what it is. Well, the market decided we don't want that. So much so that I'm changing up the entire membership structure because people don't go in the Discord anymore. People have learned, oh, if I go in Discord, it's either going to be silent or it's going to be some troll going back and forth with me over nothing. And so I'm working on changing that. Shout out to Box and Buckmaster, who are always dropping memberships to try to get you guys to go over there. But like, if people don't want to go over there, then people don't want to go over there. Eventually, there'll be enough people that are already on Discord that find the channel. But it like that's not working. So that's why we're that would have been worth it. But at the same time, so David, perfect example. So the other day when that Aldi guy was on a Confluence channel, we were so ready to pay the $75 to get rid of him. But from the Confluence viewers' perspective, that was entertainment because all the regulars were all flustered. And so if somebody did pay that $75, okay, then that's $75. But what about the content? What about the entertainment? What about the audience? You guys are the you in YouTube. I am not the you in YouTube. Well, at least for this channel. For this channel, I'm going to do what I'm going to do because it's my channel. But I'm going to do what I think the people who I want to watch want to see. And as long as I'm doing that honestly, I don't think it's grifting. Now, that's not what this specific debate is about. But, I think it brings up a good conversation about grifting. And so I don't know. I think I don't know. Maybe the next time you guys see me on the platform, you guys bring it up. Because I do think it is a big thing. I do think it is a big thing that's holding that channel back. And I do consider Confluence a friend more than just a mutual. But as a friend, I respect him enough not to be like, you know, hey, this is what you need to do. I'm not trying to big bro him, you know? I don't think anybody would have paid to bring him back, but that's the vibe. That's the, you know, the what's the word I'm looking for? Burp. The status, not the status, the culture. That's the culture that you're establishing. And I mean, hey, if he likes it, cool. Not my channel, but it ain't happening here. Shout out to the Chatter King. Exactly. And so if somebody is on the if somebody's on the panel and they like talking, I like talking. That's why I got flustered, because I wasn't able to talk the way that I wanted to talk. Then that's the entertainment. And so if you pay for the you're stepping over dollars to pick up pennies or whatever the fuck it is. But hey, not my cup of tea, not my channel. Fair enough, and absolutely no shade to my boy Confluence. Smoking Spaceman says, see the Johnny Somali sentencing? People are getting sick of trolls and trolling culture. Yeah, but only 6 months. I mean, 6 months of prison and labor. But, I mean, there was like 27 counts or something. They went easy. Grifting, by definition, is changing, I'm assuming, opinions for financial gain. I ain't doing that shit. Equality is heading out. Thank you. So very, very much equality and deference because vagina, a.k.a. Batman. Thank you so very, very much. You have a good one. Let's dive back in here.
It doesn't matter what's advertised. Everybody knows that's what's expected. That's the normal audience there, right? That's the same with Darkside Phil. You could say, well, if he announced, which by the way, we'll get to in a second, but let's assume you're right, that he doesn't announce this. And so it's like a shock to everyone. Well, it's not a shock because you just admitted that almost everyone that's watching him is watching him for the lolcow. You want to watch to see him beg people for donos so you can say, look at this fucking desperate man. Look how, and you want to watch, like,
that right there, that one sentence actually makes me be like, yeah, maybe I want to tune in a little bit. You know, $5, that's worth it.
It would be alienating to Darkside Phil's audience if he was good at a video game. They'd be like, well, shit, I didn't tune in for this. I wanted to see him fail. So, like, the point I'm trying to make is, well, no, it's different for different audience members. Now, on Darkside Phil,
and different streamers,
I don't know, but I would be shocked if it's playing out as you say. I think Phil starts off playing and then says, I see clips of him over and over going, come on, guys, we only got $5 today. And if you want to see me continue to do Pokemon streams, then you're going to have to get more money. I've never heard him once say, I refuse to stream. I'm not streaming Pokemon until I get.
Oh yeah, no. Phil has 100% done that, and actually.
Oh yeah, shout out to Steelborn. I've definitely been kicked too, and we've all been there. It sucks when someone kicks you by solo judging. Oh, okay, that they're talking about verbal combat specifically. It's just too late. I can't. I like Friday night. I can't. I don't know what it is. But like, especially if I have clients on Saturday, I can't be up and like starting debating at like 1 a.m. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. It is such a fucking handicap being an East Coast streamer.
On the flip side of it, he's actually attacked people in his chat, telling them that they're worthless. It's only $2. Oh, I've done all this work. If I had a full 9-to-5 job, you can only give me $2. That's bullshit.
Do you think somebody could watch the let's take specifically, because I know we're talking about a real man here. Let's say that somebody watched the last stream and that was the first stream they ever watched, and they saw me and Dick going back and forth, and I'm like, that's not the question I fucking asked you. I asked you the question, the whole thing. You saw. They might be like, yo, what the fuck? This guy's a dick. But the guy who's actually Dick Johnson is here. He knows what the game is. And we love it. Is that what that is? And you can cut your own Denver cut if you get the ribeye roast. We got to get a picture of this. What is... I've heard of the being cooked Pittsburgh style. What am I looking for? Denver cut. Denver cut steak. Highly marbled, tender, and flavorful cut derived from the underblade portion of the beef chuck. Can you see this? Where are we? Ooh, that looks good. That looks good. Oh, that looks fucking fire, bro. So what does this actually? Whoops. What the fuck? That's not what I wanted. Open image, a new tab. That's what I wanted. So Denver steak, well marbled, very flavorful, relatively tender. Skilled butcher's cut from this steak from the chuck, recently created in the United States. High heat, blah, 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 blah. So I guess just a fire steak. Well, add it to the bucket list. Add it to the bucket list.
It's only $2. Oh, I've done all this work. If I had a full 9-to-5 job, you only give me $2. That's bullshit. Like, that's the kind of actions I'm talking about. I'm not talking about
different. That yelling at an audience, right?
Right.
Yelling
but that's precisely what I'm talking about. Being called the freeloader, a moocher, like the average 9-to-5er who gets off work, wants to come on here. They want to chill. They want to hang out. They want to have a little bit of a community. And if they have fun, they want to throw some money in there and show that their appreciation. But then when you switch it from appreciation to obligation, and now you're obligating chat to then carry your stream for you, that's when it becomes a problem.
Okay, let me ask you this. Will you acknowledge that your prompt was demanding donations alienates the...
Oh, yeah. Those things are, I mean, you might get, even at a decent restaurant, like, let's say like a Longhorns or what's the other one? Outback. They're not cutting steaks at the restaurant. They're getting them, they may or may not be frozen, but they'll get decent cuts compared to like an Applebee's or something like that. And but yeah, it's just not freeze dried, vacuum packed, and then they send it out. Ain't nobody cutting at the restaurant. I mean, that's what I was saying. I've always been partial to the ribeye. I just assumed ribeye is king. So whenever I've had the opportunity, especially like, hey, if daddy's paying, ribeye, and you know what? Add a little lobster tail with that. No, I always feel bad doing that. I mean, not bad enough to not order the steak, but I ain't adding all that bullshit. All right, diving back in.
Okay, let me ask you this. Will you acknowledge that your prompt was demanding donations alienates the chat?
Yes.
Okay. And you would acknowledge that would, for you to have that be your affirmative, would have to be universal or damn near universal.
Hey, we got Kelly Green. Welcome to the party. Oh, man. So this is a perfect example of something that's directly relevant to something that I think I might want to share with you guys after the 3-hour mark. So you got some extra time because I forgot to do the poll. So we still have another hour and 50. So you got an extra 10 minutes with the timer. But so after that, if we don't hit the goal, or if we don't have members in the party, then I'm gonna show you something that is directly relevant to this because the coalition of the right has been shattered and people are picking sides. We can't buy a store half of me. Well, this is why I want to get into hunting. I mean, you know, how much is a hunting ticket? I mean, I guess all the fucking other equipment, but you know, that shit lasts. How much are you paying for per season to eat all fresh ass meat all year round? Sounds good to me.
That would, for you to have that be your affirmative, would have to be universal or damn near universal.
Hey, I mean, if you're not getting good meat, Walmart is same as anywhere else. Wait, what did you say?
Affirmative would have to be universal.
Yes.
Okay. And you would acknowledge that would, for you to have that be your affirmative, would have to be universal or damn near universal.
Mm-hmm.
No, because I specifically laid out in the difference between gratuity and coercion.
No. But you're saying that doesn't meet your criteria of demanding, right?
Right.
But but in order for you to defend this as an affirmative idea, is you have to say that yes, when you're demanding donations, that alienates the chat. For example, if you're affirmative where eggs are bad for you.
Okay, so hunters, assuming. So like, see let's assume that you have, you have all the equipment that you need for a new season. What type of money are you spending for, like, I don't know the difference between a ticket, like a license and a tag. I don't know the difference between all those things. So how much money are you spending for one season to hunt in efforts, let's say, because I only know about hunting through Joe Rogan, let's say that you're going out to get an elk for meat for the year. How much money are you spending, given you already have the prerequisite equipment? Okay, give me a range. Like, are we talking a couple hundred? Are we talking a couple thousand? Are we talking $50? Well, give me a frame of reference here.
The idea is you have to say that, yes, when you're demanding donations, that alienates the chat. For example, if you're affirmative where eggs are bad for you, and I said, well, half the time eggs are good for you, and you went, yeah, I agree. Like, you haven't defended the prompt then, correct?
But there's a difference between demanding and asking.
Okay, fair enough, right? Are there some people that aren't?
Oh, I mean, no shade to Bojangles, but god damn. So yeah, this is what I mean. So you're talking about grouse. I would assume. Yeah, you're saying small game lessons. Okay, cool. So that's doable. And then what about specifically for, let's say, like an elk in. Or, well, I mean, is there elk in Minnesota? I don't fucking know. See, I don't know about this shit. David said a restaurant in my town cut their own steaks. The owner's son was the one butchering, and the owner sold out. No shade to Bojangles, but it ain't cut your own steaks. It ain't cut your own steaks. So deer hunting. So, I mean, that's not that bad. So then, separate question. All the, let's say a newbie, you need to get, you need to get all your outfits. You might need to get, a deer call. What again? Just ballpark. What would one generally have to spend to be ready to go and buy that $34 license and get started? Yeah, that is huge. That's why I was like, thousands, maybe. Hey, shout out to Jake Go Texas. So about $500. So that's for your gun, your hat, your vest, your all that stuff. That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. I honestly thought it would be way more expensive. I gotta get into that. Anybody know what kind of what's good with hunting in the Carolinas? Because I may or may not be moving there in the next 5 years. Parents are coming up. My niece is about to be born. I was talking to my dad. I'm like, we definitely gotta have a discussion about what's gonna be happening over the next 5 years. Am I gonna take over the business? If not, then I think I want to go to Arizona and do something, because the dog training is just it's not really doing it for me. And it'll be a little bit more time before I can survive off of this. I'll give you that for free. All right. Get some arm clothes. I'll assume you mean army. You can climb a tree for free. There you go. There we go. Let's come to Missouri. Good hunting. We get some good venison. I'll take some good venison. And if it's anything like Minnesota for $34, let's go. Oh, warm. There you go. I got plenty of warm clothes because I'm fucking tiny and I am always cold. So that one, we are good. Who knows? Next year, I might be getting into hunting. Very cool. All right, let's dive back in here. I'm thinking. Give me a second. All right, I'm not going to say anything yet. Diving back in.
Alienated.
And asking.
Okay, fair enough.
So that's what he said. There's a difference between demanding and asking. So now this is semantics.
Right? Are there some people that aren't alienated when they are demanded to give money?
In the long run, no. I would say everybody is.
I think
Elk Bussy? I'm going to assume that you're not talking about elk pussy, and that's a typo. What the fuck does Bussy mean?
Darkside Phil proves it. I think that the fact that Darkside Phil probably has more people that watch him continuously. In fact, his career would have probably been over 5 years ago if he wasn't a lolcow. And
his career's dropping now. That's why he's coming up so big and is popping up now, because of his continued crap that he's doing and the resentment he built in his base of followers. They're turning on him now. his own base of followers are now exposing him. Like,
And yet
that's why
he'll
that's why e-begging has become a thing. Like, e-begging has literally become this negative connotation. Why is that? If it's so positive and such a winning business model for people to adapt.
Shout out to Rogan.
Then why is e-begging such a bad thing?
Depends on what you're looking at. Let's say if I could tell you, on one hand, Darkside Phil never e-begged and he gets $2 a stream and quit streaming 7 years ago, or he did e-beg and he's still making thousands of dollars per year based on the e-begging, which one was less alienating? Which one built a bigger following?
I guess it would all depend which one actually built the following.
think that there's probably, at this point, there is no doubt that the majority of people that know of or watch Darkside Phil, whether it be his live stream or see the clips afterwards, are doing it because they look at him as a loco. Now, you're right. If you're trying to build an audience of like-minded people that like you,
I want to hunt things I can eat. That's what I really want. I don't necessarily I mean, I'm sure I'll definitely get into the sport of hunting as I'm doing it more. But the reason to get into the game is because I want, I mean, look at me. I'm fucking puny. I forgot to order more burgers and all that shit. So, like, I'm not very organized. And then having that set and knowing that that's what we've got, I got a freezer out back, whatever it is. That's what I'm in it for.
they look at him as a loco. Now, you're right. If you're trying to build an audience of like-minded people that like you and
yeah, Jersey, we ain't really got that shit.
Respect you, then what he's doing is not the right way to go about it. But the way you phrase it is demanding donations will alienate your chat. Much of the chat's there because they're laughing at him. And they're like, great. Like, in fact, they're basically there.
But again, it goes to even you.
Only bitches give up.
You brought up his base supporters. Right now, his base supporters are leaving him in drones because they don't like the fact that now all the money that they've been forking out over the years is going to pay for everyone's benefit. They start feeling the burn. They start feeling it because they feel all the pressure and all the obligation is on their shoulders. It does build resentment.
Okay, so let me ask you this. When did this start with Darkside Phil, that now he's losing support?
I want to say approximately 3 weeks ago when it came out that all of his money that he was been grifting for was then found out to be used on betting.
So here, and again, I didn't know about Darkside Phil before we started this, but I do remember a part. They're about to pull up the Social Blade things of their channels. There is no I'm prefacing this because I want you to see it as they're talking about it, but there is no channel that just goes up completely. Every channel has ups and downs and lulls, and especially relative to whatever niche you're in. So finally, we're starting to pick up after the general election. Since the election, between then and when the midterms are kicking up, that is the slowest point in a 4-year period for a political channel. So, like, we've been growing, we've been doing a good thing, but, not too many new people, which I fucking love you guys so much, because a lot of new people aren't looking for stuff. They have the channels that they want. They're tired of all the bullshit. There's nothing really to talk about but war, and we can't really do anything about that. And so, when the midterms are a little bit closer, there'll be politicians saying this and articles saying that and more culture relevant stuff for us to talk about. But yeah, it's been rough. And that's not because I'm not good. That's not because I haven't been getting better. It's just because that's how this game works. If you're a content creator, there is no straight up. You might get a bump. I remember when I got a bump from I don't even know what it was, but when I got last year, about a year ago, I got a bump from like 1,000 subs to like 4.7K, and I was like, oh, bro, 5K's right around the corner. I think it was right around this time last year, and I was saying, guys, by the end of the summer, we can hit 5K. We didn't hit 5K until like very recently. And I just assumed that because there was a bump that trajectory is where we were going. But no, I got a good bump and we stayed, and then slow growth. But that's how it works. And so when they're going through this, and see how the graph goes down, that means he's losing. No, that's maybe, but not inherently. Just because graph go down doesn't mean channel do bad.
Now, first off, That's a story that's been going on for a long time. I know this because I watched a Turkey Tom video on this, and he was on Keno Casino months ago, talked to some other people. In fact, going back 2024, these allegations were coming up. So that doesn't seem to necessarily be an accurate timeline, that it's just
within the last couple of weeks, it's all coming, because Turkey Tom just literally did another expose on it all again. Yes.
Yeah, and so that was the thing that we watched to see who Turkey Tom was. I did drop the link in the chat, and I do want to see that because I don't follow Turkey Tom. Like I'm not a subscriber, but I've never really he's never really covered anybody that I was like, oh, I gotta go see that. And because of this, now I'm gonna go check that out. But I do know the guy's name, and a lot of people, look to him to be the guy that calls stuff out, from what I understand. So. Drone parts, leaving in drones. Just like the political season waves, you see a decline as it gets warmer as well. Nice weather, people go out, and viewership drops. Yeah, and so I'm hoping, selfishly, that maybe we get a little bit of protesting and some unrest. I don't want anybody to get hurt, but I need the content. I'm just hoping that ride season is good enough for content. That's all I want. I don't want anybody hurt. I don't need anything crazy. Just good enough to cover. Jacob Texas said, personally, I hate when streamers complain about not getting donations. Asking or hinting is always okay, but getting mad and complaining to your viewers is just messed up, in my opinion. Agreed. And I think that wording would have been much better for the prompt, because remember, Rob comes in with no idea, and the opponent comes in with the prompt that Rob does not know. And so instead of framing it as streamers who demand donations alienate their chat, streamers who complain about not getting donations alienate their chat. That would be a lot stronger. And I had to learn this lesson, personally, and it wasn't even about money, but it was just complaining about why aren't you guys, and it wasn't even that. It was a matter of right before I got monetized. Back in my day, you had to have 1,000 subs to be monetized. Now it's 500, but and then you need like 4,000 watch hours. But because I stream, I got my hours pretty quickly, and the subscriber count is what I really had to work with. And so we were probably at like 700, 800, 900, somewhere close. And so I tagged everybody. I wrote this long thing in Discord. I'm like, guys, we're so close. And, if you could do this, it's so easy to do that. And nobody responded. And a bunch of people I never saw again. Luckily, I had shout out to Dr. Evil Genius, who does those UFC streams on Saturday. He was the one who's like, bro, delete that. You can't do that. Because then it puts pressure on people. And now it's like, well, now I don't want to say anything, because he's going to be like, where are you at? Where have you been? And so, yeah, there's no guidebook. You got to just learn it through trial and error. All right, dive back in.
Weeks, it's all coming, because Turkey Tom just literally did another expose on it all again. Yes.
Right. But again, if these allegations were out there before, so it wasn't alienating to his own core base.
I don't see that happening
until Turkey Tom's video.
No, it was. It always has been. Like, that's just it. You can tell by looking at his metrics and his numbers. He's been on a downfall.
Like, that's one of the biggest frustrations I have. And I mean, this is always going to be the case. If you start a channel, you're always going to be like, oh my God, if I had just started X amount of time earlier, I'd be so much further along now. But I wasn't doing this during COVID. Oh my God. Can you imagine if we were doing this during COVID? Now, I wasn't living here, so I didn't have the things. It would still be from the laptop and whatever, but it wouldn't matter. None of us would have jack shit to do all day. And you would all have fucking free money to give me. Oh, man. Yeah, that ain't happening.
Has been. Like, that's just it. You can tell by looking at his metrics and his numbers. He's been on a downfall. Like, that's why that's why he constantly has to reinvent and come with a new channel, a new area, all that. Like,
but since when?
What are you talking about?
Like,
His
for
entire
example,
career.
yeah, right. The SP was bigger in like 2018,
Oh no, she's running for president. She's running for president.
2019, and then he got like demonetized and had to fall and shit like that, and he's still been plugging away. You watch that Turkey Tom video, they're like, he's like the cockroach, you can't get rid of him, right? So what you're telling me is, even past that, right, recently, he has this support, and the support's fallen off. My contention is he's been the same for these 12 years, right? If I would expect, if what you're telling me to be true, you're saying in the past month or 2 months or 3 months, he's seen a precipitous decline in the amount of people that are watching and supporting him. That's your argument, right?
Yep.
Okay, I go to Social Blade. Monthly views for him. In May 2023, he had 590,000 and change.
I did say it was within the last couple of weeks. So
okay, but if we look at that.
So again, just the fact that, the graph been going down for the last couple of weeks means nothing.
From May 2023, that basically remains consistent. There's a little dip in March of 2024 where it dipped down to 370,000. Could be he took some days off and didn't stream as much. But basically, if I could show.
Could have gotten a strike from Sean Hannity.
Or it could be some resentment that made his chat leave.
Can I share my screen? Is that all right?
Yeah,
Just
if you want to share something.
Yeah. Let's see if this works for you. If that comes up.
Yeah. She is also technically a Cali voter, which makes sense.
Might be hard to see. I don't see a lot of.
Yeah. So this is DSP's Social Blade. And so this is going back 2021, 2020. And so this must be when he started his channel. And so, growth. And then you see that it moved. You get a little dip. He's like, oh, there was a dip there. He must have alienated people. Okay, well, then what happened here? Oh, people are going away. But this is after the pandemic. So, like Jago was just saying that, the viewers from COVID, that's what we see right here. And then ups and downs, but nothing crazy. Nothing crazy, right? Hey, shout out to Boggs with the $2 make you holla. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much and a treat for the Overlord. I very, very take it, bro. That's what she said. I very, very, very much appreciate not having to move the camera just for the Verdies. I appreciate that a lot. Little things. But thank you so very, very much. Buck says, Israel says jump, and both sides say, how high? Indeed.
Let's go back to 2023. Looks pretty similar. Doesn't look like a huge crash out to me.
But no, see that perfectly aligns with this ups and downs. But overall, there's a lot more downs than ups. If you look at it overall, which way is it all?
Come now.
Which way is it going?
Every down,
really,
there's a lot more downs than up. Come on now.
Look at the drops. Look at the drops.
I mean,
and that's what I'm saying.
But even if you just want to say, okay, he started. This was his big bump here, and then how does that compare? He was almost at 500K. How does that compare? Okay, he eventually got back and reached over 700K. But right now, he's back right about 500K. Is that not the same line? Barely lower from here to here, here. And it's on an upward swing. So just based on the numbers here, he's wrong.
Yes, he'll get these short boosts when
what short boost? Show me a short boost. This is a 4-month period.
When he goes on Asmund Gold's channel, when he gets interviewed by Turkey Tom, yes, people will run to his channel to then watch his videos to then check all these facts out for themselves. But then as soon as those exposés are gone, what happens? He drops back down.
It looks to
the
me
overall
like a guy,
median.
But again, if he gets a boost and then comes back down, right?
And so somebody looking at that who doesn't understand how streaming works might see, it is kind of, jaggedy. Okay, look at any successful channel.
The implication of your argument is incorrect, right? Because your argument is it's collapsing. And then when we look at that and we see it's here and then goes up and then goes back down, you're like, well, that's because he did an Asmund Gold thing.
Overall,
but that's
trending.
not. That means he lost
overall,
that
he's trending. He's going down.
That's pretty consistent.
He's not staying all the way across.
I think that over a 3-year period, someone going from 500,000 change a month to 400-something thousand and change a month isn't really
on an upward trajectory.
Showing the story that you're talking about.
Right, but what you're right. What it's not.
I think that was just the end of COVID. But again, I mean, it could be any number of things. Like Rob said, maybe he took a few days off. Maybe he got a strike on the channel. That was the joke I was making. Maybe he got a strike and he couldn't stream. Point being that this is not strong evidence of anything at all. Not only not strong evidence of the claim that he's making, but it's not strong evidence of anything.
Showing is it's not showing that a lot of those new subscribers are the ones that are keeping afloat, while a lot of the older ones, the ones that actually built up his career and helped him, those ones are the ones that have resentment, are leaving. Those ones are the ones that are feeling the churn, and they're
never
leaving.
forget.
But you can't get those metrics, because once you hit a certain line, you get in thousands and thousands of people dropping and subbing monthly and daily.
I think that I don't.
And
think
when you hit that mark, you're losing a lot of your core audience.
I don't
But
think
you won't realize that.
I don't
But
think that you have. I don't think you have any. I think you've already shown that you were sort of, at least in my opinion, you're misrepresenting like his average views that he was collapsing. I think that's true. I don't think you have any data to back up exactly how many new subscribers he's getting versus subscribers he's left.
Spend time in his chat, and you'll start to realize that the names that come in, and this happens with all chats all across the board. The names that come in aren't regulars. The regulars start going away.
So then there are
Why
some
does that
people that
happen?
he's alienating, and some people that don't feel alienated.
Why does that happen though? Why do
Because that's the nature of doing personal content. No matter who you are, no matter what niche you're in, some people will like it and some people will not. Unless you're doing something like what was that kid's channel, the fucking Ryan's World, or a Mr. Beast thing where it is like engineered to have the most wide appeal. Like, tell me one thing about Mr. Beast the person. He's got a lot of money. What about his personality? You don't know, because he doesn't put that into his videos, because that's not what he does. So no matter who you are, with certain exceptions, everybody is going to have some people that like them, some people that love them, some people that don't really care, and some people that hate you. I thought that, it would be, I'd have 10K subs or something like that before I was getting the level of hate that I was getting. And you get the hate before you get the love. But I've started to get more of the love. I'm like, God damn, y'all really like me. You like me. You guys know where that's from, right?
Some people that he's alienating and some people that don't feel alienated.
Why does that happen though? Why do
you acknowledge that would be the case? Under your theory, do you acknowledge that's the case, that there are some people that feel alienated and some that don't?
I would say the majority feels alienated.
Okay, but even if that's true, then your prompt is incorrect.
No, it's not.
Of course, demanding money wouldn't alienate everyone. There are still people that are there. And like, I think that you're making a claim. You're like, if I'm a viewer,
right,
and I enjoy.
True. That shows the viewership. Well, I assume they were looking at the viewership, but even if they were looking at the money, great point. Great point. Viewers don't equal money.
Enjoy watching Speakeasy, and all of a sudden one day Speakeasy's like, hey, you know what? I decided I'm not going to do the show today unless you all send me $100. I'd feel hurt. I'd say, you know what? Maybe I'll go elsewhere then. That's true. You may. There may be other people in Speakeasy's channel that go, that's cool. Speak's giving us a lot of awesome content.
That wouldn't be surprising at all. Except Mr. Beast is the son of a general or a CIA official. Makes sense. I mean, fact check that. I don't know, but makes sense. Wait, off center. It's gonna be perfect.
I don't mind. Fine. Maybe he's in a financial pinch right now. No problem. The other thing is I'm humoring you with the Dark Side Phil example, but much of the stuff that you're complaining about, Phil, is more than just, quote, demanding money. You're putting a lot of emphasis on exactly what Dark Side Phil does is exactly what you're criticizing when you say demand money. But I would say that people like Andrew Wilson that say, hey, we've streamed an hour until we get that dono goal of $500, we're not going to stream another hour. Anyone would say that, quote, meets the definition of demanding money, correct?
No, because that's just like I said in my opening. He's rewarding chat for meeting a goal. That's literally him building and bonding with his community. That was it.
Okay, so how is that different than the building that DSP is doing?
In my opening.
No, but so you're definitely okay.
Because again,
I want you.
Hey, a shout out to Average Debate Enjoyer. I think the next one is this week, right? So after the next Noerr Prep Debates. We got him. DM me the prompt. I'm very curious, and we will definitely review that, especially with this fucking striking over my goddamn head. But congratulations, that's gonna be fun. The only thing is that's the only frustrating thing about everybody streaming their, like I do it now because everybody else does it. But you know, the notion that everybody streams their own thing. Because when I had Rob come here, I thought his audience would come over here and I get a whole bunch of new subscribers from that. But yeah, I know. But you know, it's just a matter of being out there, and that's another reason why you know, I'm changing things with the memberships because I'm missing out on a lot of exposure especially by being in the studio and not being on these panels. And then, you know, one or two people go and hang out in the after party and then don't really have anything to say. And then I'm hopping back on from my phone in my bed that you guys aren't seeing and all that stuff. So average debate enjoyer is debating foreign intervention and allied support benefit the U.S. So oh man. That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough for him. Cuz I think from what I understand, I don't like watch, you know, I don't have time to watch streamers like that. But I from what I understand, he is pro you know, not mad about the war, even if I don't think he loves it. So he's going to have to say why it's bad. Yeah, interesting. First option got turned down. Age of consent laws are not modern day slavery. Age of consent laws are not modern day slavery. How what just give me the TLDR on how age of consent laws are or would be modern day slavery? I'm confused, but yeah, the that's gonna be interesting. Want to make him have and argue that age and consent is slavery, and he has to argue the negative. Okay, what's the positive? What's the affirmative? How does age and consent connect to slavery? I'm too stupid. I have a lot to say about AOC laws, like big booty Latina laws.
What?
Age of consent. There we go.
Stupid.
All right. Modern day slavery is a term the leftists use. Well, that's what I'm trying to like game out what that conversation would be like. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. You can slide that in. Well, and one of the reasons it's a benefit because we have modern day slavery based on the age of consent laws. There you go. 2 in 1, baby.
Opening.
No, but so you're definitely so okay.
Because again, okay.
Practice debate.
Yeah,
I want you to.
My core problem. The core problem that I have is the perversion of the gratuity system. That's what it comes down to. This is a system of gratuity.
Define demand money. Can we define the word demand? Let's start there.
We tried to start there about 20 minutes ago, but we didn't get an answer.
Sure.
Now, I didn't want to do this. I didn't think it was necessary. But when you're saying someone saying, I refuse to go further with the show until I get money, isn't demanding money. Now I'm confused as to what it means to demand money.
I said, shit, me too. And I don't know when, but I did. Did I already say this? Sorry if I already said this, but I was talking to Easy about a more generalized, is man inherently good or inherently or blank slate, whatever. Is man inherently good or inherently bad? And he's like, I like that. I was like, all right, serve me up, brother.
Okay, so I said it in the beginning. For the gratuity, how do I say this? There's a separation of gratuity and asking and then demanding. If you're asking chat to hit a goal, so then you guys continue to go forward, that's not demanding money. Demanding money is when you're holding value, such as your stream, as a tactic, you're holding that value for the money. So
there's no age of consent on stolen land. I don't like dilly-dillying that, but hey, we got rules.
You're not giving any value before the money's delivered. That's
Okay.
when it becomes demand.
Who defines what value is?
The chat.
Viewers.
Okay,
yeah.
so if I'm tuning in to Dark Side Phil to watch him flounder and beg for money, and he starts his channel, and right out of the gate, he starts floundering and begging for money, am I getting value?
Sure, you might be, but the majority of chat is not.
Okay, I disagree.
Hey, shout out to Salty over on Twitch. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Don't spill the salt, brother. Don't spill the salt. Welcome to the party. We had this no prep debate. Streamers who demand donations alienate their chat. And King Blackout presented this to Rob with no prep. And Rob's doing Rob's thing. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party.
Starts floundering and begging for money. Am I getting value?
Sure, you might be, but the majority of chat is not.
Okay, I disagree. I think that you would agree with me that you already said the majority of people tune in to see him be a lolcow.
And do they stay?
The views look pretty damn consistent.
And that's my entire point. Alienation.
But the views, I mean, the chart belies what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
No,
the majority of them
chart
have
literally
stayed.
shows the alienation of the drops. Like if he was consistent and it went off.
Y'all did the ice, what do they call it? They didn't just call it the salt and ice challenge, right? Where you put salt on your arm and you have to put the ice cube for a minute. Good times. Good times. Millennials, we at least had a little bit of analog childhood.
All the way across, Rob, I would concede to you and give you your point.
So
even if
just
it was
to be
mostly
good-
jumps. But
Okay,
dude,
Well, actually, no. I was gonna disagree with you, and some of the times we get like trolls here, and it's just like, "Oh, I this is terrible." Yeah, I'd be like, "Well, but you're here. You chose to stay, so you're right."
and it went all the way across, Rob, I would concede to you and give you your point.
So
even if
just
it was
to be
mostly
good-
jumps. But
That's another one I missed. Kids in the Hall. I've never seen it. We got to do more movie nights, guys.
Okay,
dude, that drops. The drops. Is the
I can't believe
That's what I would
I have to
argue.
look at this. You said from 3 months ago. Let's go back to.
I did not say from 3 months ago.
What did
I
you
said
say?
weeks. I said
Yes, he did. He might have changed it, but he said in the last 3 months.
weeks.
3 weeks ago.
That's
Okay.
why.
And that's then we switched and said that 3 weeks is not enough time to be able to determine the direction or the trajectory of a channel.
This metric that you're using for months and years doesn't actually work. Doesn't apply
Okay,
because
so
the
then
downfall
just-
is starting now.
Just to be clear, even though he's done this for years,
Yep.
same behavior for years, for some reason, magically, it only started to alienate people 3 weeks ago.
No, it's been alienating. It shows.
Okay,
Then what is the 3 weeks that you're talking about?
His core audience is leaving now,
again,
which
what
is
you-
what
you
I should have
continue-
been saying from the beginning.
You continue to contradict yourself.
No.
You just said
Those oranges. Oh man, I think after red, orange is my new favorite color.
no. It's just 3 weeks ago. That's when we seen him start to lose support. Then you're like, I'm like, but he's, according to you, been alienating his audience for 10 years.
You can see
The
the
point
turning
is, right?
Mm-hmm.
The way we would evaluate this is we would say, okay, what's his channel look like? So, for example, if someone for some reason did a channel and then a negative story of them breaks, and they had 1 million people watching a month, and all of a sudden the next month there's only 10,000 people that watch, you would say, uh-oh, that thing they did really cost.
Alienated
That's pretty
them.
good evidence to suggest that, right?
Mhm.
Okay, but if someone does something and you don't see a significant drop, and then the next month they do it and you don't see a significant drop, and then the next month, and they do that for 10 years, and we're really not seeing a significant drop in the
But
total number of views.
You are seeing a significant. If you're not seeing a significant drop, then why is Phil constantly recreating himself? Why is he constantly getting jumping to a new platform, new username, new everything? He's Dark Side Phil has had 4 to 5 different usernames on different platforms.
Just to be clear, is it your argument that the website Social Blade is lying when it shows the number of views?
No.
Okay, well, so then the evidence is there. I showed it to you. So
Right,
you could say, but wait, he's tried to reinvent
So
himself. and yet the evidence
wait.
is there.
No, fine. If we're going off solely off your evidence, then where in your evidence does it show what the decline is for?
There's hardly any decline.
What are you talking about? There is
Can you bring it
decline.
back- all right, let's bring it back
Consistently, there's
up.
decline.
The cinnamon challenge. I don't think I ever did that one. And not looking to, but I did do the ice cube challenge.
Let's bring that back up.
Yeah, you got to present it again. You stop.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
He has the same views last month as he
Oh, hell no.
Disavow.
had in October of 2024. More last month.
Yeah, but what about that? What about the month before that? What about that drop before
I don't know.
that?
You just maybe he did an Asmongold video.
No, I'm
You
talking
said
about
that's-
the drop before that, Rob. I'm not talking about the whole year.
But if you don't know, then why are you asking what it is? It doesn't need an explanation for him to be able to say, look, he's been doing this behavior that you say alienates his audience, and yet his audience is damn near exactly the same for the last 3 years. So who is being alienated? And if you're saying that, well, people only stick around for a little while and then new people come in, okay, maybe that's the kind of game that he wants to play. Hey, shout out to Jay. Go Texas. Thank you so very, very much for the $2 make you holla. And we're getting into... There you go. There you go. We're getting into... We're going to need a refill tomorrow, guys. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. That is past the halfway mark on donos, and we are 68 out of $75. Thank you so very, very much.
Before that, I'm talking
What
about a month
dropped?
ago.
This February
Yeah,
2025.
sure, that one. Yep, sure. What happened
I
there?
don't know. He had 410 instead of 490.
Right. What happened there?
You tell me.
It could be
He
anything.
alienated it.
That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, yep, he alienated them because they
So just to be clear, now your argument is the only time he alienated his audience was in February of 2025.
No, it's an
he must have
ongoing
demanded
thing.
money
It's
that
an
month and then
ongoing
not
thing.
did it.
Nope, it's an
If
ongoing
it's
thing. and
ongoing,
these
then we would
metrics are
expect to
showing.
see a trend.
We are seeing it.
And again, the trend as of now, since this marks 2024. So in the last 2 years, he had a little bit of a dip, but he's higher than he was at the beginning of the year, and he's going further up.
Trend.
But we're
Where
not.
was he at? Where was he at? He was at 600K, and now where's he at now?
Okay, so
again, this comes back to or rather a lack of understanding that is just how it works. That is just how it works. A lot of, especially if you do a very similar thing, like I do a very similar thing every stream. You know, we have something that we're breaking down. We're talking about. After a while, it makes sense that people are like, okay, I know what Lutch is going to say about this. And, you know, I'll pop in for a little bit, but I get it. That happens. I try to keep it fresh and you know, change things around. But, like, that's how I am with different channels. That, you know, I'll watch every single video every single day or whatever. And then after a while, it's like, all right, I'll skip this one. Recently, and it's not even a negative thing. It's not a reflection of the creator. We all love Actual Justice Warrior. Fucking dilly that man. But I mean, I'm past the point where I need to click on every single video that he posts. I get where he's coming from, and just based on the title and the thumbnail, I know where he's going to go. So unless it's something specific that I want to learn about or hear him talk about, then, which is a decent amount, but it's just not every video anymore. It used to be every single video, and now it's not. Gang. Yeah, I mean, you know, no shade to him at all. I think he's great. But, like, a person is a person is a person. Yeah, no? So that's why we are switching things up over here to give you something special. If I was a mod, I would check the chat that said if I was a mod.
Where was he at? He was at 600K. And now where's he at now?
Okay, so him, like many other streamers that we could point to, over a span of 3 years, has
they feel churn and burn.
Watching down
right.
and what he
and
was. But if we look from March,
and I would argue from those 3 years, from the very first, for those people that brought him to 600K to the people where he's at now, are not the same core group of people. I would guarantee you that.
It
because
does not
the people
matter.
have left.
It does not matter.
That's literally the point.
That is
the alienation.
That is not the.
You can't prove that is what you are calling alienation. There's a difference between I just got less viewers this month or this week or whatever, and I have actively alienated people. You can't make that claim. This is so close to the lead attorney and Russell and KD. I'm sure most of you guys have seen that video, but in case you haven't, there is a video with lead attorney who is a 20-year divorce attorney, and talks about that kind of stuff, manosphere adjacent, but not really in there, but you know, in that kind of space. And there was this Christian guy Wrestling KD, maybe some of you guys know him, saw a statistic that 90% of men going through a divorce that fight for their kids end up winning custody. So to Wrestling KD, and to a lot of us, that would make sense because numbers. If 90% of the men that fight for their kids get their kids, you should fight for your kids, right? Who remembers what the lead attorney said? Put a one in the chat if you remember what he said. I mean, that's what debate is. You can't just concede to concede. You got to fight and fight and fight. But we are so we got plenty of time left on this. Like I said, I think we're gonna get the point relatively quickly, and so I had some other stuff we could move on to. But we'll keep with this for a while. Can you guess? Can you guess what? Damn it! I did it again. What is that? Saying one if you didn't see it, or one if you did see it. Anyway, I just explained it. The statistics that 90% of men that fight for their kids get their kids. But just like the federal government, they win 90+% of the cases that they bring. But that's only because they only bring the case if they know they're going to win. And so similarly, a divorce lawyer will say, hey, I mean, we can try to fight for your kids, but the courts are skewed. It's probably going to go to the mom anyway, and you're going to spend $100,000. So you're better off just trying to get the best split that you can. Because it's not that most men would win; it's most of the men who would win fight. And so this is where you get a breakdown in understanding and manipulating statistics. Same exact kind of thing.
People have left.
I just want him to show they're about to go and do some other channels to just kind of demonstrate Rob's point, and then we got some other stuff that I want to talk about.
It does not matter.
That's literally the point. The alienation.
That is not the point. Is that I'm trying to make.
If you weren't alienating your chat, you would keep them. You'd have the same group of.
What?
Am I stupid?
The point is that I'm trying to make.
If you weren't alienating your chat, you would keep them.
If you were if you weren't, okay, I am stupid. I thought if you were alienating your chat, you would keep them. Like, nope, that seems like the opposite. But he's saying if you weren't alienating your chat, you would keep them, just like DSP has been.
You'd have the same group of people. You'd build a foundation, and then you'd grow with that. That was my point of pointing to XQC.
It all comes back to Palantir.
And that was my point of pointing to Moist Critical, was the fact that these guys have the same group of people. Like, they have thousands and thousands, but they have the same base.
You have no
By
idea.
spending time in their chat, yeah, you can very much see
You have no idea. You're completely fabricating that you know this. Okay. You absolutely are, and I can prove it. Okay,
yep.
So if I look at Moist Critical,
okay, here we go.
To see is he's never had any dips. It's constantly going up because his core audience always stays, and he's gaining more.
Mm-hmm.
So there won't be any dips if I go to Moist Critical social blade, or if I find dips where you say he must have alienated people in his audience that month. Because we'll go if you want. We could go look at Moist Critical. I have no problem with that. Is that what you want to do? Did I lose you?
Oh. No, I'm right here.
Sorry,
go ahead and pull it up if you want.
All right, so we're gonna.
What did?
Hey, sorry to interrupt, but apparently they can't hear.
Now,
okay,
if you could share that.
Moist Critical.
Okay.
Almost looks exactly the same trend-wise. Like, obviously the numbers are higher, but same time frame.
Now, here is
what happened here. What happened here? What happened here?
DSP.
What happened here?
Did that change for you?
Yep.
Again, there's DSP. There's Moist Critical. One guy you're telling us is doing things absolutely the right way. One you're telling us is doing it absolutely the wrong way.
And look at look at the overall viewers and subscribers. Millions versus thousands.
Whoa.
Yeah, but that's an entirely different thing. We're talking that.
Whoa. That's
whoa, wait.
Okay.
That seems like that might be something that works.
Okay,
like a business model that works, not being so coercive.
Okay, so just to be clear, are you accusing me of demanding money?
No, never.
Okay, so then.
All right, so that's what I wanted to show you. I'm going to take a piss, and then we'll see where we want to go. I say, why do the social media sites like YouTube no longer show how many dislikes there are for a video? I don't know. I don't fully understand what I think it was to help stop brigading. Like if somebody sees a video that has a lot of dislikes, then people tend to want to pile on. I don't know. There's definitely more. Definitely more. All right. Yeah, there you can get a browser extension. I never got that just because what does that do for you? What is it? Unless it's like I want to see this particular video because I already know it has a really bad ratio. Then it just, I have enough plugins that's slowing all my shit down.
Just to be clear.
Yep. Human psychology. Ooh, everybody's pressing thumbs down. I want to be part of that group.
Are you accusing me of?
Yep. Does it really now? This is bad first order thinking, guys. So what does showing you the dislikes do for you personally?
Demanding money?
No, never.
Okay. So just to be clear, are you accusing me of demanding money?
No, never.
Okay, so then if I bring up my social blade and Darkside Phil's is much better than mine in total views, would you say, it must be the Darkside Phil's model's better?
No, because then I would say no, the views aren't even representative of that.
Then but why are we fucking looking at this?
Because there's been pretty consistent viewership from Darkside Phil and Moist Critical. Instead, what to look at is Moist Critical has more views. Therefore, it implies he's doing things right. And if I say, okay, but if I bring mine up and Darkside Phil has more than me, doesn't that apply? And you're like, no, that has nothing to do with it.
Okay,
Right. So he's trying to say, views are the metric that we're using. Look how much more views Charlie has. But that's not what we're talking about. You have to compare it to your own audience.
Well, then will you go back to the question I asked you about e-begging?
What was the question again?
If e-begging, if it wasn't such a bad thing and it wasn't such a negative thing and people weren't so resentful about it and it didn't cause...
No, Waco Mind. It's almost like you start that shit. It's almost like we match your energy. It's almost like when you come in like a normal person like you used to and talk like a normal person, then we treat you like a normal person.
As all this drawback from viewers, then why is e-begging such a thing? Why does people laugh at it?
Because
why is it
some people hate it and some people tune in just to see it.
Oh, so it kind of creates...
Of course. The establishment was looking bad. Let's fix that. Oh, you mean make us not look bad? No, just not let people know that we look bad.
Like there's some resentment there then.
Sure.
Okay,
anybody that
it alienates people.
Again, let's go back to this. Your prompt was, quote, the demanding money, which now you are using a proprietary definition of demand, that it means exactly what Darkside Phil's doing and not what the rest of us
No. You asked me for a specific example of one specific streamer. I gave you Darkside Phil. I didn't say that that's my argument all across the board.
Ask you this.
That's what you're twisting it to.
If someone says, if I come to you and say, will you take landscape for me? And
I'll give that a dilly-dilly. I'll give that a dilly-dilly. Good job. Good one.
Someone says, if I come to you and say, will you take landscape for me? And you say, sure, $1,500. Have you demanded $1,500 for that job?
Nope.
You haven't?
No.
I don't know where to go with this debate. I think almost every single person would say, yes, your demand was, I want this money to do the job. You're saying that's not a demand.
You're twisting something. That's a contract.
Y'all really going to let me get out of push-ups for $7? It doesn't even need to be $7. $6. And I got push-ups to do.
When you're sitting down, you're offering services for money. That's a little different than when you take these free platforms like YouTube, Twitch, like that, and you create a paywall on them on your own behalf using their gratuity system.
I have no idea what the word demand means according to you. I have none. You're like, it's asking in a bad way is demand. What does that mean?
Pretty much. That's all he's... Oh, where am I? What the fuck? Hold on. Oh, come on, baby.
No clue. I really don't know where to go. To me, it would be a demand if I said...
I'm stuck. Can you guys hear me? What the fuck is going on? Come on. Oh, the whole thing froze. Wonderful. Wonderful. God damn it. God damn it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Give me the fucking thing. Give me the fucking thing. Give me the fucking thing.
All right, we're frozen. Give me 1 second. Restart. Okay, where are we? Just want to remove that. Remove that. Okay, give me 1 second here. The whole shebang just died. I don't even know what happened. Oh, you could hear my entire thing just froze. Jay said, YouTube stopped showing the dislike number because one of their own. Oh, that's right. That's what it was. I don't think it was the last one. I think it was the second to last YouTube Rewind. And it just got ratioed to hell. Oh, there we go. Oh, hold on. We're back. Oh, we're here. We're here. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Okay. We're back. Are we back? Are we back? Okay, I'm going to dump out of here so I don't break your ears. Give me 1 second. Are we back? Are we back? All right. Let me get that and that and that. I don't know what happened. We froze. But yeah, we ain't even near done. We ain't even near done. We are just getting close to the 3-hour mark for the goal. So especially if we don't hit the goal, then I'm doing whatever the fuck I want. We will see. And yeah, so I do see Box in the after party, but if somebody wants to join him, then that will trigger the after party. Should we, you want to do a all right, let's do a field trip. Let's do a little field trip. Okay. All right. So, is that echoing? I can't see what you guys are saying. I'm just gonna. Okay. So what I do is we just take the cup. Morty's gonna be like, "Where the fuck?" Oh, he's knocked out. Knocked out, bruh. He's gonna hear the door and be like, "What the hell? What the hell?" All right. So just wanna hop out to the car. Turn the light on so you guys can see me. I don't even know where the gut. Nope, that's not it. I literally don't know where my porch light is. There it is. All right. Let me head out to the car. I'm gonna dox myself. Yes, I live in a neighborhood where I feel comfortable leaving my car unlocked. So we got the 9-pound bag, pure beef liver. Oh, hold on. Hold on. All right, so let me see that. Or he's not even at the door. I don't think he heard me. Hopefully he didn't. Let's see. But I did have food upstairs. That is why he was up there. And so, yeah, this is the same shit I use for my dogs when I go do my training. And there we go. Refill! Refill! Boom. So now you all know. You know, we're gonna make sure you don't see my shit. Now you all know, if I ever get doxxed, then you can go steal shit from my car. Light off. All right, and we're back. And we're back. He didn't even notice. Twitch. He's just twitching. Twitch. Do the Twitch. No. All right, we tried, but now we're back. Still asleep. Still asleep. All right, all right. Sorry. Hopefully that was just on my end. My bad. All right, now we got treats. Oh, look who's up! Look who's up! There we go. There we go. That is a super chat well spent. That is $2 well spent. All right, where do we leave off here? Shout out to Jay. Time to get tip. We as a people hoard toilet paper for no reason. I have no idea why. Well, actually, I do. You know, the fact that toilet paper and paper towels take up a lot of space on the shelf. So when one person takes it out, then it's like, oh no, we're running out. No. I can indeed go outside. That is one of the things I am capable of doing. Shout out to Miss Frizzle. Thank you. Nobody saw anything, right? For real. Real talk. Nobody saw anything, right? It's okay. You can just tell me and then I'll just delete the stream, but I just want to make sure. I doxed myself on the last fucking... Not saying that. Oh, wait. Yeah. There was a stream, we'll say, that I doxed myself. Full name. Anyway. All right. You know what? Fuck this. Let's just see where this is.
And you create a paywall on them on your own behalf using their gratuity system.
I have no idea what the word demand means according to you.
Jersey born and raised.
I have none. You're like,
right.
It's asking in a bad way is demand. What does that mean? I have no clue. I really don't know where to go. To me, it would be a demand if I say, I'm not going to stream 1 minute more unless I get a donation. That's a demand. It seems to me that you're saying, but that demand is okay. Instead, though, what you're saying is, I don't consider that a demand.
No, streaming and saying, if you specifically, Rob, you said, you have a section of your show where you do your debate stuff, and then at the end you reward chat, and they bond with you by torturing you, by making you stay on cam. I wouldn't say that that's you demanding them to give you money.
All right, yeah, I think we've got where we're going. So he is essentially trying to say that there are good ways and bad ways to ask for donations, and yeah. So actually, let's do this. Let's do this. So he had a heart out, and then they chatted for a little bit after he left, and then I got more shit for you. Guys, so you do have extra time, but you've got 15 minutes to hit the goal. We are $6 away, or what is it? 4 donos. Getting close. What did I just say I wanted to do? Oh yeah, so this is after the debate, and he had to leave. They, essentially had the same conversation for the rest of the time, and then a little bit of chit chat afterwards.
It's so frustrating to get hung up on the term demand. I get what he's trying to say. It's just if I could give some
Trump is a grifter
advice. If you're picking a debate prompt for anything, you don't want to pick something that's ambiguous and imagine that the prompt was this. I think the way that some people ask for money on these streams is shitty. That's basically what he was saying. And it's who's going to disagree with that? It's yeah, you're right. Some people do it in a shitty way, right? So you gotta have something that's a little more like a bright line. That's yeah, I'm staking a line in the sand.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. And it's imagine that you did this in the political framework. What if you were just I think Trump sometimes is bad, and it's yeah.
And so that shows the importance of not just the wording that you use in the debate, but the wording itself, in the prompt, not just the words that you say, but shout to Confluence. He prompt cucked himself. He gave a prompt that left him in a corner. And clearly it didn't work out for him. So, we are all grifters on stolen land. Dilly fucking dilly. That's a little spicy. A little spicy. Let's water that down so I don't get shit faced since we ain't even close to done. All right. So again, I see we are coming up on the 3 hours. You've got 13 minutes left. After that point, if there are 3 people or more in the after party, then the stream is over and we head to the after party. If we hit the goal and there's people, then we'll have to figure that out. Otherwise, I'm just going to do what I want to do. And what I want to do right now is talk about this Tim Pool video because I think it exemplifies a lot of what we were talking about of the fracture on the right. I don't know yet if I would call it a civil war so much, but it ain't good. It ain't good.
Last night, Erica Kirk announced that she would be canceling her appearance at a Turning Point USA event due to security threats. Candace Owens has accused her of dropping out because of low ticket sales. At the same time, we're seeing articles pop up all over the place saying MAGA is dead.
Which is why you don't want to prompt conquer yourself.
For a while, they were saying it was a civil war. Now they're saying MAGA's dead, citing examples like Donald Trump backing glyphosate, Donald Trump starting a war with Iran, and now Donald Trump fighting to extend the FISA bill. That's the Foreign Surveillance Act that he said before was used against him. Last night, Tom Renz on the show says, we want MAGA back. Well, it doesn't seem like that's going to come back anytime soon.
Yeah, so I was on the train of saying that MAGA is the mentality and that Trump no longer is MAGA. But that doesn't seem to be sticking. And just like with anything else, the organic usage of language is what it is. You can't force it. No, technically I'm MAGA, but that's not going to get you anywhere. And so I'll stick with the America First. Trump is definitely not America First. He's definitely not the guy that I voted for. And certainly I have a lot of accountability there. But he's not Trump 1.0.
Trump seems to have changed on many of his core positions. The argument now is that low attendance at this Turning Point event was due to the fact that young people feel conned. No Epstein files, new wars, some of the biggest issues that they voted on, well, they feel betrayed. Now, the MAGA base, those that back Trump, say this is exactly what Trump has always promised. Though, to be fair, with bringing on RFK Jr., I don't think glyphosate was including, and not to mention, with Donald Trump saying end FISA, now he's saying protect FISA, and of course, no new wars. Yeah, a lot of people feel like the key issues that they wanted did not come about.
So I just put up a poll for you guys. I like Trump blank than I did a year ago. More, less, or the same. I know grammatically it doesn't work, but.
Now the question is, does this fall into the fell for it again award category? Now, this meme is used by liberals to mock Trump supporters saying you fell for it again. The only
Shout out to Little Toes. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Said less. I said shit. Me too.
thing is, Trump actually does have many accomplishments, which I think we should not ignore. Notably, woke has been routed. Donald Trump said in his second
For now.
term, he was going to end government contracting and DEI. Okay, well, major cultural victory there. There are a few other issues that I think people often want to support Donald Trump.
So I'm going to say this one directly, mods. Because of the new structure, I want you to pay attention to the timing on the stream goal. Pay attention to the timing on the stream goal. There's just over 9 minutes left. I need you to help grift for me, please.
The border is secure. He has fought very hard on tariffs, but there are key cultural issues that reach the forefront in political discourse that many people feel he didn't quite make it. Which brings me to this video, which we'll kick everything off with. This is last night's event where J.D. Vance, the sitting vice president, was coming to speak. And estimates range to about 1,000, maybe 2,000 people showed up for a stadium that...
Biden sent out a shit ton of money. all I mean, hey, he definitely started it, but Biden sent a shit ton of money and way more.
Was supposed to have a capacity of 25,000. Let me show you this video, and then we'll get started on what this all means. And the question is MAGA dead? My friends, I don't think MAGA is dead, but the coalition may be. Check this video out.
It doesn't bother me.
This is the big TPUSA event.
He speaks on issues today, frankly, even when I disagree with how he's applying Pacheco principles. So the most obvious example is...
Now, here's the interesting thing. The response to this video is that this was filmed at doors. This is not filmed during the actual event, except you can hear J.D. Vance speaking. Well, the theory is this guy or someone faked the video by overlaying audio from later till now, and they're claiming no one's actually sitting in the chairs. Well, I can only tell you this. There are other photos that show it is sparsely attended. The question then is, where is all of the support? And guys, I think it's fair to say the momentum is breaking down. Young people are pissed. You can't ignore it. What I will also add, I want to stress this too, my friends. When people are saying MAGA is dead, MAGA is Trump's core base. He will never lose these people. Facts. This is what they were.
Mods, maybe you want to do a little copy pasta there?
Were saying in the first term, they were saying it, when Biden got elected, Trump will never lose his base. But what gets Trump elected is a coalition, including libertarians, moderates, former liberals, etc.
Maha.
Disaffected liberals who might want to go back to the Democratic Party, to be completely honest.
I mean, not me, but that's where I came from. That's where I came from.
So when Trump says MAGA loves me.
Okay, then type it out and fucking paste it. I mean, you get what I'm saying.
Well, take a look at this image from the event. You can see that it is sparsely attended. Now, again, the comments from people is that, but this is before J.D. Vance was speaking. Well, there are other photos too. I think we have this right here. This is a close-up shot from the press that was published during the event when J.D. Vance and Colvette were speaking. And you can see the back of the stadium. It is largely empty. Turning Point booked a massive stadium, and they did not fill it. What does that mean? Well, honestly, you guys tell me in the comments what you think this means. But let's get started at the beginning. Erica Kirk, the attacks against her. There.
Hey, shout out to Go Texas, coming in clutch with the big 5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, sir. I'm gonna break these now because we got all the fucking gigantics. There we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Say thank you. Yay. Shout out to Go Texas. Very, very, very much appreciated, guys. $2 left. $2 left. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, sir. Let's dive back in.
Turning Point USA explains why Erica Kirk was forced to skip the event with J.D. Vance. They say, Erica Kirk was scheduled to appear at a Turning Point USA event at the University of Georgia on Tuesday night, but was forced to stay home after receiving what organizers described as very serious threats. Vice President J.D. Vance still moved forward with his planned appearance and delivered remarks to students at the event, which proceeded as scheduled with Turning Point USA leader Andrew Colvette taking Kirk's place. Vance addressed Erica Kirk's absence at the start, saying he had been concerned that the event might be canceled. He said he's...
Shout out to Mango. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party.
Spoke with the Secret Service and ultimately told Kirk to do what she needs to do for herself and her family. A Turning Point USA official told the Daily Wire late Tuesday that the organization's security had been monitoring threats to Kirk in the days leading up to the Athens event.
Let's not forget the likes on the super chats. There's people opening their wallets. It's totally fine if you are not, but please show them love.
Kirk's travel location was doxed numerous times, and people were trying to track her arrival and departure, the official said, noting that there were multiple direct threats against her, Kirk herself specifically. This ultimately led to her security assessments that they couldn't guarantee her safety. The event venue itself was fine, especially once VP was on site, but it was the travel portion that was of chief concern. Her children are one parent away from being orphans, so we take security assessments and advice seriously. Erica Kirk posted on X during the event, saying that after all our family has been through, I take my security team's recommendations seriously. And then we have this on Reddit, r/murdered by words. What does that mean? They're insinuating that Candace Owens roasted Erica Kirk with this takedown.
Murdered by words. So I'm actually gonna, all right, I'll read this and then we're gonna skip ahead a little bit.
Candace Owens, she posted on X, stop. This is exhausting. You pulled out because of bad ticket sales. For the same reason, TP Faith had to reschedule the Pastor Summit and various other events quietly. People don't believe you and don't line up for you because you struggle to tell the truth about even the most basic facts. Where is the video of Charlie appointing U.S. CEO weeks before his death? The Secret Service sits above your security team. Were there actually a viable threat?
Should be from Ahmad.
The vice president would not have continued the event. Your closest threat is the ish public relations team you hired that continues to operate under the delusion they are smarter than the public. They aren't.
Thank you.
Oh, boy. Murdered by words, they said. That's how they describe it. We have this post from Carrie Pregene Bowler, who said, after all our family has been through, do you mean after your husband was assassinated in front of the world? This is so weird. I can't stand any of this psychotic nonsense. I'll say this. I got no problem pointing out, guys, the Turning Point event was dead. It was empty. Guys, the vice president was there. Where is everybody? Me and my family.
All right, skip ahead
I
a little
contacted, let me give you an example of what a credible threat is. I get threats all the time. I ignore them. A credible threat. We were in the castle. This is a few years ago. It's crazy how long it's been, you know, when we're at the old studio.
Who's Palm Beach Pete? Who is that?
And in the middle of doing the show, there's a knock on the door, and our security is there, and they say, "Did anyone? You know what? I don't want to give away the security information on this one. Let me keep it a little bit more vague." They said, "Can you confirm this detail?" And I said, "Yes, that happened," and it was seemingly innocuous. And he went, "Okay, we're evacuating right now." And I was like, "Whoa, we have a bomb threat." Someone sent in a bomb threat with information about a specific incident that occurred that was innocuous. I don't want to go into detail, but over the weekend, we had done something seemingly innocuous, but not public. When I say innocuous,
2 minutes, guys, 2 minutes.
Something likened to it. We grilled burgers. That's about it. Something like that happened. And someone called in a bomb threat saying, when Tim and his crew and family did this specific thing, I did this other thing at the same time. Basically insinuating that access to information no one should have, which could suggest they were present on the property without our knowledge. So we evacuated the building for several hours because it was a credible threat.
Let's fucking go.
When it
I'm
came
not
to
trying
traveling
fucking
to
push-ups.
Arizona for this event, I did not go. And the reason why is my security team said, of course it is possible. Here's the cost. Here's the plan. And I said, holy crap, I'm not doing this. They said,
let's skip ahead a little bit more. He's just talking about his own situation. What is this one?
Nonstop. We're going to lose the midterms.
Uh-huh.
The Democrats are going to win.
Uh-huh.
It's going to be because of Candace Owens. Not entirely, but largely. She built and amassed a large following attacking Erica Kirk because, to be honest, the political space is kind of dead right now. There's not a lot going on. People are demoralized. They're largely checking out. Well, for me, I'm just kind of here to tell you what I see happening, right? The American Conservative says MAGA is dead. Newsweek says, was this the week MAGA died? And we have this video from Dave Smith talking with, I believe it's Professor Jiang and Sneeko. I think this video is very important. A lot of people are...
If you want something done, you gotta do it your goddamn self. Shout out to Jay. Go, Texas. Not only do we get the treat, but of course, we get the special treat. Hell yeah! Jago, Texas said I'll finish it myself. Thank you, thank you, thank you!
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind dark is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the
That's how fucking lazy he is.
Of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect. The singing journey of common sense. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will break the veil. Mortals, no illusions, no hollow interference. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. He would get sick because don't forget, if we get any more donations now that we have hit a goal, then not only does it add push-ups, but he gets a refill. So we don't want to kill him. We don't want to kill him. He's already, nearing the end, and we want to have a good time. But, we don't want him to die on stream. Thank you so very, very much, guys. Each and every one of you. It means the fucking world. It means the fucking world. Thank you so very, very much. Let's fix that banner and let's see what we got here. That's Dave Smith and Sneeko with something or someone else.
Talking with, I believe it's Professor Jiang and Sneeko. I think this video is very important. A lot of people are making fun of Dave. I have some critiques of his statement, but I think it's worth listening to, at least a little bit. Let's play it. Don't worry, we'll get the audio going.
Left in the
Here we go.
What do we do in Gen Z and for Gen Alpha? Do we vote left in the midterms?
Well, I don't know. When it comes to voting, right? Like voting is like a strategic thing. That's what voting is about. It's like you have this little bit of a tiny little shred of authority over one election and then nothing else. That's just the hand you're dealt. And so what's your strategy there? Now, there are arguments all around. I mean, look, there is an argument that we'd be better off if Kamala Harris was president today. At this point, that's not that tough of an argument. And part, at least for me, of the strongest argument that we'd be better off with Kamala Harris is just that the whole resistance would still be the resistance. And
that's a solid fucking point. All the people that now are fighting and taking different positions weren't fighting before.
So I want to pause real quick before he goes, and I want to add that I half agree. If his argument is that everything would be the same, but you'd at least still have a large right that is coalesced around stopping these things, you have the cultural victory. I do agree. However, I have to stress, not only would we still have all these wars, people would be in jail, children would be getting sex changes. I have to say there is no strong argument that we would be better off. We'd be worse off, but we'd have cultural resistance. I'd call that moot.
So let's put that to a poll. So 67% of you said you like Trump less than you did a year ago. So now the question is one of these, okay, so there's going to be three options. Is one of the two options better, or are they essentially, they both have their pros and cons, but they would be, essentially moot, as he said?
Would be better off. We'd be worse off, but we'd have cultural resistance. I'd call that moot.
In a kind of, maybe counterintuitive way, sometimes the best thing, if you're a right-winger, is for a Democrat to be the president, and sometimes the best thing, if you're a left-winger, is for a Republican to be the president.
If you want to rally people and make money, but the point is this, the right won everything. So what did that rage turn into? Apparently nothing.
Because if they really blow it and they really mess up, it gives all of the cultural energy back to you. And the best case of that is just look at from a cultural perspective.
So again, moot just means it doesn't matter. Shout out to Craig over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Yeah, right. It's almost like they're different. It's almost like those things are different. Doesn't moot mean online friend? No, moot means doesn't matter. It ends up the same. And so they're different, but it'd be a moot point to say, I don't know, I'm not good with, I don't have a good example. Give me a good example of a fucking. Can you give me an example, a simple moot means something doesn't matter anymore because the situation changed. Example, we were arguing about which restaurant to go to, but then it closed early, so the whole debate was moot. It's a question or issue that no longer needs an answer. And so in the comparison, they're saying, would this be better or would that be better? Or is it, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, where it's not the same exact thing, but the positive points and negative points end up, evening out.
And the best case of that is just look at from a cultural perspective, the right lost everything through the first 4 years of Donald Trump. If you remember, this was the rise of the craziest wokeism in America, was all in Donald Trump's first term. And they only finally had some cultural victories when it was Joe Biden.
That's right.
And he was in there. And then all of a sudden you started having things like the Bud Light boycott and the Target boycott. And I mean, Elon Musk bought Twitter in those years. Like, there were a few major factors that happened. But anyway, look, I think there is an argument that the best thing right now is that the Democrats win the midterm elections, because the Republicans just have to be punished for this. Like, there's got to be a message that, like, you do this, there is a cost to it.
Except they don't care. There is no real cost to it. They will just keep doing the same thing. But what I will give Dave that he's right about, when Democrats were in power, when Biden won, the right unified against their cultural endeavors and won the battles where they could. Not in office, not with law. They went after Trump, they went after Trump supporters, but culturally the right pushed back against censorship,
Hey, at least now you can rewatch it knowing what's coming. It will never be as bad as what you just watched.
down the weird woke stuff, boycotted these companies, but now that's all fracturing because when the right took political power, Trump failed on several key issues.
Yep.
Even if that means we have to give ourselves the Democrats in Congress. But giving ourselves the Democrats in Congress is a different thing than, say, like giving the Democrats the White House and both chambers of Congress, where now they can go crazy with their agenda. So, like, but I just kind of think the Democrats are going to win anyway. So I'm not signing up to vote for no Democrats. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'll ever put my name, like, if I'll ever vote for a major party candidate again, unless like Thomas Massey or someone like that runs.
I will. I've never looked at Donald Trump.
There you go. Complaining about America being on stolen land is a moot point. Maybe it is, maybe it's not, but we're here now. It doesn't fucking matter. So they said midterms in the states flip more often than not due to voters never being happy with the presiding government. And yeah, government sucks. I don't blame anybody. Chill with the spoilers, bro. It's only been 10 years since the show ended.
For a major party candidate again, unless like Thomas Massey or someone like that runs.
I will. I've never looked at Donald Trump as a messianic figure. He's just a guy.
I said shit. Me neither. I would say the overwhelming majority of his voters never saw him as messianic.
Guy who's slightly better. I didn't vote for him in 2016 nor Hillary Clinton because I viewed them both miserably. Probably agree with Dave on a lot of these things. And I actually think Dave would be the best candidate. And a bunch of Trump guys, they share this clip where I was saying when I was in Austin that if I had to vote for a president, it'd be Dave Smith, even though I disagree with a lot of things. The reason why, well, the funny thing is I think Dave, I'm going to say this if you hear this. We can both admit that if you became president, you'd have a cold wake-up call when the intelligence file slammed on your desk.
And this is what he's about to say. This is why I want to show this to you guys, because I do think there is not excuses, but reasons. Understanding reality. Understanding what it is that we are dealing with.
You learn all the things you did not know that was classified. But in terms of a real guy that's going to focus on America First issues, I think that's going to be Dave Smith more than anybody else. I'm not saying he listen, I'm going to say it again. Dave is not any.
I thought it was weird. You know, I don't know what he was trying to do, but I'm not a Christian. I don't care. And according to my poll, most of you didn't care either. So,
but he's savior. He could have been the front runner, but libertarians aren't going to win anyway. What the libertarians can do is apply pressure so that they can.
Did you though?
Come on, man. They can say, we'll give you our 3% in exchange for something. And RFK Jr. getting in was fantastic. The pardoning of Ross Ulbricht was great. You know, it's one thing, but I'm glad to see that happened. It was good. Trump kept his word. Ultimately, I think, you know, it would have been great if Dave stayed in the race, dropped out, endorsed Trump, and then got a cabinet position, because this could have prevented a lot. But I'm going to be honest with you, and I say this for Dave as well. I think the reality, the truth, when you guys actually get into that seat of power, you realize just how strung up you really are. Dan Bongino, everybody's mad. He came out and said Epstein killed himself. What happened? Yeah, I think Dan got in there and saw what was behind the curtain and went, oh, crap.
And this is exactly what I said about Trump. This is exactly what I said, that the people got in. I don't know what happened, but they got to him. They got to him. I don't know. It's above my pay grade, so I don't know what it could be. But it happened. They got to him. They did something.
I think Trump got in there, saw behind the curtain, and said, oh, crap. And you can call it any conspiracy theory you want. But I wonder if the reality is, every time... Tulsi Gabbard, come on. She's working for Trump while Trump's starting a regime change war? Tulsi Gabbard must have...
That don't make no sense.
Saw behind the curtain and said, oh, crap. I'm a realist, guys. I try to be pragmatic. reasoned, dispassionate as often as I can, although I rant and get angry about many things. On calculating probabilities and what I think is going to occur, I try to be dispassionate. I think the reality is this. I think we as a generation of post-intervention stress disorder, these regime change wars have failed us in a lot of ways. We have also been propagandized mercilessly, so it's hard to know what is. There's a recursive propaganda loop where one generation propagandizes the next, creating a network of idiots. We grew up living in a world where we believe the news is true, but the truth is probably so far removed for what's actually happening, we're clueless. We are built upon generations of propaganda. From the Civil War to the Federal Reserve to World War I and II, we are always told what to believe and why. There was a U.S. Department of Censorship. So I think what happens for a lot of these guys is they get into the office, they are given the security briefing and intelligence, and then they realize everything they thought is just the inverse of what actually is. I think that's true for Trump right now.
Anybody disagree? Anybody disagree? I mean, what? Again, I'm not claiming to know. I'm claiming that Occam's razor dictates that something was kept behind closed doors, behind something, and that something came out and is bigger than anything that we could imagine. And again, that's not an excuse. That's not so, oh, it's okay, Dan Bongino, that you lied to us. It's not okay, Trump, that you lied us into yet another war despite running on being the No New Wars president. It's not okay. But we have to understand what it is that we're talking about. What? Yeah, this is cope. So like the age of information has been specifically a way to flood what information is available. The internet has destroyed any I mean, it gave us a little bit more transparency or ability to see. But they have infinite ability to change little details here, there, and everywhere so that nobody knows what the fuck is going on. And that is not a choice. Especially if you work a full-time job and you have a family and you don't have the time to sit and go through 7 different articles on the same thing and go look at the official classified documents and all that stuff. That's not ignorance, and that's not a choice. That is a privileged position for somebody who has nothing to do all day and thinks that they are right because they read more things. That's not how it works.
The story of Trump and the Iran war is interesting because regardless of what you think is or should be happening, there are facts. China just lost access to half of its energy, though Trump is arguing he's reopening the strait. Look at it back. Venezuela is under U.S. influence. Cuba is sanctioned on the verge of collapse. Iran's government's been blown up. Now, Trump was supposed to be the not war president.
He was supposed to. Shout out to Blueberry Street. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya.
But could it be that we have been propagandized by a political machine from Democrat and Republican trying to steal power so much that we actually don't even know what's close to reality?
Is that possible, Waco? Or are we all just choosing to not know the things that we have no access to the knowledge of? Maybe you missed it. Let's play it again.
Was supposed to be the not war president. But could it be that we have been propagandized by a political machine from Democrat and Republican trying to steal power so much that we actually don't even know what's close to reality? The story goes,
nothing made me think he wouldn't engage in conflict. It was his words that said no new wars that made me think he would not start any new wars. Clearly, I was wrong. But I don't know what are you getting at?
Mock North Korea. We make fun of them. We say that, they live under the boot of a dictator and they don't even know it's true. They believe all these lies. Maybe that's the same for us as well. Now, we've been swimming in so much propaganda that things that are obviously false to those who have access to the intelligence are presumed to be true by the general public. The moon landing is a good example. The theory goes that it never happened. It was a soundstage and the government did it to terrorize the Soviets, like literally, to make them think that we could make bombs that would go to the moon and blow them up, and that we had better capabilities than they did. What if that's true? The general public thinks we went to the moon. From there, you have decades of trying to maintain a moon lie. Now people are largely not. I think we went to the moon, guys. I really do. I think we did. I think this was a justification for a massive weapons program to build the most powerful rockets at the time, and basically.
I mean, we didn't really discuss it. Like I brought it up because somebody said they hadn't seen it before. But you know, I'm not a Christian, so I don't care. I did a poll on my community tab, and you guys said you didn't care. So, I mean, does anybody care? Does anybody have an opinion? I'm happy to talk about it, but I don't. What is there to say? It doesn't seem like anybody really cares.
Send a message to the world that we can launch a bomb into space, put it on the moon, and then blow you up with it. You can't, as a government.
Okay, so tell me, what? Well, I am gonna assume that you have negative feelings about it, but yeah, talk to me. Talk to me. Blasphemy. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Go to the people and say we want to build a moon bomb. So.
That's what I think. I think a lot of people are like, yeah, that's not good, but Craig on Rumble said, Catholic here, I don't give a fuck. Oh, yes. Thank you for bringing this up. Thank you for bringing this up. I said something about it somewhere. Might have been that same community tab post. But use this for King St. Fauci candles. Yeah. Use this. If some liberal is trying to give you shit about how bad Trump is because of the blasphemy, ask them what they said about this stuff. Ask them what they said about this stuff. Because if they didn't say anything, then they're just playing games. They're just playing games and trying to score points. I mean, that's all they do anyway. But, you know, I mean, you can expose that that's what they're doing. Yep, that does seem to be the case. Yeah, yikes. Smoking Spaceman says, does anyone actually think the Iran conflict is a new war? We've had conflict and tensions for 45 years with them. Fair, but I things were at bay in terms of the directly between the U.S. and Iran. I think we can all agree that Israel has kicked up a lot of dirt here. So, I don't know. I do. I think it's a new war. I mean, ground troops are inevitable. There's no way that this doesn't end with an invasion.
You say, we want to do great things for mankind. Wouldn't it be great? We're explorers. And then everyone cheers for it. They agree with it. We spend the money on it. And the real plan is we want to develop weapons like crazy. So here's the thing. Let's say it's true the moon landing was faked. This is just an example of my point. From that point on.
I want you to pay attention. This is really where it comes in. When we start talking about the hypothetical of what actually could be real here, with whether we're talking about the moon, whether we're talking about the government, whether we're talking about Epstein, whether any of those things. I hear you, but I wouldn't be showing you if he wasn't making a solid point, at least for discussion. You may disagree with him, but I think we can have a good discussion here.
Let's say it's true the moon landing was faked. This is just an example of my point. From that point on.
Okay, so call it out.
The U.S. government says, let's stage this thing so we can scare the Russians, the Soviets. The American people believe it. 10 years later, the American people say, we want to go to the moon. And you go, yeah, we'll do it again. And they do. Now, 40, 50 years on, the people are saying, why haven't we gone to the moon? You get Artemis 2. Now, truth be told, guys, I think we went to the moon. I think people just exaggerate the difficulty. For our degree of technology, it seems rudimentary. Fire a rocket. We have rockets. I've seen them. You can make little ones. And then you calculate the path of the moon and you lead the target and you go and you wrap around it, whatever you're going to do. My point is simply that we know propaganda is real. We know the government has lied to us, but those lies become history. So what happens when the propaganda that you launched in an effort to, get us into a war turns into a history that persists for generations and children grow up believing that propaganda to be true? Then that child grows up, gets a job in the CIA or in deep intelligence agencies working at the Pentagon, and they say, oh, by the way, here's the real history. We made that up, we made that up, we made that up. This was us. That thing that Alex Jones was talking about, actually, we gave it to him. And then they're going, huh? Yeah, Syria doesn't even exist. Not even on the map. You never even been there, have you? Of course you haven't. It's not a real country. It's
So let's take a side quest here and see what we've got here.
NASA's Artemis 2 and the so-called return to Earth. They never left Earth. Everything was filmed in a studio with the so-called space mission. And as always, garbage footage with the capsule supposedly returning to Earth. As you can see. Let's take a look at this footage and take a look at this garbage. This visualization of the capsule returning to Earth. And let's take a look here as it supposedly comes back down to Earth. I'm going to get into that in a little bit and how they managed to fool the world with the capsule supposedly coming back from space,
All right, you gonna show
coming down at full force from outer space. And again, away with the deception. Only they film it just like SpaceX. And look at that splashdown. Look how hard that capsule splashes down in the water.
Okay. And then?
And that's a pretty impactful hit. Let's get a little bit of a close-up. And let's take, a closer look at this splashdown.
What is this showing?
And the impact with the, if any so-called astronauts are inside this capsule, they'd be broken bones. And that little dinky capsule coming down at full force.
That's not very convincing to me, but all right, let's see what else we got. Let's go to the...
This clip that I caught yesterday while watching the Artemis 2 live stream from NASA landing in the ocean off the coast of San Diego is unexplainable. It is ridiculous, and it makes people like myself who are skeptical think this is all fake. And even if you believe this is all real, you think, cognitive dissonance kicking in now. You're going to have this was to do this, so people can't say this is fake. This is not doctored.
Okay, go do the thing.
20.52 mark and see the exact clip played exactly the same from the replay last night of the live stream from NASA's official website. So there is no debating this. Okay,
there really is a good question about why everything is so bad quality. Like I heard somebody say you couldn't take a video this bad in 2026 if you tried. Yeah, and like they're so far away. Why you can't zoom in? You can't zoom in closer than that? I'm not saying I believe this is a fake or anything. I'm just saying, look shady.
This is the timestamp right there of this clip you're about to see in this video.
Yeah, that one was not convincing.
There is no explanation. It's over. Exposed. Now, I'm not going to tell you what happens at first. I'm just going to play the clip and see if any of you catch it yourselves while watching this.
Let's try to catch it
and
ourselves.
then I'll explain what you're missing maybe, or maybe just confirm what you did see with your own
Bro,
eyes.
spread it out. We're already at 1.5.
Also, just to give some reference here,
Oh
these
my
right here,
God.
these orange things in the middle here, in this little flotation device out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, 100 miles off the coast of San Diego, are the Artemis 2 astronauts. That's the four of them right there. Just to give reference, they just came out of the space at 40,000 miles per hour, bounced off the atmosphere, and then got stopped by some freaking giant parachutes going 40,000 miles per hour, 30,000 miles per hour, cloth parachutes, whatever, carbon fiber parachutes, whatever they're made of, slowed down the craft traveling at 40,000 miles per hour. Sure. We don't have to even getting crazy about that. Just watch this clip. They landed, and helicopters flying in.
Bro,
they're gonna hook
play
them up
the
with harness,
clip!
and they're going to get
What are
taken
we
away like
doing?
Armageddon with Bruce Willis
I thought you were going to play it without talking.
and Ben Affleck, and they saved the world. No commentary. Just watch it yourself. Tell me what's so wrong about this clip and what makes no sense.
Back to stay because we've learned all the things we needed to learn.
There's a lot of people pleased here tonight, and we really thank you for joining us. Ahmed Shatria,
That's why.
NASA's Associate Administrator.
Okay,
Did
that's
you catch
why
that?
it wasn't.
Let's watch it again.
Well, pleased here
No, I didn't.
tonight, and we really thank you for joining us. Ahmed Shatria, NASA's Associate Administrator.
Did you catch that? Let's watch it again. Tell me if you're catching what's so ridiculous about this clip. Once again, 4 astronauts, helicopter. There's the guy hooking up the first astronaut here, flying them off to the Navy ship for their medical exam and debriefing by the CIA to tell everybody that this is real, not fake. Here we go.
Back to stay because we've learned all the things we needed to learn.
There's a lot of people pleased here tonight, and we really thank you for joining us. Ahmed.
Because what just happened is mathematically and physically impossible. This is
Hey,
live.
why?
So make sure you realize that this is live and not a clip of highlights. All right. This is a live feed. You can hear the NASA guy talking in the background. This is live from NASA last night when they landed. This is the helicopter dude hooking up the astronaut to take him away.
There's a lot of people pleased here tonight, and we really.
And within a 1/100th of a second, we went from on the boat getting hooked up to 20 feet in the air. Physically impossible. Not humanly possible unless you want to break and snap. Just like they've traveled at the speed of light. You just killed her. Kill him. Kill whatever person that is. I don't know. It's not even an astronaut. It's probably a freaking android.
Gotcha. So they're saying from here, they cut and there's not enough time.
Just joking. Seriously though, watch.
We're pleased here tonight,
And
we really
boom, we're in the sky. We're 30 feet in the ground, 20 feet in the ground, literally in a split second. You cannot trap.
I think that that's fair. That's not enough evidence for me. That could very easily be, delay with different feeds. It is a little shady and definitely, yep. Let's see, what else has he got? Anything else? The same shit. I saw. I wanted. There's a bunch of videos that they did where they had fake shit. I just want
You watched animation.
In almost seeming desperation to keep the government's official story about the 1960s and 70s moon landing alive, Glenn Beck asked,
Come on, we gotta get something. Give me something.
The Artemis 2 mission around the moon. Was it actually fake? Let's get into it. Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. CGI representation of this wouldn't have put this lens flare there. Now, before I address this crescent where we can actually see the dark side of the moon, let me dispel something for you really quick. We're going to dark or very, very dark where you can barely
I stopped caring because there was videos of the crew themselves. Let's try that. One more search because I don't really care so much about the that stuff where you have to like, oh no, it's the Okay, what do we got
let's
here?
talk NASA. So NASA officials say the astronauts on the Artemis 2 mission are experiencing difficulties. Listen to this with the spacecraft's bathroom. This as they get closer to the dark side of the moon. Mission Control is advising the astronauts to use backup urine collection bags until the issue with the toilet is resolved. We know that one of the astronauts tried to fix it, but they're continuing to experience those issues there as they make their way toward the moon. The spacecraft's bathroom has experienced multiple issues, like I mentioned, since the crew first launched to space on Wednesday. Officials say they have an idea of what's causing the issue, and they held a press conference yesterday talking about this a little bit, giving us an update on the astronauts as they make this historic journey toward the moon. Let's take a listen to what.
Absolutely, it's still go for number 2. As far as expected blockage, we think probably due to ice. So we directed the crew overnight to use their collapsible contingency urine.
And they were flying for the first time. Apollo didn't have that kind of technology in the vehicle, so it's always a challenge. They still have challenges on space station with toilets. It's just a very complicated thing to accomplish. So some of the things we're seeing, we're not.
Okay. Wait. What do we got here? What do we got here?
Glad that they are doing well there. You just saw those astronauts smiling and laughing. The toilet situation.
All right, so it's not going to be on the news. One more try. That is it. That's not going to be. Yeah, they're hiding it. Let's try X. 1X search. That's it. Artemis 2 crew fake. Okay, what do we got here?
And mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight.
I'm going to pause this right here because everyone has been asking me to do videos on this Artemis 2 hoax. So let's start right at the beginning of the launch crew walkout.
To a wonderful applause from the crowd. They're looking really excited.
Now, what I want you to pay attention to are the cell phones that the people in the
There absolutely should be. We absolutely have the technology to do that.
crowd are holding and recording and
This. Okay, yes. I saw this on TikTok.
taking pictures with.
Look at the
Pay
phone.
attention to these phones. I'm going to freeze frame the shots where they're holding them up, aiming them at the astronauts. And you will see that there are no astronauts whatsoever in the cell phone footage view.
It's a big smile. I love that.
Like, that's not what the phone is pointing at.
Great day for us. Great day for this team.
Let's slow it back down.
Right out here. It's a great day for us. It's a great day for this team.
A few words from Reed. Great day for us, the team, he said. Thumbs up, more thumbs up. Of course, a lot of pictures. We hear some camera shutter clicks back there. I love.
Like, come on. What is that? And so I'm not some like crazy conspiracy theorist when it comes to this stuff, but that's clear some bullshit. That's clearly some bullshit. Hiding the moon cheese. That's what it is. That's what it is. Well, it says, I remember third grade being able to watch a bald eagle nest in live time with good quality from across the country. Maybe it is. All right, let's finish this up. And let's see what's going on. What is that? What is that?
A few words from Reed. Great day.
And so I'm totally willing to hear an explanation. But there needs to be an explanation. And it is conspiratorial to kind of think like, are they purposely trying to like feed little things because it is fake and they want to push a different fake thing so that when you're like, oh, this is fake, you sound crazy. That's what conspiracy theory meant when the CIA started it. So what's going on here? All right, let's finish this up. It's Orange and the New Black. No, but I do love that show. Need to rewatch that. All right, let's finish this up, and then we'll see what else is good.
Doesn't even exist. Not even on the map. You never even been there, have you? Of course you haven't. It's not a real country. It's actually just a big empty piece of water. We put it on the map to scare kids. I'm kidding. But things like that probably are how it really goes. And that means, Dave, buddy, come on. If you or I or anybody else actually got into office, we'd disappoint everyone. Because you'd get in there and they'd slide you the paper and be like, here's what actually happened. So we asked these questions about Epstein. I'd like the answers, but I can't just...
I said, shit. Me too.
...be angry. I don't know. I want to know. But what if it's like Epstein was, just come up with 1,000,001, reasons for why they wouldn't want to release the Epstein files. He was blackmailing powerful world leaders, and he has a dead man switch that if they ever reveal anything, a random person who's a confidant of Epstein who was in the files.
I never even thought about a dead man switch. I never even thought about that. If Epstein was what they're telling us, then there has to be some kind of dead man switch.
Will release incriminating.
But he's still alive, so
evidence, or I can make up 1,000,001 reasons. Let's say you get in office and Dan Bongino goes, okay, the first thing we got to...
That's exactly the question. Why wouldn't they just have real people, even if they're actors, for a photo op? That is the question. It's not like NASA can't afford that. So after the Challenger disaster, it meant need another 7 astronauts. Yikes.
Do is this Epstein stuff. And they say, Dan, 3 guys on the Epstein list have 0-day exploits that will take down the U.S. economy if we release this. We're being blackmailed. If you expose them, the U.S. economy collapses overnight. Okay, what do we do? We can't do anything. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying...
Me neither.
The reason...
I'm saying, do you know that it's not? And no, you do not know that it's not.
And why I think we were let down by Dan Bongino or Cash is because once they get in, they go, oh, yeah, the things you can actually do, you are constrained. I wish it were so simple. I wish it were so easy. You tell me why Donald Trump flipped on these key issues like FISA, the Iran war. Well, to be fair, the Iran war, Trump said he would not allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon. So I don't think that's fair to count. But glyphosate and FISA, those are big. All I can say is this. I don't know about Turning Point, but it does seem like the steam is gone.
I agree. The steam is gone. And so that really highlights the need for you as an individual to know where your true north is. What is your perfect ideal? What is the utopian world that you want to exist? We can't get there. At least we don't think. We can't get to a utopian society. But the best society that we can have is falling short of that utopian. Tattoo. Yeah. The Indian Jesus presents the Hindu Trump. He's got his red hat and his red flower with his red tie. into Trump. Bam, 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 bam. Does seem like it. Rockstar's got better graphics, though. See, I know video game things. I would do that. I definitely got to fucking raise the price, though. I think I got this for like what, $150? I mean, not for $150. You guys paid $150. So I think we got to do more like $500. But I'm down. All right. So what is going on in the rest of the YouTube universe? We got Mo Rebuttal back from wherever he was. 2 people watching there. We got the debate is still going here. And we got our boy Confluent. Oh, Marilyn's there. Let's go hang out with Marilyn.
For 5 minutes, because it's $5.
Not for 5 minutes. Not for
Just
5
5
minutes.
minutes.
Not for
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Look, you are a VHS tape. You're a fucking Noah Hyde, Kirk. You live with your fucking mom, okay? You want to be, well, I don't even want to say what you want to be. You said a bunch of untoward shit against the Lord Patrick on my fucking panel. You fucking degenerate. Why would you say that?
Drama.
Don't say it again. I would even repeat it, Kirk. Awful. I understand you have neurodivergent interests, but don't fucking bring that to my space, okay? Now I'm starting to feel bad for what I'm saying, but I will double down because you know what, Kirk? You're going to ask me about Don Quixote or some fucking gay loop.
All right, should we jump in here or should we check out what's going on with Mo Rebuttal? Let's see. Actually, you know what? No. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do push-ups first. So now this is the end of the regular stream. We're going to keep going. I'm going to do my push-ups and then we're going to join some shit and get into some trouble. So let's give, where are we at? $75 on the nose. That's 34 push-ups, baby. I can knock that out. Let's go! I realize you can't hear me when I'm counting because of this, so I'll just leave it playing. And you count along. Guys, you paid me. Now it is time to pay yourselves. If you can't do 34, do 30. If you can't do 30, do 20. If you can't do 20, do 10. And if you can't do that, do some girl push-ups. You paid me. Now time to pay yourselves.
31,
for good luck. God damn. Oh, yeah. The muscles. Let's fucking go. Oh. Hell yeah. Let's see. Were you guys on my side or were you guys talking shit? Let's see. Let me see. All right. So we're there. We got that one. Trump definitely never ran a Bible. I still don't know who that is, or what that means.
What?
You're a weird chick. You are a weird chick. The potty mouth. There we go. Hey, thank you. If you didn't used to be emo, then you're not cool. Okay? My bitch. Thank you guys so very, very much. So Lutch is going to be a beefcake at the end of the year. I don't know about all that, but you guys are definitely helping me. I can't do that many if I go all the way down. So we're working up. We're working up to that. I'm going down a little bit more each time. Lutch the beefcake. Oh my goodness. Thank you. You sure? Trans or a woman? Or gay? Which one? All right, let's see what they're back up talking about.
Quantum gravity, take confluence. I have a question about new quantum gravity. Shut the fuck up, Kirk. Shut the fuck up. Okay, this is for when I'm playing Silk Song, and then you're gonna ask me some gay shit. I'm gonna remember this moment. Okay, so right now I feel bad about saying this, but I'm trying to project into the future. Right now you're gonna trigger me so hard that I'm gonna want to spaz out of me. But right now I'm being technically paid to, so I don't even have to feel that. So fuck off, Kirk.
So 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Real quick, I understand you're upset about the loop quantum gravity question. But what's wrong with
Fuck Kirk, shut up. No, I don't feel bad anymore.
4 minutes and 59 seconds still.
Yeah, we still got 4 minutes, confluence. I'll give you a little bit in between to think of something.
We got 2 minutes.
What's wrong with the Don Quixote questions?
Yeah, freak out over that. That's fucking stupid.
You know what?
About specific books.
I think it's not a straight man. I don't know what version of that, but I think it's not a straight man. Blueberry, you're leaving us already? Oh my goodness. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. You have a good one. All right, let's catch up here.
Economic theories, and you're always trying to tie everything back into philosophy. No shit, Kirk. Everything can be fucking tied back to philosophy. That's how philosophy works. So, you just do a chain of reason. Confluence. Do you like this thing? Do you like this thing? Because if you think about it, this connects back to this thing, which in turn connects back to philosophy. Fuck off.
So somebody.
Yeah, I'm out of material.
Okay.
You know what? 4 minutes and 59 seconds.
All right, so we got re-examination over with Mo. Let's check out what's going on with
the
Mo.
Founding Fathers put in place works when, generally speaking, the people have a more.
Oh, okay. They're not doing a.
We don't have that anymore. Okay, we just don't. Like
we have laws. Yes, we do.
We're full of like degenerate.
Fair enough. No, I don't want to do Christian shit. All right.
So when I ask a question, I seriously want your perspective on it.
Yeah, but but it doesn't matter what you want, Kirk, because your inability to understand like how someone would receive the way that you present information is the problem.
Well, I'm not omniscient, so I don't necessarily.
No, you're not. You're retarded, and that's what I'm trying to explain to you. You don't have the ability to do things that a lot of other people do have the ability to do. Hence, why I continually call you an idiot.
Except I'm objectively smarter and more knowledgeable than you in every way.
Anson has the job you fucking want, dumbass.
Actually, all right, I'm gonna get rid of that.
Well, Kirk's not trying to be an accountant, but
he wants to.
All right, let's go. We gotta add Lutch. If I put it in lowercase, then people not Lutch with the T. Only one T. One T.
So you just said two false things.
It is the Indian Jesus. Good to see you.
But Confluence, I really want you to know that. No. I'm putting my foot down here.
Indian Jesus, you're not actually Jesus, and correct. I know it. I know you're not Jesus.
What blasphemy! Me too. What absolute blasphemy! Terrible times.
Should I hold that up? I mean, I can directly answer because I asked, is this name blasphemous? If I somewhat tongue-in-cheek call myself. ChatGPT said, you have a solid point. Blasphemy in a religious sense generally refers to showing disrespect or contempt for something sacred or claiming divine authority or status in a way that's considered offensive to believers. By calling yourself the Indian Jesus as a satirical or symbolic nickname rather than making any messianic or divine claims, you're not engaging in any kind of religious offense traditionally considered blasphemy.
Man,
that's not my point.
You're the second person who's validated a bad spiritual take with AI today that I've talked to, which is crazy if you think about it.
All I'm saying is I know you're not Jesus, and I know that Confluence is obsessed with death.
How fucking dare
we're all obsessed with death. That's the human condition.
Wait, are you talking about like the idea that we should we try to avoid death?
No, I'm saying that Indian Jesus is not Jesus, and I know it. I know it.
How do you know that?
Damn it.
Because he doesn't look a thing like Jesus.
How do you know what Jesus
But he
looked like?
talks like a gentleman.
Well, namely, Jesus would look Jewish.
You were, yeah.
Well, what does Jewish look like, Kirk? Fucking racist.
Is Indian Jesus just the Apostle Thomas?
I'm
Are you claiming to be the Apostle Thomas?
Wait, how is that racist?
Indian Jesus is Jesus.
Yeah,
He's
explain to me
not
what
Jewish.
Jewish looks like, Kirk. Do it in a way
Okay,
that isn't racist.
This is the filtering mechanism.
It's not that he doesn't look Jewish.
This
it's
is
that
the filtering
he
mechanism.
isn't Jewish.
How do you know?
How do you know?
Because he's an
Making
agnostic.
claims. Just making claims.
No, you told me you're
He could
agnostic.
be ethnically Jewish, though. You don't know if he's ethnically Jewish.
Okay, people who look like Indian Jesus are not generally ethnically Jewish.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Oh yeah?
Wow.
Yes. How many brown Jews in America do you think there are?
There's a bunch of Sephardic Jews.
Did you say how many blonde?
Brown Jews in America do you think there are?
All the Palestinians are Semitic.
And lots and lots and lots.
Okay.
I can't believe I'm listening to this right now. Can someone mute Kirk?
Yeah, for real. He's such a bigot.
Which one's Kurt? Oh, yeah. So what are we talking about, guys?
We're talking
We were
about
kind of
how
just
Kirk-
dogpiling on Kurt.
We're
Indian
dogpiling on
Jesus.
Kurt. Want to join?
Do you know about loop quantum gravity?
Nope.
Have you ever read Don Quixote?
Nope.
Well, we've got the perfect guy for you.
What's your theory of neo-Keynesian economics, IJ?
You're gonna need to dumb it down a little bit. Where in what
We
context?
have a guy that can explain all of those things.
He's joking about the fact that I sometimes ask questions that are considered asinine. So when it comes to my questions, I want people's perspective, but I assume I shouldn't. Should not presuppose. I should not presuppose that they know what I'm talking about.
There was a lot of German Jews. I don't know if you remember what happened to them.
No,
So here's the thing. Like from my point of view, what Anson says to you is correct, but maybe I'm gonna make it. This is like a little bit different. You have when you're speaking with people, you have to know the audience you're speaking with, and so that comes from like engaging in, like reasonable conversation with the people, and then feeling out what they maybe know and don't know. And so like if you're talking with someone and they're talking about like maybe obviously mainstream talking points, they probably don't know about neo-Keynesian economic. They probably don't even know what Chicago school and Austrian school is if you talk to them. And that's a lot of people. A lot of people don't even know the difference between Austrian school and Chicago school. They don't know they don't even know what Keynesianism is. They don't even know what John Maynard Keynes taught
about.
Yeah, exactly. They don't
Now
even know
we
what
should
John Maynard
dogpile
Keynes
on Patrick. We got to dogpile on Patrick.
what I'm
now.
saying is you have to read the audience to see kind of what they know and then talk with them on their level. Like that's the whole reason like Donald Trump does well is because he never like uses words that are over 7 letters because nobody knows what the fuck he's saying if he uses big words.
Yeah,
people are dumb.
So I could ask a simple question related to psychology to Confluence, which is, are you familiar with the psychology of cognitive dissonance?
There you go. That's a simple question. That's a great question.
Confluence?
I think he's away from keyboard right now. I believe he's watering the flowers.
Good. I'm gonna
as they say.
crank my legs to make a whole bunch of noise now.
Yeah, Austrian economics is interesting.
I am so sick of that Brandon Mize guy in chat. He's always mogging people.
He's mogging them?
Constantly mogging.
He's not even in here today. Or do you see him? Is he in here for you?
We tried. We'll keep an eye on it.
Live.
We'll keep an eye on it.
Oh, there he is.
Jesus.
Here we go.
Boards. Okay, I don't see Brandon.
Are you
in here.
saying I just got mogged, Keelan? Did I just get
mogging
mogged?
me. He's always mogging me.
Wait, you're talking about Brandon in chat. Yeah, Brandon.
How did
come
you
on.
appeal to retardation?
Hop on, please.
Oh, he wasn't talking to me. Just like when he pops up, I see his profile picture and he mogs me.
Oh. Are you Myron, bro?
There we go.
What?
Well, he's got that eyebrow flexibility. If you can see that, I mean, that's an impressive eyebrow.
Yeah.
Hey, Confluence, I'll be back.
Confluence. I was just asking if you're familiar with the psychology of cognitive dissonance.
I heard you, Kirk, while I was peeing. You were enraging me. But yes. I mean, that's what Keelan feels like when I'm like winning a debate against him, but he like doesn't want his like conscious mind.
Wait, you're still triggered over that?
I just want a conversation to happen. What are we doing here?
Subconscious mind refuses to acknowledge it.
When you realize you're wrong, you start shifting language just to like pick up whatever pieces you can find.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, that's exactly what you do, motherfucker.
I'd have to. That's very non-specific.
Don't try to trigger me, bro.
Look at you shifting language again.
I feel like anything I say is going to be met with that.
Look, I found proof that he really is Jesus.
Holy shit.
Fuck?
There he is.
Is that a DJ?
Jesus? DJ. Oh, that doesn't work. There's a pun in there somewhere.
Looks pretty close.
I'm so confused.
I feel like
Are we
IJ has
actually
more
talking
gray
about
hair.
anything? Or
No, we're actually mogging.
I have like a hard out in like 3 minutes because I'm actually up past my bedtime. But
I don't know. I don't know much about the psychology of it. I do know. What's his name? The guy who did a theory of cognitive dissonance. But I do know there's like. I think it's Festinger. I know he did some stuff about like people trying to alter their beliefs in order to stay sane, or that it causes discomfort when you have cognitive dissonance. But
I think we're gonna do this is fucking gay.
I'm not sure.
I'll go
But
into
I definitely know it's not healthy. It's not.
I'll go into the religious one.
yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know how much research I can give you on this, but I think it's interesting that it does the paradoxical effect where it's like, it's not only that you feel discomfort, but if you like attack someone on something, they can like double down even more. Like with like cults and stuff, they find that, right? That if you like attack something that someone has like a deeply profound held belief in, right? That cognitive dissonance will cause them to be even more confident in their original belief because they don't want to feel that discomfort.
I think Indian Jesus wants to say something.
Indian Jesus is a psych major as well, so
he's also Jesus.
He's also Jesus, and he's also Indian. If you think about it.
Have you all seen the ending to?
Well, actually, I do have some interests that are common in Indian culture. Like, I think isn't physics popular with the Indian American?
Good segue, Kirk. Very natural.
Hey, Indian Jesus, of the 1.4 billion people that are Indian,
I feel discomfort.
Do any of them like physics?
Indian Jesus.
Well, you guys have a fun time.
You about Indian
This is a
culture
pretty
constantly,
gay
even though you're
conversation.
obviously American.
Hope you guys enjoy yourselves. I'm gonna go find something a little bit more stimulating. You have a good
Man,
night.
can't answer a basic question. It's like,
oh, you gonna talk shit? Talk shit then.
Can't answer a basic question on psychology. Crazy. The bro has a psych degree.
Yeah, so I shouldn't.
Wow.
I shouldn't
Kurt
know
makes
about that.
another guy run away.
Yeah, you need to ban Kirk Confluence.
Yeah. So let's see. Where did we come from? What are they doing? Oh, this is the vertical one. Do they only do a vertical one? Okay, what's going on here? It looks like they're responding to something else. Collins, nope. And that's the same thing there. Okay, so let's search open panel. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. This is so weird. I see so many streams like this where it's just like this exact setup and nobody cams out. It's so weird. What we got here? Black man benefit from patriarchy. Should we hit that? What do we got here?
Opposed to us, right? None of that has anything to do with balance, brother. And it shows that we weren't in control of that system. So in a patriarchal system, right?
Bro, we weren't balanced.
We are right in the middle. In a patriarchal system that a black man was in control of, would it oppress this black woman?
What do that have to do? What do that have to do with the question you just asked? And the response I gave.
Comprehend the point being made. That's what it has to do.
So what do black women facing issues, standing up for their issues, have to do
What do you guys think?
What went on in Kemet?
What do you guys think? Join or don't join?
Saying that they would face those same issues if
how
the
we
black
ain't
man was in charge of that. Hold on, why do you keep? So you saying that they would face those same issues if the black man was in charge of that system? They would be oppressed by racism and sexism and system that's controlled by their king.
Let me know, guys. Should I find something else, or what? I'm waiting on you.
Goalposts. I thought
the answer is yes. Simply put, I don't even know why we got.
Wait, hold on. Simply put, the answer is yes. If you have a patriarchal system, that means the men are overruling.
Shout out here. Drinking your water, bubs. All those treats, right? Let me just zoom that out a little bit. Why does it do this? This is so fucking annoying. There's nowhere to click in the fucking thing to actually zoom it in or out. Oh my god. Fuck it, I don't care. Okay. Test. We're good.
They are just trying to reclaim the rights that they, number one, was taken away, but number two, didn't even have the equal opportunity to get.
You're wrong,
That's
Humble.
the point you're
Because
missing.
we both were oppressed by that. It was racism. So when the feminist movement is not a movement that started about race. It's about sexism. We ain't got to go too deep into that, but it has nothing to do with racism. It's a sexist.
Why not?
It's really political movements, actually. But we don't have to talk about that. But when we're talking about this system, right, that you're saying that you're including yourself in, I don't know why you're including yourself in the system that's oppressing you, brother.
Hold on. Are we not progenitors of, or do we not have ancestors, right, of the United States of America? My mother and father was born here. Their mothers and fathers was from here. Their mothers and their ancestors was from here. So when you say, why do I include myself in certain situations that have nothing to do with me, it most definitely have something to do with me because my family was on this land in the 1700s. They was on this land in the 1800s. They was on this land in the 1900s. So you can't say what they went through don't have anything to do with me. Definitely when it's going on right now. That's crazy.
You know that men got child support first, right?
What? Bro, those are silly things. That's
As
a
a collective.
Brother, that's a silly thing. Listen, I do know
So
that
you were receiving that.
I do know that the fifth. Hold on, I'll give you something more even credible. The 15th Amendment granted males above the age of 21 the right to vote. So that technically included us, right? But we don't want to play games and act as if that they didn't institute literacy tests or literacy laws to prohibit us from voting. We're not going to act like they didn't institute Jim Crow laws. We're not going to act like they didn't introduce grandfather laws. And we're not going to talk about, hold on, Humble. And we're not going to talk about Plessy versus Ferguson that says that we are separate but equal. All of this lasted up until 1965. So all this flim-flam about we had these rights, those are smoke and mirrors, brothers and sisters on this panel. Before 1965, us as a collective, the black man and the black woman did not have the right to vote as a whole.
Can you
1920, when a white woman was granted the right to vote with her White Women's Suffrage Act, it ain't got nothing to do with no black woman on this panel. Like y'all playing, y'all fooling yourself.
So are you saying white women? Are you saying that white women got the right to vote before black women? Hello?
Yeah.
Who got the right to vote first? White women or black women?
I actually don't know that.
Women. White women.
Thank you.
White
So
women.
why are you trying to sit here and separate the two? Y'all see? Terrible.
All right,
No,
let's pass it around. It's a queen, and then we got two new people on the panel. I want to get their thoughts and input on the topic as well. Go ahead, it's a queen.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, it's turning into a circular conversation, because in what you're saying, you're recognizing that women don't have rights to do certain things, and they had to gain the right after you, the male. And then in the next breath, you're telling me that feminism isn't a thing that was needed. That doesn't make sense to me. You just said it yourself, right? So hold on, no, please. You've been talking this whole time.
I thought you were asking a question.
No. It's everything I'm going to say is rhetorical. I heard enough. I promise. So all I'm just trying to say is that I need you, while you're looking at your Google screen, to also Google if Black people voted in between the time of 1869 and 1965. Was
Yes, we
all
did.
Black people barred from voting, or were
Slaves
some
voted.
barred from voting? And that's the question that you need to ask Google now.
Okay, let's go to the Indian Jesus. He was up here before you, Reverend Green, and then we'll go to Reverend Green next.
What's going on, guys? Just trying to grasp exactly what you guys are talking about. Because I am very much not in favor of feminism, but obviously not in favor of racism. So you're talking about the past in men and women, Black women versus white women. I think you've got a lot of points there. I'm not really sure how you're connecting that to what's going on today. Not that it doesn't. I haven't heard that
message.
Who is that question to?
Yeah, because
I'll go back to
when we talking about feminism, what we got going on, it was always about our personal relationship with our women. And so we still have those same issues today, with how we view our women and how we value ourselves.
So can you give me an example of what you like? This is an issue that we had then, and this is the issue that we have now that has persisted.
Mr. Queen, can you tackle that?
Yeah, I would like to, please.
Yeah.
Because, and be clear, I'm talking about Black women, all right? Whenever I'm talking about feminism, because that's my subject. And one way we could talk about how feminism is still needed within the Black community and women is the fact that the father of gynecology, which I know you know about, is a man who experimented on Black women, right? And to this day, a lot of the thought processes of, Black women don't feel as much pain, Black women can take more pain, things like that still persist in the healthcare system now, right? So that's a lot of conversation that Black women have when it comes against both a women's issue, because women don't get listened to, and then being a Black woman that gets not listened to even less than white women, because we die in childbirth twice as much as white women. Mm-hmm. So that's one of the ways.
So how are we trying to address that? What is your motive trying to fix that?
Well, awareness is another one. Getting more Black women into being doctors. Like you see an influx of Black women GYN, Black men GYNs, like things like that. Speaking about the racism in the science industry that's still there, right? Just being mindful, because what the issue is that people think because a law changed that people's minds have changed, right? Just because, the Civil Rights Acts happened in 1965, we're going to say that all white people were racist in 1967? I wouldn't say that. I was, right? So we have to think about these things on a mental level now, because the oppression of women has been around since Mesopotamia, right? So this is a thing that has been going for a very long time.
See, that's that negative
And
conflict
I'm
model
going to
rhetoric.
land there because apparently
so-
people are triggered by truth.
So the stream is talking specifically about patriarchy, and I don't fully, because I'm a believer that the goals that will benefit women aren't going to come from women. I think the patriarchy is the patriarchy because it has worked for so long, and it may not be perfect, but there's a lot of aspects that as we progress as a society, that's what I was asking about, the past versus now, that I think a lot of the issues that I apologize, I don't know who exactly brought it up. I think it might have been Humble. I apologize, but somebody brought up about in the 60s and stuff, and all that is extremely relevant. But my question is, how long do we hold on to that before we're saying, okay, that's not how society works anymore. Let's operate in how things really are.
Exactly.
Right. And if I could respond to that really fast, that would be simple if that was the true case of the nature of reality that we live in here in America, right? If we could just say, hey, look, that's not the way things are anymore. Like Sister Issa Queen said, right? People minds and their laws are different, right? So just because people put in quote unquote certain laws to try to seem or make the illusion that things are different now, things are the exact same way now. This is why we're fighting the exact same or having the exact same arguments and debates about the exact same topics, because nothing changed. It's an illusion that it changed. It looked like it changed. People mindsets have shifted, things of that nature, but the system itself remains the same.
Now you're agreeing with me.
And real quick, we're about to go to Reverend Green after this word from our sponsors. He's been waiting patiently.
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters.
Welcome.
Community.
Hopping on this panel.
Generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat.
Reverend Green, it's on you.
Thank you, sir, for this panel. Thank you for this show. Proud Americans, this is Reverend Green, the man in the high castle. And first and foremost, what I'm about to address may be important to those who are proud to be American. Aren't you sick and tired of people?
Bro, I didn't leave because you're questioning.
Complaining.
You guys weren't talking about anything. You're good. You're good.
Feminism. When they never explain one advantage of being feminist. What are the advantages of being a feminist in 2026? One, I'm going to give you 60 seconds. Name one advantage.
But the fact that I still have the right to own my own bank accounts, because given to y'all wasn't going to give me the right to own my own bank account. The right to own my own house, to have my own insurance. I am very happy that my aunties and grandmas fought because the men of her time refused to give them the right to own to their own property, the right to have, be able to have birth control, the right to not be able to be sterilized. in hospitals, right? The right, like, is it like 60 seconds? Do you have an hour? Because I could make you a presentation.
Didn't I just say one advantage?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got overzealous.
Now go make me a sandwich, sweetie.
Hey, you better watch that, nigga. I don't know if you be talking to other females who ain't got brothers in the community.
Hey, he talking his misogynist shit. Let him. She talking his her feminine shit. Let him talk his misogyny.
Wow.
I don't think he meant
He
that
said,
literally.
and you see how Eurocentric
I don't think he meant it literally.
Wait, no, excuse me. Can I talk to my brother
sandwich.
KJ? Let me talk to my brother KJ. See? And this is
If he meant that for real, if he meant that for real, that nigga just gonna have to get the boot.
Get to have.
He better than being funny about it.
Man, chill out. Everybody be rude as hell every day. He ain't said nothing no crazy. Y'all call each other out y'all names sometimes. It get real bad up here. But
a sandwich do sound good.
It's a
right
queen.
now,
Got thick
No
skin.
mayo, sweetie.
But yeah,
What's wrong with you?
let's tighten up the decorum though. We're not gonna keep it going. You don't get a free pass though, sir. I appreciate you. I don't know where we were. The Indians got us. The Indian Jesus has his hand up.
Interjecting to the conversation for because the sister. I mean, we keep it's a circular conversation for real because we do have the debate coming up, so we can't get into this. But the fact that the sister does keep alluding to she says y'all. You know, so in regards to the system, but I don't know if she keeps realizing that the system oppressed us at the same time it's oppressing you. The same sister, when you're saying y'all, and this is and mentioning this patriarchal system that's oppressing you, sister, queen, it's oppressing us because the system oppresses. It's racist. It's a racist system that oppresses us as black men and you as black women, and it oppressed their women. That's why their women came up with their feminist movements, and out of that feminist movement, you black women saw that, hey, this feminist movement isn't representing us correctly. We have other intersections like race and sexism that we're dealing with outside of this feminist movement. So we're going to start with the black feminists. So we started our black feminist movement. Out of that came Alice Walker. I don't want to talk about the womanism, but you know, that includes everybody, right? So we're not really going to talk about womanism, but you like to separate and you keep saying y'all, and I'm letting you know that y'all does not, I hate every time you say it because that y'all does not reflect us black men. We didn't get the vote just like you, sister, until 19.
You just said y'all too, though. You just said you black women. I'm just letting you know, though.
Yeah, I'm just saying
when you said it like jumped out at me.
Yes, you know what I'm talking about. That y'all in regards to that patriarchal system, right? That oppressed both of us, right? When it gave the males over the 21 the right with the 15th Amendment, you keep assisting that's referring to us black men, but the fact that we were black. They created laws to stop us.
The Indian Jesus.
Who's that?
So I'm curious what you guys think about, just like in general, about traditional gender roles. Like, do you know, again, bring it back to the patriarchy, like, should there be, like, race aside, in the black community, should black men be the head of the household? Should women be, more, I don't know, feminists don't like the word submissive, but you know what I'm referring to. How do you guys feel about all that stuff?
Whatever that each individual brings to the table should be complementary to the other individual.
And so that implies different roles, right? That implies if you're going to
complementary roles, yes, complementary roles.
The reason I ask is because we know that feminism is not. It wasn't started as some like rah-rah women. It was a method of control to get women into the workforce so they could split that and lower wages and take control over people that they didn't have, instead of the man of the household having that
but we
power.
can't debate that because that's our debate topic. That's literally the topic, and the point of contention is the origin of it in regards to white women in particular, wanting to get out of the household into the workforce In particular, we can actually go before then and talk about the abolitionist movements, where the abolitionists wanted to, start the feminist movement due to the fact that it was ran by men, dominated by white men, right? So
I'm not stopping them from talking about it. They just don't want to talk.
Yeah, it goes into.
So wait, we can't talk about it because that's what the debate is. I'm sorry.
Because I don't want to talk too much and give too much about what we actually going to talk about.
He's just got to sit back, I guess.
Wait, I will say one thing.
I mean, I don't care because you don't have.
Hold on, I just want to make it clear that whenever I'm talking about feminism, I'm never talking about like gender roles inside of the household. I think that goes to whoever the two people are in that relationship. Whatever y'all feel like y'all want to do inside your household, have at it, right? When it comes down to feminism, what I agree with is you can't beat on that woman because of the 1994 Domestic Violence Act. You know, that's the type of thing that I care about when it comes to relationships.
Right, but don't you think most people, black, white, men, women, agree that you should not beat women?
No. I think that beating women happens all over the world.
That's a very different question.
Right,
well, at least in America. So in America, do you think let's throw a number on it. What percentage of Americans do you think that it's okay to beat a woman?
You're talking about men, though, right?
I don't, but this is
for a man. Even the women.
Well, let me answer the question.
So,
right?
let me just clarify real quick.
Okay,
so, what
ahead.
I'm asking is, of all Americans, how many of all of Americans think that it's okay for a man to beat on a woman?
Okay. This is how I feel about your question. I'm going to be very honest.
She's not going to answer it.
I am going to answer it. I'm absolutely going to answer it.
I just need a number.
I think your question is ridiculous.
Okay.
And the reason
why
that
is it
I
ridiculous?
think your question is ridiculous is because does it really matter if people think or not if it's good to beat a woman?
Yes.
If at high numbers people are beating and killing women? You think people are when they're
Why would
beating
people
their
stop
wives?
if they don't care?
Hold on. When you think
You
when
asked
men
me a
are
question.
hold on. When you think men are beating up their wives, do you think that they always feel like a good guy?
Do you want me to answer that question, or are you ranting?
Like, yes. I would like to answer that.
Okay, so the question that you want me to answer is which one? Because you threw like three at me.
So you can either one you remember.
I think it is necessary for there to be that structure where there is roles, and that even if it's within the household, how do you get to people who have those views within the household if we don't have those views outside of the household? Meaning in society in general. If you think that I don't need no man, then how are you ever going to get to a place where you're like, oh, I need that man?
Crickets.
Again.
So, but can we get back to my question though? What percentage of Americans do you think it's okay? I got a great memory. That's okay.
I don't think anybody literally walks around thinking that it's a good idea to beat up women. I don't.
Exactly.
But now,
but some people do, right?
Now, at the same time, do women get beat up and unalived at high rates in this country by men?
I mean, high is subjective, but yes, I'll go with yes.
Okay. So do you then think it matters if people think it's a good idea or not?
Yes.
If the idea are actually manifesting?
Yes, because if it's happening this much and we want it to happen this much and people don't care, then it's going to keep happening this much.
But
if
you
people
already
care, what?
Okay,
If it's happening this much and people care this much, then it's more likely that it's going to start happening this much.
Okay,
do people stop things they don't care about?
I already agreed with you.
Okay, so what's the percentage? So what's the percentage?
Listen.
Let me get him after you.
Okay, no problem.
Get him.
So this is what I'm going to say.
Get the brown boy.
All right, don't make this about race, brother. Calm down. It's not that deep. But anyway, what I was saying is that you can think whatever you want. Right now, at the numbers that we are at, I already agreed with you that Americans don't think it's a good to kill or beat women. Like, I agree. But those numbers are still high. So does it matter if a lot of people don't think it's a good idea if at the end of the day it's already still happening and people are still not doing a lot about it?
Yes,
right?
because the implication.
Because people already are on the side of it matters.
So
It's not a good idea
your question.
to do it.
It does matter
We should
because
do
the assumption
something
is that
about
if
it, and
people
these
care
women are
about it
still
and the numbers
dying.
are where they are and people didn't care about it, then the numbers would be even higher than they are. No?
Obviously.
Okay.
Obviously.
So then
but
why?
right
So then we agree that it matters, regardless of the numbers. It matters if people care about men beating on women. So let's go back
Yes,
to
it
let's go
does
all
matter,
the
but
way back to
the
the start.
question
What
wasn't-
percentage of Americans do you think that it is okay for a man to beat on a woman?
So Issa, can I
Zero
please
What I'm
answer that?
saying
It'd be
is,
0%
the question is
because we have a
ridiculous,
moral
'cause
code in
what statistic would I
society,
go
don't
to
we?
look at that,
Don't
right?
we have a certain moral
What
code in
statistic would I
society?
go to look at that? I'm already telling you, in my best of opinions, right? I don't think any man really thinks it's a good idea to beat on women. I agree with you. Now you want me to put a number on a subjective question of
not a
every
subjective
individual American in America. Yes,
not-
it is. Because if you
there's
gotta
a number of people who think that it's okay. That is not subjective. That is what it is. I'm
And
just
there's a
asking your
number of
personal opinion
people-
as a general
There's a number
way
of people who
I
don't think it's okay.
Okay, so
Right?
if we can agree that
makes it subjective because you can either think it's okay or
that's
you
not what
can
subjective
think
means.
it's
But okay,
not
fine.
okay.
So let's not put a number on it. And
right?
let's say that
It's not, no.
incorrect.
Now are you
Incorrect.
conceding
Incorrect, but
to
that's
like
okay.
the putting a number
Incorrect,
on
but that's okay.
a subjective question that way
Incorrect,
that
but that's okay.
nobody has
Let's
ever
slow it
had
down. We don't gotta
database
rush through it.
for? Right? Nobody's ever had a database for, right? Nobody has ever went to
What do
every
you think
American in
subjective
America to figure out if how they feel about beating women. All you have is the statistics and numbers of the women getting beat. That's what you have.
Uh-huh.
So the fact that you're trying to conflate the idea of beating up women with the fact that it's actually happened, it really doesn't matter if people think that way. People already agree with you. It's probably.
But I thought
not a
you
good
just
idea.
agreed with me that if people didn't care, then even though the numbers are high right now, that it would be higher because people wouldn't care. And there's a lot of people that care, so they don't do it. And it's still high numbers.
No, I'm
but it
not
would be
saying
higher.
that they don't do it. That's the part you keep on adding.
Okay,
I never
so maybe
said
I'm
that they
misunderstanding.
don't do
I
it,
apologize.
But I said that the numbers are high, that they're doing it. Have you looked at the domestic violence rates?
That's
Have you looked at
recently,
them?
no.
Have you looked at the unalive rates of women? Have you looked at them?
Not recently.
By the hands of other women.
Exactly. So in this
Exactly what?
subjective
What does
question
me
that
knowing the
in
numbers
this
have to do with the point that I just made?
subjective question- In this subjective question that you've asked,
Oh,
all
we just
right,
saying things.
about
We
how
just saying
men
things.
and women feel about domestic violence, because you could find people that absolutely agree with beating women, because the statistics prove that there's men out there that agree with beating women. Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Real quick, we got a super chat. Hold on. Il Doctorin says most Americans believe murder is wrong. Murder still happens. And why most Americans would argue man hitting woman is wrong, most Americans also initiate violence against others who are less likely to defend themselves. Shout out Il Doctorin.
Right. And so we would expect that if people didn't believe that murder was wrong,
Hey,
that even though
can I
there's
piggyback
lots of
off that
murder,
next, brother?
that there
'Cause
would be
I've been
more.
waiting. I just want to piggyback once.
Gotcha. Let
It's
me let you
Omar. I
land
just
your
wanna
plane.
piggyback.
Go ahead, land your plane, and then we'll pass it to
Yeah, I was just saying, murder's a perfect example because most people think murder is wrong, yet murder still happened. But we would assume that if Americans didn't believe that murder was wrong, then there would be more murder than there is. Same thing with hitting women.
Omar, you have the floor. Let's try to let Omar get through it. He's been waiting patiently for quite a while. Go ahead, Omar.
You gotta
Hey, yo,
go with the
Indian
enemy,
Jesus,
brother.
ask-
You gotta
ask that
go with the
question again
enemy.
right quick. Go ahead.
Oh, how many?
The same one. The same one he asked Issa, and the same one I think Il Doctrine was kind of low key responding to. I just want him to ask it again because I'm gonna break that down, and it's gonna be very easy. Very. I just want him to restate it right quick.
Made the murder thing. That's what you're asking?
Go ahead, Indian Jesus.
Think how many women, the percentage of women that beat on or something, the percentage. And Mudawa, I see you in the back, but it says your devices won't connect, so maybe you have to hop on your laptop. Try to hop on and click the link on your laptop.
So Omar,
on
I'm
your
sorry.
phone and it's not working. Go ahead.
Just make the question quick. Yeah, just make the question quick.
Yeah, so I was just asking before, what percentage of Americans would think that it is okay to beat on a man to hit on a woman?
Virtually none, maybe so minute. But I'm gonna tell you, Issa Queen had a good point. That's a subjective question, and I think that's an ignorant question.
Guys, what do you think subjective means? That's not what that word means.
Brother, hold on. I don't know if you were brother, but hey, look, I was kindly muted. I didn't jump into y'all joint. I don't want nobody to jump into my joint. Respectfully, I didn't interrupt y'all. I was quiet the whole time. Thank you. So, Issa Queen had an excellent point, and I think that was kind of idiotic to ask because you're trying to jam somebody up, but the reason you can't jam nobody. Once again, the reason you can't jam nobody up with that idiotic question is because, of course, it's going to be damn near virtually none, if not a very, very, very small percentage. But here's the thing here. It don't got nothing to do about the percentage of people that
I never got to make my point.
The woman. Listen.
You're mad at that I'm trying to make a point. I never made the point.
With a name like Indian Jesus, I think you would have more decorum.
With a name like Muhammad, I think you'd have more decorum. We can play.
Well, I mean,
come on. Let's not do that.
Hey. I hope you don't want to go there, brother, because I will flame.
Go wherever you want to go. Go wherever you want to go. You don't even know what the fuck subjective means. I will send $10 to anybody on this panel who can define subjective correctly.
You're scared.
I'm scared. That's a.
Can y'all stop? I'm about to let y'all back up, but I need y'all to stop.
Got him.
I know this is good content for Jesus.
Fucking losers. Fucking losers. Fucking losers. I'll still send $10 if you can define subjective without looking it up.
Egging it on as well.
Thank you.
What are they saying? What means? Someone I will send $10 to anybody on this panel who can define subjective correctly.
You're scared.
Can y'all stop? I'm about to let y'all back up, but I need y'all to stop. I know this is good content for Indian Jesus. He's got his own stream going on. It seems like. Shout out to him. Wherever you're at, tell him follow. See, he done dropped off. I was gonna let it back up. I don't want y'all fighting. So if you can avoid doing that,
all right, I'll go back up.
What are we fighting about? I know he was egging it on as well.
Thank you, A1. I appreciate that, brother. Yeah. Salaki. So I wasn't even finna use profanity. I was just gonna get. And I ain't got nothing else to say. It ain't about no percentage. It's about who has the discipline not to do it. I land my plane right there. That was quick. Get that boy up out of here. Get him
I
up
just
out
told
of
him he could come back. I mean, I'm not getting him up out of here. You might have got him up out of here.
No. He's
welcome back. Yeah. He dropped. Oh, there you go. He came back. Okay.
Not physically get him up off the panel. I'm talking about get that stupid ish that he said up out of here with all them fake percentages. Issa Queen killed them too.
Okay, so does anybody? Okay, I don't want to be
that was quick.
Antagonistic. I apologize, but
your apology not accepted. But go ahead.
Okay, can anyone define what the word subjective actually means? If we're having a debate panel, then we have to be speaking the same language.
Oh, you can share your screen. You have the ability to share your screen. So you can pull up the definition and there's a button.
You don't get the $10 if you look it up.
Oh, can I
you just looked it up. Come on. I can see you reading it.
I'm telling you that is basically it's your opinion. It is based on your personal perspective or your cultural belief.
Okay.
Like there's a belief in the Quran that says that you can beat your wife at like with something as big as your finger or something like that. Some crazy stuff like that, right? But in the natural world, like how you said, when people think that it's good or bad to beat women, obviously it's in the Quran, right? So that's why I say your question in itself is subjective because it's really based on your personal perspective, your cultural belief, who you grew up around, and things like that. And it's based on what the brother said, discipline. Because it doesn't matter if people think it or not, they're still beating up women.
Thank you, Cosman.
Real quick, just could I just say add in something to the conversation because it's very. So listen, what do you know? And I just looked this up. In regards to domestic violence, 44% of domestic violence occurs between lesbian women. It's women on women. It's 35% heterosexual women, 61% between bisexual women, and 44% between lesbian women in regards to women on women crime. Most domestic violence.
There you go. You got your wish.
Women. This is what it says. According to I'm reading from the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, NCADV, Genesis, the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Most domestic violence occurs against women. So let's don't have this conversation about and painting it like men up here beating on their women, and that's just how the majority of it. When in reality, when it does happen, it's women on women. So quick,
two men in a
go ahead.
Yeah, two men in a relationship. That's the lowest. So the lesbian couples have the highest rates. Co-ed is in the middle.
Exactly. So she's like
What's the percentage of the LGBTQ?
Well, that's subjective. I don't know. Can I get back to that? Can I just tie a bow on that? So
yeah, go ahead.
Yes, thinking it is okay or not okay to hit on a woman is a subjective opinion. The number of people that hold that opinion is not subjective. There is an objective number of Americans. We don't know. That's why I'm generally asking. I'm not asking you to pinpoint. I was saying, in your mind, how much of America do you think that is? We all said very little. Fine, we all agree. But whatever that number is an objective fact. There's that many people. The idea that they have is a subjective idea. But what I was asking you is the objective number of how many people have that subjective idea.
So it is a subjective idea, making it a subjective.
Yeah, I just want to say 93% of alleged perpetrators are male. 93 are male.
You tried.
Hold
it.
on,
that
wasn't
me
talking right now. I don't know I couldn't hear anyone.
Wasn't me.
Everybody was talking over each other. Who were you asking the question to? It's a clean.
But I don't know who's sharing their screen because this is the.
I'm sorry, DJ Genesis. I think I was cutting her off. But what I was saying was, you said subjective twice in your sentence about how it wasn't subjective.
Yes.
And I just want you to recognize that you said that you wanted a subjective.
Nope.
You wanted a number you wanted a number that we thought of how everybody in America thought.
Okay.
Based on how we perceive America, right? How we perceive America.
Yes.
You want a guesstimate of a number, and out of those guesstimates of number, you think that was going to come up with an objective number of how Americans see the domestic violence over the amount of people that are actually doing it in the stats.
Yes. Can I give you an easier example that will help demonstrate the point?
Sure.
So, how is it a subjective or objective number of people in America who like dogs? The number of people, is that objective or subjective?
I would think in some places it would be objective because I'm pretty sure that in some places they absolutely do surveys and things like that to actually talk to people to figure out the number of people who like dogs.
Right. That number, though. I'm sorry to cut you off. But you're hitting on the point right there. The number of people that it is, there's that many people. That's not up to opinion or anything. The opinion that they have is a subjective opinion. That's never what I was asking you. I was just trying to get an idea. And the same way we might think, 60, maybe like 60% of Americans.
Hold on. Based on, we both agreed that somebody went into a town and did a survey to figure out who liked dogs and who didn't. Now, can you show me where I could find where people just be randomly going all across America figuring out how they figure out about domestic violence?
No, that's why it was an opinion
Right.
question.
So it's an opinion based.
Right. It was your opinion on an objective number of people that have It was your opinion. I was asking for your opinion on an objective number of people who have a subjective point of view.
No, those are based on police statistics versus people's opinions.
All right, we can move on. I gotta get some more water.
Stats
We can move on.
crime are based on statistics from the police and policing, not based on opinions and statistics based on people doing polls. Like, no, it's done by statistics based on actual arrest and police situations, not opinions and polls. If they say that 93% of domestic violence is happening mostly by men, it's based on a police poll because of how many people were arrested or whatever by police for domestic violence. Versus if I say I like hot dogs and you say, and I put 15 people in the room and 10 of them like hot dogs, that's a big difference. Okay?
Thank you. And that was just my whole point. How people feel about hot dogs does not change the statistics of who is actually beating who. Doesn't matter. And then also I was asking King J, can you look up the number of LGBTQ plus people that actually live in America? What is the population number of that? To put that against the entire population of heterosexual relationships.
Don't forget, we can still get Morty treats, guys. Morty's still allowed to get treats.
The national. It wasn't
not any more
I
push-ups.
think you just typed in Google. I actually looked up from the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence for Women. But it also even says in this that a lot of domestic violence cases, especially women on women, go unreported.
Well, because Google is based on AI, it normally draws from websites, and so that particular statistic was bought from Women's Aid. So just like your statistic came from like a women's website, that particular
it came from a specific source, NCADV, where you can actually go to the primary. I don't know where the hell she got that from. It could have been a mixture of a bunch of anything. But they do. So once again, unreported domestic violence, women on. Why is that though? That a lot of women on women domestic violence
Women's Aid. It came from Women's Aid, the Women's Aid website, not just anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they had to change the laws with DV calls, where they would go out and the woman, she would call, and then they'd be out there and be like, "Oh no, don't take him."
Exactly.
And so now I don't know if it's. I think it's certain states, but if they have a DV call, then somebody's getting arrested.
Yep. If they come out, yep. Somebody's going to jail.
Let's go to a word from our sponsors.
In the arena of ideas, words are weapons. Confidence is your armor, and every Titan needs their gear.
I'll be doing this shit to y'all. No ads, no nothing. I'm about to turn the ads on though.
Custom debater tees, spiritual wear, and PVO gear guaranteed to uplift your spirit and elevate your mindset. This isn't just fashion, it's identity, it's purpose, it's power. Join the movement, step into the arena. Shop now at ColiseumOfArguments.com and wear what Titans believe in.
Nice. Oh, where's some music?
Back to you, Chuck.
Dope merch.
Jesus.
Can I get in here real fast, A1? So I've been sitting back listening for real.
Yes, sir.
So the subjective question.
Let me mute myself so I don't interrupt them.
Even in percentages, percentages is not a objective thing. Right, something could be 60%,
oh my god,
but that's not an objective number.
Oh my fucking god!
And so, even that whole thing is just subjective. But even with the subjective question, the fact still remains that there are a large population of men sitting behind bars right now for domestic violence. Way more men than there is women. And so whether those men think it's okay for a man to hit their mother or not, the fact still remains that they're behind bars for hitting a woman. And so when it comes to this domestic violence thing and the men and the women and feminists and things of that nature, we have to understand that the feminist movement is not a movement that just popped up by itself. Just as me and Sister Issa Queen been saying all night, this is something that came about due to wanting to be equal, just wanting to be treated like a human being. This have nothing to do. I think a lot of men, when they think feminism, they think, oh, well, women think they're better than men. That has nothing to do with feminism. It just have to do with being treated like a human being. And on the topic of what we was talking about earlier, not to get too deep into Sister Issa Queen and King Jay's topic, but it is a fact that Black women was doing this in America way before white women. And so that I land my plane with that. I just wanted to put that in there for everything I've been hearing lately. I land my plane with that, y'all.
I think Issa Queen is gonna make that same mistake, Humble. She's gonna try to use Sojourner Truth and mistakenly say the Sojourner Truth suffrage movement, her abolitionist movement, was a feminist movement. We don't get feminism, that word, that actual word, until 1910. So,
which word don't we get from 1910?
I'm gonna love to see how you're gonna paint the Sojourners.
Which word don't we get until 1910? Which one?
Huh?
Which word don't we get until 1910?
We don't get feminism.
Okay. And what is suffrage?
We can talk about Kimberly and her. Huh?
What is suffrage? What is the suffrage movement?
Huh?
The right to vote.
What is the suffrage movement?
What is the
the suffrage movement? What is the suffrage movement? What is it?
What is the white women's suffrage movement that made?
You just called Sojourner. Wait. Let's leave the white
question. You're not letting me answer.
Sojourner Truth. You just said Sojourner Truth.
This is why it's so fucking frustrating when people don't answer questions.
Women, like I was talking
answer my question. She won't answer my question.
Right, but even though
and then I started to answer, and then you cut me off.
You said Sojourner Truth suffrage movement. So why are you going to with the white women?
And then you cut me off in the middle of the
sentence.
Right,
you're right. My bad.
Now you're asking me another question. So I would like for to answer the first question before you answer another one. Okay. All right. So when you ask me what was the women's suffrage movement, the white women's suffrage movement was the suffrage movement that was created by white women who wanted to get out of the house, who felt that they were oppressed by their, like, let's don't play these games. Let's don't act like they made the few Black people, women who were there walk in the back. We're not gonna, we can talk about, like, I don't want to talk about it. They made them walk in the back.
It had nothing to do with getting out the house. It was strictly due to voting in the 19th and 20th century. Exactly. He said it had to do with women. No, you said women getting out the house.
Right. So Omar Muhammad, let me ask you a question because you're jumping in like you know something.
It had to do with
so listen. So
in the 19th and 20th century.
Brother, I'm asking you a question. You commented, brother.
Thank you for having me. I
Thank you, yeah, because I'm going to jump off too because Omar he never has anything to add to the conversation.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Indian Jesus. Don't ever judge a book by its color. Don't ever judge a book by its color, Indian Jesus.
Is that coming from the person who judged me based on my name? Is that coming from the person who judged me based on my name? Thought so. All right, you guys have a good one. I definitely will be back. You guys are fun. Peace.
Have a good night. Appreciate it.
Jesus Christ on a motorbike. So yeah, probably won't be there. I gave it a like just to maybe it'll pop back up in the
made the claim that Abraham just prayed and said, "Please don't do it." That's not what happened. Abraham made a logical argument to God and said, "If you wipe out this city, you are going to wipe out righteous people."
No.
All right. This is going to be a little bit more our flavor. Give me a second here. Oh, come on. Why doesn't it fucking zoom out? There we go. Okay. We go.
That's why we allow abortion here. We don't have Christian values here. We don't have Christian ethics here. We have secular atheist values
US
here.
government isn't government.
Are there Orthodox there you go. It's not. It's atheist.
Avarice, are there Orthodox Christians in the United States?
Yes, it is.
Hold on a second.
It's deist. What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying I was making the argument here. Under his argument, if I'm just Christian, I can just abort babies in because as long as I believe in God, I can then maximize babies going to heaven. Because my worldview now counts. My worldview now counts for Christianity. Whatever I believe in Christianity is Christianity. As long as I believe there's God. As long as I believe there's God.
Where are you getting this?
Hold on a second. Hold on. I got to ask Avarice.
Chaos.
Avarice,
sure.
Do we now have a different definition of heaven maxing than we did last time?
What? No, there is the definition of heaven maxing is to maximize the souls going to heaven. And my means of getting there would be to implement the SAAM.
Is he wrong?
Right? But that would be an immoral way of getting the maximum souls to heaven, which would be an immoral
only your moral way.
Is he wrong?
I'm doing sola scriptura, and I'm interpreting the Bible, the living Bible, the way I want to be able to interpret it, and that still makes me Jesus. Again, no, only heretic. Then I'm not Christian. I'm atheist then.
Yeah, heretics can.
You're not
heretics not atheist, idiot.
Oh, okay. So what am I appealing to then? Am I appealing to Christian values or atheist value when I want to abort all the babies?
Just being
Am I appealing to Christian values or am I appealing to atheist values when I want to abort all the babies?
Avarice, are Muslims?
It's not just Christian and atheists. There's deists.
Okay, you're not even answering my question.
No, you're not. No, because you're just asserting questions. You're not answering ours. Are Muslims atheists?
Yes.
They're atheists. They reject a personal God. They don't believe in a personal God.
Okay, you're
again, they don't believe in my God. They believe in false things, and that's even closer to atheism.
That's irrelevant to whether or not they believe in
closer to atheism than it is Christianity.
Oh, it is. Is it? Do they not believe in do they believe in a personal God?
Again, they can fuck their own cousins.
Do they believe in a personal God? Answer the question. Do they believe in a personal God?
Again, they can fuck their own sisters. That puts them closer to atheism than it does Christianity.
Oh, it's like Avarice. Do they believe in a personal God?
Again, no, I don't think so. They believe in Muhammad. They believe in.
Do they believe that Allah is God? Do they believe in a personal God?
Real quick, sorry, boys. I was distracted by the wife when this came in. Sweater sent in 5 said, Tyler,
why did you let me sit
from
back
the
here?
Bible like a prod. What
Is
is
it?
Jubilee year? What happened to the slaves in a Jubilee year?
Is it
Jubilee year? Is that I assume Jubilee is okay, I'll just look it up.
Is that him?
Okay.
Well, then
remission of sins, debate, and universal pardon. Okay. Well, I'm looking up specifically what Jubilee is.
I got a question for you now, Steelborn. In today's reality, do we appeal to the law or do you appeal to Christianity when it comes to today? When you cross the road?
That's open.
Okay, real quick, before we get back into that, think about that question.
That's the system you live in. That's the reality. When you cross the road, you're appealing to the law.
Average, shut up and let Easy talk.
Hold up, bro. Hold up. Let me make an announcement here. So, first off, chat, you have already hit the 300 for a hot seat. All right, for some of you that weren't here earlier, what we have done is we've raised the main goal to 450, but it's still always 300 for a hot seat. So I just wanted to let you guys know about that. And then also so as you guys know, I'm a little I like making these in chat interactive concept shows, right? And what I've wanted to do, I've had this one for a while. It's basically a spin-off of Verbal Combat. It's what it's called is Verbal Combat Origins. Okay,
I like the name.
if we hit 1,000 in any stream except Verbal Combat Fridays, because obviously we're doing Verbal Combat on Friday.
I need to figure out ways to do
any
stuff like this
stream
where it's
that
like
we ever hit 1,000. All right, it's gonna start up. It's gonna trigger the Verbal Combat Origins. All right, and what that is it's gonna be a 4 to 8 fighters. Right, I'll give a time limit for the fighters to join.
I never get
4 to 8 fighters.
I never get to do
single elimination
so
1v1, 6-minute matches, no extensions.
See, now we didn't end the stream for nobody to do anything, and now we're still chilling.
Someone can override that with $10 and just pick a 1v1. We get down to the last person. That last person wins Verbal Combat Origins, and what they get is a Q skip token for the next 2 verbal combats. That's how long it lasts. So what that means is like if you come join and there's like 5 people ahead of you and you have one of these tokens,
I like that.
You get to be the next person up.
Sneaky fucker.
This man knows what he's doing.
So
this man knows what he's doing.
Q skip token, and this is another avenue for people to get a custom verbal combat character as well.
Okay.
So people who win Verbal Combat Origins will get a Q skip token and a custom Verbal Combat.
Now that you fucking racists, you
so
put the chat back up.
Be any stream that we hit 1,000, anyone, except for Verbal Combat Fridays, obviously. But just wanted to let everybody know.
$450. All I want from you guys is $75.
Starting up over here, I put it into the Verbal Combat Discord, and I'll give more of an announcement in the main Discord after. But yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that's what we're doing now.
Make sure to go to Speakeasy Shop to get your printout of your Speakeasy character once you get it. Yeah, it's right now. Shipped to you.
What you're not understanding with this argument is there's theists and then there's atheists, but there's also deists.
I hear what you're saying, deists, but again, I'd say that those deists, their values today have been so subverted, right? That they now all they understand are the atheist values. That's what I'm trying to say.
No,
they're closer to atheism. They are closer to atheism than they are Christianity.
Listen to me, Avarice, right? As a deist, you cannot just say,
stupid.
This is my argument because they said so. My argument is my preferences. That is not a reasonable or empirical argument.
No, again, okay, tell me how a deist is not closer to atheism than Christianity. Tell me how.
Because they believe in a God. They just believe in a personal God.
So you can have gay marriages. We can have sex with our sisters. We can subscribe to OnlyFans. Look, I can actually make nudies now.
Unreasonable.
Okay, but what are you talking about? These are all things that people subscribe to in today's
that we're gonna get
right now.
But deists, like I would actually account that's actually more in line with an atheist through paganism, because it's actually different gods that do different things. So you get a flawed premise. God.
This is a flawed premise. There's not enough tied to deism and the belief in a deistic God that would be able to group.
It would entail your ethical system.
Regardless, though, there's
your ethical system is based on reason.
I believe in the fawns. I believe in the Church of the Fawns right now. Now I'm a deist. I'm a deist now, right? Because I believe in the Church of the Fawns.
No, that was
a deist.
I'm a deist. Personal God.
Hey!
Avarice, you gotta shut up long enough to answer the question you asked.
This is fucking stupid.
Why do you keep conflating is and ought?
Again, because you're making it stupid. Again, I'm saying that the Christians that you're calling Christians now, which he conceded are closer to atheists than they are Christians.
False. I never affirmed that proposition. I never affirmed that.
Yeah, yes, you did. You said that you don't see them as Christians.
They're not a member of the body of Christ, but I would say they're closer to Christians than they are to atheists.
How are they? Then how are they if they subscribe to atheistic views?
They don't
necessarily
be part of the body of Christ. They're just excited.
So you're saying that they don't make decisions based on their subjective opinions. Instead, they make most of their decisions based on Christ. Most Christians.
Their understanding, yes.
No, absolutely not. I disavow that.
Okay, that's great. You're the fucking contend with the argument.
Sure, I'll prove it. Go to a fucking strip club and watch every guy there.
They're not all. How do you say that they're all Christians?
Watch everyone
No,
doing
what are you
some
saying?
OnlyFans. Look at everything. Everyone that buys a fucking Pepsi, you're feeding into capitalism, and that opposed to Christianity, which means you're feeding more into atheism, which means you're feeding more to the atheistic values than Christian values. So atheism describes our reality today more than it describes Christianity.
Hold on, Avarice. Does atheism give an accounting for the laws of logic?
It could, yes.
Demonstrate that, please. I would love to hear someone demonstrate it.
Yeah, by accumulating enough people in a massive group of to then them vote on what is right and wrong.
That has nothing to do with the laws of logic.
What? Again, that's how they make logical opinions.
No. The 3 classical laws of logic. Can atheism give an accounting for that?
I guess I could think of something off my head. I don't know right now.
Demonstrate it, Avarice. Demonstrate it.
I'm not playing tag with you right now.
That's what the fucking argument was.
Listen, I'm not playing tag debate with you because you're a little bitch. All right, let's get to what actual reality is.
I can't demonstrate.
Let's get to the actual reality. Let's look at the argument. I love my I love my ad homs. Now listen,
I can't make an argument, so I'm just going to scream over everybody. Capitalism.
Again, because you can't contend with what today's reality is, and because you can't contend with today's reality, you have to go to the history pack. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Okay, then how do you describe today if it's all based off? If we all lived off of a Christianity, it was all built off the logic of Christianity. How do you describe today? How do you describe today then? How do you describe today then?
Avarice, when did I make that
because it's less Christian.
Acts like a leftist hedonist.
It's a better system. He proved it by stating that.
Again, it's not that it's a better system. We're not talking about what's better. We're talking about what best describes the system of today, the reality of today. What describes our reality? The reality.
Yes, Avarice, hold on a sec. Are the laws of logic eternal?
Which what people voted on. There's Genghis Khan. China, they don't believe in Christianity either. How'd they come up with their logic, you piece of shit?
No. Atheists use logic. They just can't give an accounting for logic, which is what the argument was.
Again, because you're saying is you're trying to account for Christianity, which doesn't account for the atheistic views that most people base their decisions on and base the systems off of.
Hold on, Christianity can absolutely give an accounting for the phenomenon of atheism.
Okay, so tell me how most people base their opinions off of doing things now.
Most
people, the reality, how they base their things off their reality, their choices.
Trump is now.
Avarice, do the laws of logic
exist? They're talking about how do they go with reality? The reality is right now.
So are the laws of logic, so is knowledge, so is information, so is the problem of induction.
Okay, then how is OnlyFans Christianity logical? Make it make sense.
On Avarice, the questions I'm raising to the atheists are prior to
again. Then how?
Anything.
Again,
to answer his question, it's so easy. That's easy, Avarice.
What's that?
Why? Even how Christianity accounts for people doing OnlyFans. Because God gave us free will.
But he didn't. He hardened people's hearts. So it is within his nature to harden people's hearts. It is within God's nature to take away people's choices.
Again, I like how you need Speakeasy to come step in, Steelboard, and help your ass.
I didn't need Easy to come in and step in. You're just not even addressing my argument whatsoever.
Avarice, you just don't shut up, except for when Easy talks.
Avarice, you're not addressing my argument whatsoever, so why should I engage with you when I try to engage with good faith? And I give you the argument.
Again, no, you're just trying to play tag. You're just trying to play tag.
Yes, that's the argument.
I want to play tag. I just want to play tag. It's a stupid argument. Here's the argument. Today...
Demonstrate the flaw with the transcendental argument for God's existence.
Oh my God. Schizophrenia from
if it's a bad argument, demonstrate that, Avarice. Come on, if it's a bad argument.
Okay, it's a bad argument because your argument doesn't describe the things that exist in today's modernity.
Hold on. Can we know those things? Can we know the things in modernity?
Can you prove that tag exists?
That tag exists?
Or can you prove that all the logic behind all of your tag exists?
Hold on, what's tag?
Yes, it's an argument. It's an argument about the presuppos or the preconditions for knowledge itself. So if intelligibility is possible, we have to give it an accounting for how it's possible.
Okay,
that's what the argument demonstrates.
If that demonstrates, then why do we let things like Papua New Guinea happen, where things like that, it's okay to do things like that?
We didn't. We fucking went in and stopped them.
No, we didn't. You said it keeps going. You literally said that in the argument with Tyler that we didn't go in and stop them.
No. We did go in and stop them, and then Christians left, and then they started doing. One tribe started doing it again.
Oh, and now they're doing it again.
Oh my God! People can follow.
Which means they're
Abraham
reverting back to. There's no. Which means it's proof that again people do what
they're
they
not
want.
atheists. They're pagans.
Again, they do what they want.
They're pagans, not atheists.
Again, people. Again, I'm saying that paganism. I'm saying that paganism. Again, paganism is just a one-off of atheism. They're just trying to believe. Atheism is what people actually believe. They believe in their own feelings.
Everest, is a religious identity just a self-ID to you? Is it just like fucking gender? Can I identify as whatever the fuck I want, or is there actual criteria to be the thing? Does the word
it feels like Christianity? It feels like today the Christianity is just an identifier. I can just put it on my dog tag. I can just put it on my dog tag.
One second.
Can I not put any religion I want on my dog tag?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to do that. Well, let me ask you, Everest.
So
you have to.
I can identify as whatever I want here.
Everest, in order to be a Christian, do you have to affirm that Jesus Christ existed as a person, like the person of Jesus Christ existed?
Again, I can go to the mall if anybody identifies as Christian. I just have to say I'm Christian in Christianity.
But what does that mean? Does it mean anything?
Again, to you, what does it mean?
We literally talked about non-denominational Christianity earlier about guys butt fucking other guys.
That's great, but that's irrelevant to the argument that I'm making right now. Everest, does being a Christian have to mean something?
Talking about claiming to be Christians. That's not Christian.
Claiming doesn't.
I mean, subjectively, it could.
No, it can't.
I don't see why not.
Okay, Everest, I'm a kangaroo.
I gotta put you back. It was Tyler that went down. I was like, wait, what the heck?
Everest, I'm a kangaroo. Why am I wrong?
Out accidentally.
I have fun bouncing around, dude. You're fucking weird.
So you have no fucking arguments. Got it.
I mean, I don't. If you want to identify as a kangaroo, I mean, I'm not going to stop you, right? But like what we do.
Am I a kangaroo though? Am I the thing? Am I the thing?
Again, what I'm saying with atheism.
Am I the thing, Everest? Yes or no? Am I the thing?
Again, with atheism,
am I the thing?
Again, in our worldview, we'd pool together our group of people and we'd say,
Everest,
hey,
can I be an atheist who believes in God?
You can't make truth.
Can I be an atheist who believes in God, Everest?
Could I be an atheist that believes in God? You could be an atheist that
believes in God. Can I be an atheist that believes in God? Yes or no?
Yeah, actually, absolutely, you could.
How can you be an atheist that believes in God if the definition of atheism is a rejection of God?
I'll get there. Yeah, I got you.
It's a rejection of a theistic God. You could be a deist.
Are you gonna let me land this? Yeah. And here's why. Because their God is non-existent. They actually don't believe in anything. It was not the real God or the true God, right? So they're not really believing in anything.
You're just fucking equivocating, Everest. Stop equivocating. Answer my question.
I'm not answering your question. They don't believe in anything. They're even closer to atheism.
No.
My point.
Answer my question directly. Can I be an atheist who believes in the Trinitarian God?
You cannot believe. In the
no, not the Trinitarian God. No.
Can I be an atheist who believes in the Unitarian God?
Yes.
A God. You can.
I can be an atheist can believe in a God.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, because they have the wrong God. They're just misinformed. They're just atheists.
So here's.
Oh wait. So every person who's not a Trinitarian Christian is an atheist. Is that what your argument is?
That's your argument, saying that you don't accept them as Christians.
That doesn't mean that they're not. That doesn't mean they're atheists. You fucking retard. What the fuck are you talking about?
It means that they're closer to atheist.
What does that mean?
Here, hold on. This is why.
Demonstrate the entailment for me. Demonstrate logical argument. Give it to me.
Yeah.
If let's say you're like a Protestant or a Catholic,
absolutely.
How you're more closer to being an atheist. How is a Catholic closer to being an aith if they practice the sacraments, they fast, they try to follow the faith?
Hold on.
How is a Catholic closer to an atheist?
You're 23% Catholics. But you're Protestants, on the other hand. Now let's get on then. Would you say that allowing people to speak in tongues?
Answer my question instead of asking a question, Everest. Answer the question. Don't ask
I can see the Catholics, right?
Are they monoliths? Are they monoliths? I'm just checking. There's monoliths? They all believe that? All of them? All of the Protestants believe that?
Enough to make votes that sway. Enough to make votes that sway our laws and our reality to make that so. Right, and that's what we're trying to get at.
Okay, hold on, wait,
like the fact that they're allowed to abort in California shows that atheism is how we make.
Answer my question real quick. Hold on, answer my question. So if politics declares something to be the case, does that make it necessarily true
for that area?
Okay, got it. So if you're in whatever city you live in, I'm not asking you doc stuff. Whatever city you live in declares that avarice is a homosexual. Does that mean that you suck cock?
Yeah, that's gonna suck. I probably
you
don't.
have to do it. Does that mean
I
you
mean,
suck
they
cock?
declare me as they declare it.
So
Well, then
words
you
have
have
to
to do
mean
it.
something. It can't just be an arbitrary fucking reference. It doesn't mean anything.
Again,
So,
they
Ellen,
could
they can't just declare it because it
again,
wouldn't be fucking true.
what I'm saying is that they're not declaring the real God, right? They're not declaring
What the fuck does that have
anything.
to do with the price of tea in
They're not
China?
even declaring God. They're actually doing the opposite. They're going the opposite route.
Prove it.
Okay, great. So hold
By
on.
the
If you're
votes.
shitty- stop,
By
stop.
the
If
votes,
you're
Abe.
shitty- hold on.
By
If the votes-
votes.
Okay, if the votes say that avarice is a homosexual, does that mean you
No,
suck cock?
wait. There's a huge logical breakdown in everything that you're saying.
Yeah,
what do
You're
you
just
mean?
making this claim. You're making a claim that because the country votes a certain way, that all Protestants now believe in a different God.
It's
Doesn't
100
even
to
make
boot me.
sense.
Let's see it. Pick it up.
Like, it doesn't even make sense what you're saying.
So here's
Motherfucker wins VK one time, and this is what we get.
Avarice. Is it possible for a Protestant to believe in monarchical Trinitarianism? Is it possible for a Protestant to believe in that?
Again,
Answer the question, yes or no.
A delusional one, yes.
No.
A
Is it
delusional
possible?
atheist.
Is it logical? Is it logically possible for a Protestant to affirm the monarchical Trinitarian model, the same as the Orthodox Church?
A delusional one.
Answer the question, yes or no. Can they believe in the exact same model? Of God as the Orthodox Church?
Anybody can believe in anything.
Can they believe in the exact same model? as the Orthodox Church?
Anybody could believe anything.
Okay, got it. So if they did, if a Protestant believes in the exact same model of God, how are they closer to an atheist? If they believe in the same God I
because they're
do?
not. The votes show by today's reality that they allow
Not the
abortions.
votes. I'm
they
asking
allow
you a
OnlyFans.
logical question,
So it's
Albert.
just showing you that by today's standard, they don't believe in that. They actually believe in atheism more than they believe in
Atheism is not a thing you believe in.
Hold on, Avarice. Hold on,
Atheism is not a thing you believe in.
Hold on. If they believe in the monarchical Trinitarian model of the Orthodox Church, same exact concept of God that we have, are they closer to an atheist if they believe in the same God that I do, retard?
They are. Again,
because they believe in the same model of God as I do.
Again,
Now it's not a different God.
Again, they're not believing in your model if they're
They
not
believe in
taking
the same
part.
model of God as
not
I
if
do.
not if they're not taking part in the things that your God has asked them to do.
Can you be an Orthodox Christian if there's no
Really?
Orthodox church? Like, let's say there's no Orthodox church without you, but you fully believe in the theology, but you've never been baptized. Do you believe in the same God, or are you an atheist?
Can you slow that down and speak a little bit so I can understand it?
And somebody who is inquiring into Orthodoxy, but there's no Orthodox church in their country, right? Like they believe all the stuff that Orthodox Christians do, but they're not baptized, so therefore they're not part of the body of Christ. Are they atheists, or are they closer to Orthodoxy?
So again, I would say that if they are adhering to the law of God, right? Then
Why couldn't a Protestant do that? Is it possible for a Protestant to do that?
It is. I'd say that they're not.
I say, is it possible?
It is possible, but again, you're not showing by the. I'm showing you that they're not doing it by the votes of how America is voting. They're not doing
Protestants
that.
vote based as fuck. What are you talking about? The Mormons vote against abortion and women's rights, and so do the fucking Baptists, and so do the Methodists.
Mormons.
Okay, so you're
Jewish
proving that more people are atheists than they are
they're
Christian.
voting the way I vote, you idiot. What are you talking
No, they're
about?
not, because then if they are, then why is there abortion in California? Why is there abortion in Washington? Why do we have
California's a
OnlyFans
Christian
around
state?
America? Why
Avarice,
do we
you're
have
too good at
OnlyFans
this.
around America?
No, he's not. He's not even making arguments. Avarice is the majority of California.
He's not trying
Christians.
to. Yes! Oh my God!
50 comes in. Avarice, thank you for joining us. And someone
That was fun, Avarice.
That was fun. Yeah, I know. That was
just
good.
an entire
That'd be way more racist.
I love you, brother.
Yeah, it was.
But
It
you
was.
suck up all the air.
Let's be fair, real quick. I just want to point out, Avarice. I think Avarice did a better job arguing against the prompt. Specifically, the way that I argued the prompt. Like, I love you, Tyler. But that's
I
might be the
I was arguing
They
the
both
prompt.
did
I kept getting pulled into this other fucking direction while I was making. I was
Exactly.
making
Look,
the same fucking
exactly.
argument.
Okay, it was
until
good
we
to be
get
up
to the
here.
hot seat, Avarice, I gotta take you off unless someone pays to bring you back.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was good to be here. I'm glad you got paid to get kicked off. I didn't know how long I could hold up, so it was like holding up a brick. Which way do I go? I got Nick's and Steelboard.
Thank you for coming. You're always a pleasure.
See you, buddy.
yeah,
always a pleasure.
The people who don't know in my chat are like, "What the fuck? This guy sucks." I'm like, yeah, but
I have to throw this out there. I've wanted to slap Avarice a lot of times. I wanted to slap him way more tonight than ever before. Just throwing it out there.
Well, and here's why I'm
going with arguments. I was like, what the fuck are you
It's
talking
funny
about?
that you'd want to kick Avarice more than you'd want to kick.
Oh
someone
shit!
who
I'm
identifies
sorry
as
to have to
Jewish.
put you back down, Bill.
Oh,
I live.
Well, so this is why I'm like to build on that. Actually, so why even a Protestant or someone that believes in their own worldview. So even the liberal, the liberal worldview is that they don't appeal to an outside God. They view themselves as God, and they are creating the reality that they actually are interacting with. They themselves are a God. They do not differentiate.
1000%.
So even though they're appealing to their God, I am God, they're still appealing to a God. So that we can look at even with Protestants, if their view is more, well, it's my preferences, well, I am appealing to my God, a monolithic God. I am appealing to what my interpretation of what God is. That's the liberal worldview. Outside the like the Christian hardcore conservative view of there is an outside force.
No, I mean, like,
I still think that's inconsistent. I still think that's inconsistent. You would have to make a claim at that point.
Yeah, because it was logical, right? Because what we do is today we have democracy, right? And that's how we do things. That's how they've done it since Rome. They gathered in big groups of people and made laws. So really, the reality that was built is laws.
His own voice.
Oh, well, then pay $50 to remove me because I'm not stopping anytime soon. This train's in full drive.
No, go ahead.
Until you make it logical.
Let Abe answer what he wants.
You would be making a.
All right, so real quick, where are we at? The link that I just dropped in the chat is the link to the YouTube, his YouTube stream. So the pinned link on his YouTube stream is the StreamYard link. There's no voice channel or anything. Do I have to click present? What? I think he said wait in the back. Are you Tilda Swinton? Is that what? Is that what? Because he's got 10 people up here, so you can only have so many people up. So just hang out. I'm gonna chill for a little bit.
Non-Christian, and that middle section is a bit of both. And there's no way to claim that Christians are the reason that it's swayed to the degen side. So
again, what it's saying though is that today's modernity. There we go.
Back.
You'll be back. You'll be back. I believe in you.
God damn it! You'll have to break up the
making money.
They'll be back. They'll be back.
Welcome back, Bill.
So even if that is the case, okay. So we have kind of our extremes on the side. We have the left and the right, and the squishy middle, right? But those people, just as with the right and the left, they still operate on what we think is good. So just as the right views that God is giving
politically, maybe you could say that for the political parties themselves. You can't say that for all the voting people beneath the parties.
No, I'm not making a monolithic claim, but I'm talking in terms of generality. So as again, I'm the odd liberal out here. I could say that most liberals view how they interact with the world, that they are God's creating the world. That's how they view it. That is 100% how they view it.
Yeah.
What? So they are creating
it's
the
meism. I get it. So it's me. I get it.
Yes, exactly.
By the way, could I just mention how nice it is to actually have a conversation like that? Have some air to breathe. We can, hear each other out and, get each other space to talk.
No, because communism and capitalism and your shirts exist because of capitalism, and then they're more atheists because they vote for Democrats.
While I do have the mic, I would just like to say this. First of all, Christ has risen. That's the most
Truly he is risen.
And now also, just on Avarice's argument there, it was very bizarre to me because that's about self-identifying makes you the thing. Does that mean that he believes that men that say they're women are women? Like it's a little bit silly.
He literally said, hold on a second. He said that you can be an atheist who believes in in God. You can't be. That's literally a category. There's a performative contradiction
You
to be an
can say,
atheist who believes in
I
God.
am God.
No. Who believes in an outside power above yourself?
God. No, that was not your definition, Steelborn. You said that someone that does not believe in a. I can say that I. Oh, fuck.
Shit,
That's
sorry,
what
That's the general atheist view.
Yeah, look at you're not defining what the God is, right? That's what we're trying to say. Because they don't define what the God is, and they're not defining it by your God, right? They're just defining. They might as well just be defining themselves. You piece of shit.
No, because you made the claim that Protestants would fit into that same category, which they do not.
Again, and it shows through the votes, or they don't though. They choose themselves over God, proving it through the votes. That's how they get. This is what best describes reality.
Doesn't mean you didn't hear, Avarice. Just because you're in the back doesn't mean you didn't hear that there's 30%.
Oh yeah, I spaced you out for fucking RimWorld while I'm on the back. Like in the back, I'm tuning you out.
We're getting slapped.
Well, they pay for me to keep up here, and I won't tune you out as much.
Hold on a second. Avarice, can you be a Christian or can you be an atheist that believes in the Trinity?
I said no.
Okay, so why can't you be a Christian that believes, or why can't you be an atheist who believes in the Trinity?
Why?
Is it because atheism has to have entailments?
It's because Christianity has entailments.
Okay, can you be an atheist who believes in a Unitarian God that's above yourself?
I'm saying atheist has less entailments than Christianity. Way less.
Avarice, can you define what theism means?
A whole lot less. And if I had to put categories,
Avarice, can you define theism?
If I had to put a nice little bell curve, right, and I had to put Christianity on one side, and I had to put atheism on the other side, and I had to take the reality of where people vote today. The reality is that they vote over on the atheism side.
Okay, Avarice,
based on all the views.
Avarice, define theist.
Define atheist?
No, define theist.
Robot.
Why don't you tell me what it is?
Somebody who believes in a personal God.
Again,
a God.
A God.
What was the prompt? What was the prompt of this whole debate?
Christianity versus atheism, which gives a better accounting for reality.
Accounting for reality,
What
which is
is
today.
No, exactly. But wait
Today.
a minute. This is what's the problem is when I saw the prompt, I thought it was going to be about like metaphysics and philosophy, like what accounts for the external world and immaterial reality.
I'm glad that's what you. I'm glad that's what you think it. I'm glad that's what you think that it accounts for. But what I think it accounts for is the laws of our society and the democracy and how people live their lives. Because that's the reality. We live in reality. We live in reality. I don't live in heaven. I don't live in some fucking spiritual world. Well, then why don't you contend with reality, you piece of shit?
Because all the metaphysics are prior to reality, you motherfucker.
There is no you can't see metaphysics. Why you contend with the things you can see, you piece of shit?
Metaphysics is a self-repeating proposition, so it's fucking retarded
Again, we can see the fucking laws that we have to abide by.
Metaphysical claim.
Okay, Avarice.
Oh my God.
All of the questions that I was asking are prior to the laws.
Later.
Prior to society.
Have fun in RimWorld.
Have fun in reality.
Getting rich.
Well, thank you for coming up again, Avarice.
He was metaphysically kicked off the panel.
And welcome back, Bill.
For a minute.
We're like edging this guy now. He's like, oh, I'm here. Oh, I'm gone. Oh, I'm here. Like,
yeah. So I want to address this real quick because this seems like it was really relevant to Tyler.
Bro.
The reason why I was asking about things like the laws of logic, objective truth, knowledge, information.
That's what he does.
All these different concepts. Those concepts are prior to everything else. Like if the world is not intelligible, we can't make sense of reality. We can't make sense of the world.
There we go.
Then nothing that happens in reality we wouldn't be able to understand any part of it. So these are the preconditions for intelligibility itself. So who gives a better accounting for the preconditions of intelligibility?
Okay, so here's my honest position. I get the philosophy and all of the the kind of bigger thinking type of shit. I'm a normie, fucking middle of the road, left leaning liberal. That's my position.
You just lost every VK vote. I'm just gonna point. I'm just kidding.
No, I've said from day one. I don't hide that I seem to identify more with Christians and Christian conservatives, even as I said in our argument, than I seem to do with the modern liberal, where chopping off a little boy's penis off is somehow morally justifiable. I find.
Well, look, we can't all be perfect. This sounds like a good time. I'm just saying.
But so, when we're getting into philosophy, it's like it's the bigger thinking, and I think in terms of people who are operating today. They're thinking in terms, oh fuck's sakes.
I can't skip over that, Tyler. I can't skip over that. How would you claim any moral justification absent?
Sorry, Bill.
Absent God, absent Christianity.
Well, so the moral justification.
Because if the popular consensus, if the popular consensus is that that's justified and it's fine and it is moral, then how could you make any moral justification that it's bad?
We make the moral justification by voting on it, by the consensus, by the group of people. Yeah, the consensus of people, we all vote on it. We make a group effort of people.
Avarice, that's what we're asking.
That's called the democracy.
Yes, if the majority votes to cut off little boys' penis because they just think it's fucking fun.
Yes,
sure.
How can you tell them they're wrong for that?
We don't. That's called democracy. We voted on it. That's called abortion. How can you say that abortion's wrong? How do you not want to? How do you not want to send all the souls to heaven?
Then how the hell did we get rid of all of the chemical castration of children? How are we pushing back?
Because our people got together, they voted and said, "Hey, we believe this to be wrong, so let's get rid of that." That's what called voting. That's called democracy.
Were we just not voting before, or do we make arguments and change people's minds?
We always made votes. We've been voting since the dawn of time. We've been able to raise our hand. We've been taking votes.
Wait, we vote on who the monarchy is.
We've been taking. Ever since we've been...
Stop smirking. Do we vote on who the monarch is? Do we vote on who the king is?
Again, just because there's periods of periods of time where people
it's a modern idea. We've been doing monarchy for thousands of years.
Those monarchs are put there by the rich people, or we like to call the higher ups. Yes, the royalty, the nobles put them in place, and the nobles voted on king. Yes, many times the nobles voted on kings. Many times the nobles voted on kings. Many times the nobles voted on kings. Did they not?
No, give me a demonstration.
Okay, King Edward III was voted on through the Ireland when they cut out the whole line. The nobles had to come in. Ireland was voted on nobles. When fucking William Wallace came in and sacked it, the nobles had to come in and
Ireland. That was
Scotland. Whatever, Scotland. Forgive me for getting the place wrong. Again, voted on by the nobles. Voted on by the nobles. You still can't prove it. We've been voting since the dawn of time.
Was the Tokugawa shogun voted for by the nobles?
Democracy.
Was the Japanese emperor voted for? Was King Napoleon voted for? Was any? Literally, I can point to so many monarchs that weren't voted for.
Put there by secret votes from their nobles, by the people with power with money.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, the secret votes of nobles.
Leonidas was voted for in Greece.
Yeah, this because the people together, they all got together for Leonidas and said, "This guy's got the stuff. We're gonna put him in power."
Voted for my king.
We voted for that shit. Hell yeah!
Yeah, we voted for
the people with power. Voted to be behind that person.
Your goddamn arm.
Yeah.
How did you become king? I didn't vote for you.
We've been voting since the dawn of time, and you're just saying no, we don't. But yes, we have. We've always been voting.
Adam vote to?
That's what a man does.
We vote for the king is.
The king of the black Hebrew.
Let's let a little bit of back and forth.
Avarice, did we vote for the king? Did we vote for the king?
Again, we don't. Again, I want to limit votes as it is. I don't want everybody voting. I want the higher voting. I want the no. Again, I'm voting that we appeal to atheism and democracy.
Why would we appeal to a system that's incoherent, inconsistent, and can't
again? Because that's the system in reality that we live in.
Is ought.
Yeah, seriously, this is the whole is ought dilemma. Just
because
this
is the reality that we live in. I don't see how you don't see this.
Yes, just because it is the case that there are way more atheists.
Because it is the case. You said because it is the case. There you go. This is the case of reality. You piece of shit.
Just because it is the case that there are more atheists today than there ever have been has no bearing about whether or not Christianity is true. You fucking moron. What are you talking about?
Again, what you're saying here is that you're saying I appeal to white Christian. Again, most people appeal to democracy in votes. That's how we get things in place. That's how the reality takes place. That's how voting takes place. That's how democracy takes place. That's how we get the reality of today.
Is truth a democracy?
One simple question.
Yes. Miri Teriak, what's up?
Truth is a democracy.
Which is a better argument, right? Justifying the argument through reason and empirical evidence,
hold that question.
or saying my preferences.
He's gonna have to answer you from the back.
How did he make that claim? How did he literally
Come on, Tariq. They
literally-
don't find logos. You know what I'm saying? Alhamdulillah, baby.
Long till he's back.
Bacon, brother.
No.
Ham salami bacon.
I have like PTSD, Avarice.
How?
I'm gonna let somebody else get a chance in here. So
Hey,
just make that
kids, it's me. I guess you thought that I was dead.
Avarice, I love you
So
like a
Avarice, which is
brother,
a better
but
argument?
I can't deal with it.
Justifying an argument
Keep
with
being
logic
you.
and
Because you're not being
empirical
again.
evidence, or just saying my preferences.
It's because you're not being able to contend that we don't make votes. All you're
Avarice.
saying is, all you guys are saying is that you guys are
Avarice.
crying
I'm asking
because
which
that's
is
the
the
way
better
it is.
Avarice.
Again,
You guys have
are
fun.
just
Which is the better
complaining
argument?
because we live on
Hey.
democracy.
Avarice. Lutch needs to say goodbye.
Let's see what Abe's trying to say to that.
Lutch is saying he's going to leave, I think, right now.
I mean,
Is
depending
that
on
what you're saying?
what you're saying. What you got next?
We got a 50 on the
Am I
Rumble
roboting?
side that says,
No, you're good.
Jungle says, send the
So
tiny
blasphemous.
trolling Spurglet back to the closet. You Spurglet. I have spoken.
He's spurg baiting.
I mean,
So,
Avarice has said that you can be whatever you say you believe you are. So maybe.
Well, and
I'm
I
trying to figure out. Wait a minute, but if we just granted everything he's saying that okay, atheism is the reason the country's all fucked up, how does that mean that atheism gives a better account for reality as a whole in the metaphysical?
It's
sense?
not
This is so
atheism,
far
it's
away from the
leftism.
Better
original
for
prompt.
capitalism, the
It's not-
economy.
It's not
You don't-
atheism,
It
it's
has nothing to
leftism.
do with the prompt.
Well, that's
It
fair.
has
It
nothing to do with
absolutely
it.
does. It
No, it doesn't.
absolutely has everything to do with the
It's
prompt.
because
How
it's
is it
because-
better for reality?
Wait, are you being
Not
serious?
better for reality. That's not the claim.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
my
no,
claim
no.
was not that Christianity is
We're
better for
talking about
reality.
the account of reality as it exists, like actual
Like now?
physical,
Hey,
metaphysical reality.
exactly.
No,
Well,
okay.
wait,
so
but- no,
one
but you're adding
country's
meta.
interpolitical discourse has nothing to
That
do
is
with
part
the
of reality.
totality
Well, yes,
of
metaphysics. The metaphysics come prior to everything,
This is-
like in the
this is-
material.
The prompt has gone
Yeah, but
above
90
90% of the people in this entire panel head. Like this is
no,
insane.
no, there's no way that like okay, maybe like in like a epistemic type of like view. It's like, oh, well, you're engaging with logic. You just
Okay,
don't
but-
know you are.
Well, account,
Well, absent logic- wait,
reality is an
wait.
epistemic issue.
Right. Absent logic, none of this even exists. So, like, it has.
Well,
to
clearly,
be
Logic has to
pre-existing.
come prior. Knowledge has to come prior. Intelligibility has to come prior.
Okay,
The uniformity of nature has to
hold
come
on, let me get
prior
in here.
to all of this stuff, all
Hold
of
on,
the
hold on,
atheistic
hold
worldview. I'm asking you to give an account for that, and you guys were just like, but some Christians disagree.
But no,
Well,
let's,
what's the atheistic worldview?
No, not most.
Most.
How could you claim
Tim,
most?
Yes,
Tyler,
most.
listen.
That's
How could you claim most?
That's Steelborn's position. Remember, he is less than 1%. Orthodoxy is less than 1% of
No,
the
it's not.
population. I literally
Of the,
looked
no,
at
no,
that.
Abe, of the United
Yes,
States
it
population, that's
is.
true.
This accounts for reality.
Of the U.S. population, that's true. Not the
Zero,
world
zip.
population.
Okay, well,
U.S.
even-
yes.
Okay, well, I don't give a fuck about the rest of the world. I'm talking about places that actually.
Hold on, is
affect
the rest of the
me.
world in reality?
Of course, they still operate in
It's-
reality. It's, not
it's
like
So then they
irrelevant.
would be relevant.
they're not like
That's,
Greenlanders.
ad populum
Hold
fallacy.
Hold on,
Fallacy.
everybody shut up. Let me ask this a different way.
You're
What
making an
does
ad populum
the
fallacy.
population of atheists in the country have to do with the existence of planet
Exactly.
Earth?
What-
Exactly.
That
Fucking nothing, dude.
Nothing.
Well, yeah, I would
So
agree.
the same
yeah.
argument would apply to God.
We're
But
talking
that's
about
just
what
because
we're
there's
relevant
nothing
to how
to
many
atheism
atheists there are,
except the
whether or
lack
not
of the
God is.
belief.
you're sitting on, dude.
Because we operate most like I would say almost everyone operates in just base reality, how the world
So what?
functions, like kind of disconnect. They're not thinking like, well,
Wait,
how
hold
do,
on, hold on,
how
hold
do
on,
I
Tyler.
interact with the laws of
Hold on,
logic?
stop, Eli. Let me real quick. Let me address this, Tyler. What the fuck is base reality? What does that mean? Does reality consist of universals and
how-
particulars? Is there
how-
metaphysics involved in reality? That's the question of tonight.
So just how I interact with the world, how I go about my day life, base reality. That's how the vast majority of people interact. Now there are people that go.
Do the vast majority of people
blind
assume
to
the law
it.
of identity? Hold on. Do the vast majority of people assume the law of identity?
Yes.
That a thing is what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do they assume the law of non-contradiction in their day-to-day life? That if somebody tells them a proposition and its negation at the same time, they can't both be true. Like if I walked up to you and said, "I'm Beyonce." No, I'm not.
This is really retarded.
Can we
Wait a
talk
minute.
with
No,
the
no,
entire
no,
world?
you're not.
Orthodoxy
You're not
is
Beyonce.
12%.
No, I'm saying if I walked up to you and said, "I'm Beyonce,"
That's
no,
about
I'm not.
10.
Where you're like,
Entire
well, only one of them can be true. They can't both be true. They're contradicting each other.
Well, exactly. I think if any of you walked up to someone and said, "This is a chair," they would go, "No, it's not." Like
So
most people would
well,
describe that way.
And they'd say, "Well, how do you know that? What are you grounding that in?"
No.
Yeah, exactly.
I can grant. Hold on, stop. I can grant
reality.
You're grounding it in logic, Lutch. First
I
law
can
of
grant that he
identity.
defines that that way. I can grant that when he says chair, he means a little plastic cylinder with ink that comes out in a metal ball and it rolls around and it draws on paper. If I understand that's his definition of chair, then I know what the fuck he means. I know he means pen. But I wouldn't ask him, what are you grounding that in? All I would ask is, can it be itself and not itself? Can that be a chair and the chair be a chair at the same exact time?
So
in the same sense?
can this be a chair and my chair be a chair? No,
No, not in the same sense, in the same way, but in different ways, in different senses. Yes, that's logic.
How could this be a chair if I'm
Because you can
conveying
give a
thought?
proprietary definition for whatever you want, and as long as it's coherent and consistent
on
and
it,
conveys
sure.
meaning, I can understand what you're saying.
Okay, but then you're just saying that we use words, descriptors to convey thought. That's it.
Yes.
Yes. So
We're talking about the possibility of doing that.
Yeah, we're talking, the question is the possibility of doing that. and
Real
Aaron's got a problem.
quick, sorry guys, I was distracted by the wife here for a moment. Real quick, we got a 50 Rumble rant.
God.
It says, Jungle says, send the tiny trolling Spurglet back to the closet. Oh, wait, no, that's wait.
Yeah, we got that one.
Yeah, we already did that.
Repeat it. Why'd I get two of them?
There's only one in my like I pull up the Rumble chat. There's only one on my end.
Oh, it did this to me the other day too. What the fuck?
So Tyler, can I?
Oh, you're edging him even harder.
My bad.
Tyler, I got a question for you as a
I
non-believer.
thought this said send them in, and then I'm reading and I'm like, wait, this is the exact same one from before. I'm gonna refresh my Rumble because that happened to me last time. It started.
Now we're spurg baiting the spurg baiter.
Bring him back! I want to see that little troll fucking lose his shit.
But wait,
I need us to understand that what we mean by reality. Reality is everything that exists. So again, what does the population of atheists or the inner workings of a particular
depends
country
on the
planet
atheist.
have to do with everything that exists?
It depends on the atheist.
Or everything that exists.
Depends on what the atheist believes. You don't know what that person believes because they're an atheist. You just know what they don't believe.
What does that have to do with giving an account for everything that
Because it
exists?
depends on what the person believes. You don't know what the person believes by saying they are an atheist.
Let me cut straight through it. Let me cut straight through it. One second. The two arguments that were made is, right, Steelborn's appealing to logic and empirical evidence, but Tyler literally said in the debate, my preferences. Which is a better argument? And I'm addressing it to Tyler and Lodge. Which is a better argument?
Well, real quick,
Until you can prove the existence of the God that you refer to, then preferences.
That's not an answer. To see the way you avoided that, you know what I just said is true.
I gave you you gave me a dichotomy, and I gave you one of those options. How is that not answering the question?
Which
you
is
said this for my preferences, and I gave you the answer.
To logic and empirical evidence. One sec. Look, so appealing to logic and empirical evidence is a better argument than saying my preferences, correct?
I think everyone.
But see the way you can't even answer that, Lodge.
I just said yes, bro. You're not fucking listening. I'm saying the words that are exactly coming out of your mouth. You said yes or no, and I said yes. You say, you see, I can't answer that question. How else would you like me to answer that question? What other words should I use in a yes or no question besides yes, no, or maybe I don't know?
Hold on, I have a question for Lutz real quick. This is really
Orthodox Christianity and atheism's been debunked, so I'm not sure why you guys are even still.
Atheism is not a claim, so you can't debunk.
Yes, hold on a sec. It's the claim that it's possible there is no God, is it not?
Hold on, I have a question for Lutz.
No, it's the position of believing that it is not there. So you can say that.
Do you believe it's possible there's no God?
Why don't you believe in the tooth fairy?
Okay, then there's a positive claim wrapped up in it.
No, everyone answer me. Why don't you believe in the tooth fairy? Why don't you believe in the Easter Bunny? Explain to me why you do not believe in the Easter Bunny.
Because the Bible doesn't say so, duh!
It's possible that it doesn't
The
exist.
apostolic concession.
It's impossible.
Indian Jesus, you're way too confident for the way you got, basically nearly conceded in Jim Bob's debates. I don't want to hear this.
Oh, you want to? You're throwing up other dudes? You're throwing up other dudes?
No. I'm just thinking it's funny. You're really
Get a stick
bold
out
right
your
now,
mouth
but
and
we
talk
need
for
to
yourself,
tone it down
bro.
a
Come
little
on,
bit.
that was
Tone it
some
down a
weak
notch.
shit. That was some weak shit.
You damn near
Wow.
conceded by the end of the debate. So I'm just wondering where the
Wow.
confidence is from now.
First off,
but-
Jim Bob isn't here even to defend himself from the shit arguments that he repeatedly makes. But why do you not believe? Why do you not believe that the Easter Bunny exists?
You know what?
Give me
You're
the
right,
reason as to why.
Tyler. Actually,
Okay,
you're
real
right.
quick too.
Jim-
I guess I made a mistake. Jungle was actually trying to kick Steelborn, but you can't. Steelborn and Tyler are off limits.
Unkickable.
So I
Hey,
gotta
to be
bring-
fair, Jungle, I read your comment. I didn't start
Welcome
spurging until
to
Avarice got on the panel.
show.
So I gotta bring Avarice back up. All right. But
shit.
Jungle, you
Tyler.
can still kick someone. So anyone on the panel except for Steelborn and Tyler can be kicked.
You can take me
because
out.
they're the
Okay,
main,
real quick, I have a
You can
question
take
for
me.
Lutch.
Oh, yeah, good.
Okay, Lutch, you were saying that it, like, when we were asking about whether or not something exists, you were saying it depends on a person's belief, right?
No. They're
Eli asked,
what they.
we were talking about the preconditions for knowledge and all this stuff about whether or not something exists, and you said, well, it depends on a person's belief about.
So No,
You're saying
what
an
they-
atheist- are you saying an atheist can't use science?
Avarice,
shut up for a
please,
sec.
brother, please. We love you. Please.
I'm just wondering.
I was saying that you are trying to put all atheists in the same box as this particular belief, and that's not how that works. And so there are people who are atheists who are not hard atheists and don't make the positive claim. And so fine, you can say that the
Hold on, hold on a
fact
sec.
that the fact
My
that
def-
the
hold
fact
on.
that
What is
can
your
I
problem with my
finish? Can I
definition?
finish? I thought you asked me a question.
Because
So
I was
fine.
asking you about something else, and you were
Okay,
just
go
started
ahead.
talking about something
Go
totally
ahead,
different.
go
But my
ahead, go ahead.
definition of atheism, I think, was the most charitable
Can he
definition. you could
finish?
give.
Can he finish?
My
Let
definition
him
of atheism
finish.
was just
Yeah,
somebody
let
who
him
does not believe in a
finish.
personal God.
I'm gonna come.
Somebody who rejects a personal God. Like, you don't believe in a personal
Wait,
God.
whoa, bro.
No.
Whoa.
That seems to be a
No.
fair.
This is, and I
Whoa.
understand why.
Oh,
Like, this is why personally I've stopped using the title, because people don't understand the difference between the positive claim and the lack of belief.
I understood that though. Me and Tyler actually
Fair.
made the same game.
But that's what I'm telling. Fair. I'm not saying you're not understanding that. I'm saying personally, that's why it doesn't. It's rhetorically,
It's a loaded word.
Right. And so I just like
No,
the
it's a
claim.
loaded belief.
The position is that I can be. I don't know. I don't know is a different thing than no.
Right.
Yeah,
No,
I
but
agree
it's
with you.
saying
That
that
saying
it's
I'm not
possible
sure.
that
I
there's
don't
no
know
God.
is a different.
And
claim
so
than
the
whether or
point
not
is that
doesn't.
I am not an atheist. I mean, technically I am, but I am not in the box of people who are making that positive claim.
But would you say? Hold on,
So
hold
it
on, hold on.
depends.
I got a
Claim
question for
it's
Eddie. Hold on,
possible.
I got a question for Eddie. Would you say that you're closer to atheism than you are Christianity?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how you would measure that because I was born. I was born in the Catholic Church. I was confirmed in the Methodist Church. I think Christianity is the strongest moral structure that we have. So I don't know how you would measure that. Maybe, but how would you measure that?
Subscribe to atheism than they do Christianity.
Hold on a sec. Watch. I was trying to ask you
So that brings me back to the original question of what is the atheist worldview?
our
You're putting
reality.
everybody in the same box, and it doesn't. Not everybody in that quote unquote box thinks the same thing.
Hold on a sec. Watch.
Atheism in my worldview would be anybody
Hold
that
on, let Steelborn get what he's trying to get out.
I've been trying to ask Lush this question for like 2 minutes, but the first thing is, would it be fair to define an atheist as just somebody who, like, at the very least, I can know an atheist is somebody who rejects Christianity, like they reject that worldview.
No.
No.
I am an atheist who does not. In what kind? So if you want to talk about the truth claims of Christianity, sure, yes. But I think Christianity is a. I think Jesus was a great character. I think that Christianity is the best moral structure that we have. I think we can potentially do better, but as of right now, so
does somebody's belief in a thing determine whether or not it exists?
No.
Okay, that was the clarifier I was trying to get because of something that you and Eli had said, and I wanted to just draw that point out real quick.
What did I?
Well,
atheism is a
it
lack
sounds
of belief
like you
in
were
a
saying that
supreme
it
being.
depends on belief
for whether or not the thing exists.
Do all atheists believe it's
I didn't think
possible
that was
there's
the
no
argument you were
God?
making, so I wanted to get the clarifier.
Listen, they could believe that. Look at an atheist could technically believe that
so
they're
all
God.
atheists have a positive claim in their worldview.
Not all atheists. No, I'm
right,
saying
but
that
it's not.
atheists
No,
could.
he is
Could.
right that the possibility.
they can't.
That's it. That's worlds
they
apart.
could.
That's
No.
worlds apart from
God
saying
is
I don't
supreme
believe.
Because they
being.
follow themselves.
Hold on, the
Yeah, because
atheist
they-
is hold on. Lutch is correct, and so is Eli, in saying if the atheist makes the positive claim, it's possible there's no God.
That's
Right?
very different than saying
has to
I
be
personally
saying
don't
if there
believe there is a God, or
definitively
I
is no
reject God, or I reject Christianity.
You have
Those
to
are
give an
different
account
claims.
for a reality where there's no God. If
Yeah,
you're gonna make that
God
claim.
No.
God is
No, what reality you mean?
But
We have to
give
count.
an account
You're
for the
saying
possibility of
is I
knowledge
have
with
to
no
account
God.
morality. I have to account for morality.
No, you don't.
Right,
Average.
but
You think, no, it's like average. Hold on,
I-
watch,
so you're
average.
saying that we can't
It's
appeal to other
cosmology.
humans? You're saying that we can't appeal to other humans and come together and vote through objective
Fuck no.
science
What the
and
fuck is voting
views?
as you whether that's true, average?
Because that's what's
Appeal with
happened.
what, Avarice?
That's
Average.
what,
Appeal
through
with
Voting
what?
science.
has no relevant.
Through science.
Average. You're making a
reason-
argument. It's
reason
called
and
the argument
empirical
ad
evidence?
populum. Just because everybody votes on the fucking thing doesn't make it true, for one. And two,
But
here's my
that's how
follow-up
we
question real quick.
operate.
Hold on. Give an accounting for the regularity of nature that tomorrow will be like yesterday from the atheist worldview without divine providence of God.
It's through repetition. It's through the consistent idea that reality exists, that tomorrow or yesterday operates the same.
That's circular. That's circular. Doesn't tell me anything.
It's because we all kind of give these entailments or the understanding
No.
that
I can give it.
that because there are certain laws for physics, laws that the universe,
And those would be a universal rule, or there were universal account, or those would be a part of the universal accounting for why there's the regularity in nature. But the atheists can't tell me why there's the regularity in nature. They just say it is because it is.
Real quick, boys.
No,
real
it is
quick.
because we voted that way. That's the way it's been through tradition in culture.
We
All right,
voted
real
on
quick,
Newtonian
hold up,
physics.
boys.
come
One
on.
second,
The laws
one
of physics
second,
into
one
existence.
second.
Again, that was through science.
Did we vote on Newtonian physics?
Again, we all.
Shut up! You want to shut the
Thank you. First off, we got a big $300
fucking way.
Rumble rant. Okay,
Legend.
Let's fucking go.
So this is what is it here? So first off,
some of us work for a living.
it says. So basically, I'm cashing in all my.
I'm the
chips to
atheist. Me and
override
Tyler are
and
the
ask
atheists.
kindly
Everybody
for
else
best
here is a
host
Christian.
on the tube to enable a one-time only 5 minutes in the closet with Avarice and Steele and Miss Avarice need a quick minute. Oh,
here we
shit.
go.
Okay. Okay.
I don't. Is
So-
he trying to do a
All right,
1v1?
I'm gonna bow out then, guys. I'm getting
Wearing
sleepy on the East
Okay.
Coast.
Oh, but wait a
Thanks.
minute. Hold up.
Is this a 1v1 or mute us both or?
What's going to
Please,
no.
please.
I'll tell you how this is going. And because Xander sent in 50 to take Avarice off at 2, right? We first off, we're past 1,000 now. So we're going to be doing a verbal combat origin.
Let's go.
Oh, fuck yeah.
That game's
We're gonna do
even
a
better,
verbal
Lil
combat
Toes.
origin
I'm dipping
tonight.
out, so you should be up
First thing,
next.
That big 300 just put us up to here. And then Xander put in a 50 to put.
Why don't you
Avarice
do that
to the
shit for
back.
me?
So
Why don't you do that
at
shit for
2,
me?
We're gonna start the verbal combat origins instead because of Jungle's request. Right before we do the verbal combat origins, Steele and Avarice are gonna have a 5-minute
Makeout
in,
sesh?
in the closet. Quick minute. All right?
I'm gonna go get some fucking
So for
whiskey.
now, to
Who's
still
gonna come out
honor
of the
Xander,
closet?
we got to put Avarice in the back.
Can I
okay?
watch?
To still on. Can I watch this motherfucker?
I'm ready to go,
Of course. That's why they think this is about the atheists.
Hey, real quick, easy. I got a question for you.
Guys, real quick, I'm gonna dip out before the game
I never
starts.
saw. What was the results of the poll?
You guys have a good one.
Oh, the
Have a good
poll.
night.
Let me get that. It is. We
Steelborn
got
lost because he's
67.
Thank you, guys. I'll be
Have a
back.
good night, dude.
67 votes.
let's just see what they're saying.
And 88%.
Let's see what they're saying. Then I'm gonna see what y'all saying.
Arguments tonight.
How?
Stop.
He literally told you
That's
democracy. It's
I'll tell you why,
democracy.
Tyler. I'll tell you why. Because my preferences is an unreasonable argument.
That's how everyone.
No, it's not. It's not a acting possessed. I mean, he definitely is good at being that guy. Like, there is very clearly a reason why Easy lets him just do that. I don't know if you noticed, but he just made fucking $600 in the time that I was up there. He made $600 in the time that I was up there. Now, you know, when you get the big ballers and they'll throw 50 here, throw 50 there, and then, you know, whatever. So Little Toes, are you getting up there?
Part of the Orthodox Church.
But they weren't in your.
Are they going to do the 5-minute thing?
Are you people that do X?
Are you gonna play verbal combat? And so what basically verbal combat is, mini debates similar to hell no, bro. It's so like every once in a while I'll drop the link for you guys, but it's so much to pay attention to. And then also I like to talk. And so when I'm on these panels, then, there's so many other people and all that stuff. And then especially when you have Avarice there, I don't get to talk a lot. So that's not really my thing. There's a lot of setup. There's a lot of people who already do this better. So hang out back there. I think you'll.
Do we have an objective interpretation of the Bible from your view?
Did you leave? Yeah, it's just easier to join a setup. And so this is. Oh, I meant to turn the fucking chat to members only. So you got freebies tonight, but as we saw, a lot of the members, that's the big poll is supposed to be access to the Discord, but most of you guys don't really give a shit about that. So I forgot today, but moving forward, once we hit the 3 hours, and if we, all that stuff, if we don't have the push-ups and the after, if we don't have all that, then we can go on and do this, and at least we have a little bit more time to hang out. And again, I forgot, but we'll turn it on to members only, so you got some shit. But yeah, Little Toes, I mean, if you're gonna be up for a minute, I definitely think that this is a great place to kind of get your toes wet. I say this about horseradish. I think that's an even better first step. But this is cool because I don't know exactly how he's going to do it, but like Friday nights where he does the full verbal combat, everybody goes up and there's a line, and it's like it's elimination. And then he said, if you win the mini thing that they're doing tonight, that they're about to start in 10 minutes, then oh no, what's happening? Is he on the tubes? What is he doing? I just saw it. Oh, he just finished.
Debaters after the debate when he's judging. We're about to implement a thing where we're going to have people donating for the DMZ. I think one of the ideas.
Is this? Yeah. Okay. Is this exactly where we came in? Where I wanted to be?
Was to have like $1 or $5. I don't know the denominations. We're still working that out, but like for X amount, you can add a minute to an open, or like an open or a cross. Like we need to change the name. The opening is the first 3 minutes, but what do we call the open talk? It's the cross, the combo, the conversation. You can add a minute to the conversation period. Yeah, I like that conversation period. That gives it the framing of being good faith. We're gonna run with it.
I like that, and I don't think that this is grifting, especially in the format that we were talking about with the debate early on. It's not. I mean, maybe he's going to say more, but so far he's just saying pay to get more of the debate.
Anyways, sorry, you guys are watching my stream of consciousness happen. That's why we stream. It's because it's streaming. Dad joke. So yeah, so you're gonna be able to add like a minute to the clock or deduct a minute from the clock. Fucking debate is too boring for you. Another one would be to solo judge. So basically, you are the only one who gets the the poll. So again, couple of different ideas on the board for how people are going to be able to like do little donations. We're not going to try and like super ultra monetize it. At least not at this point. I'm not looking. I'm trying to get money into everybody's hands, because that's one of the things is half the donations are going to go into the hands of the judges and the winners. So I feel like that's equitable, right? That's capitalism. Is that capitalism? Is that
sounds good to me? Ways, right? Sounds good to me.
It's a balance.
It definitely is. And this is another reason why I don't want to be in the space of hosting panels and debates and all that stuff. There's so much fucking work. There's so much work to fucking get fucking streamers to we all are on our own schedule. So why do you say that? Why do you say that? So let's do this. We're not gonna do this for long, but if you guys want to come up and chat for a little bit, I just dropped the link to come up here. Salty, you come up and tell me why this is bad. And Little Toes, I think you should wait backstage, but you can wait backstage there and come hang out in here. So there is the link if you want to come up. Like I said, we're not gonna see. It's a good question. I don't want to know. But yeah, we'll see. But Salty, I definitely want to see what you think. And Little Toes just need a microphone or something.
Diarrhea comes from lack of fiber. What's the prompt? When is that and what is it about?
Yo. What is good? Little Toes. All right, well, you get that worked out.
Free trade only makes sense when countries that reciprocate. Ooh, yes.
Is this supposed to be?
It is tomorrow. That's
be
correct.
red?
Look at you, bro. Fucking plugging the channel, dude.
Wait, why?
Fucking
Yo.
I disagree. It's still good, but
are you there? Oh, it's good. What's good? How you doing, brother?
All right, mic check. How bad's my mic quality?
No, sounds good.
All right, it's a cheap Turtle Beach headset, so I didn't know. I also don't got a webcam. I'm broke.
Yeah. Are you still backstage on Easy's channel?
No. I was back. It was hard to watch your stream and be backstage because then I was listening to double.
I'm about to go to bed. I want to hear what Salty has to say. I want to see the end of this. And then I'm going to bed.
Yeah, Salty joining.
He said, "Give me 1 minute." So I think so. But why? What's your concern about Speakeasy's format?
Oh, the money thing?
No. The panel that I was just on. They're saying at 2:00 they're starting the verbal combat thing. And I thought you were backstage for the panel, and then I was saying they're starting the game.
Oh,
Switch the game.
I was trying to watch your YouTube stream, and I couldn't really have both of them. I was hearing double, and there was just too much yelling. So it was like I was hearing that one guy, but twice from two different. Like it was about a minute apart. It was bad.
Fair enough. Well, hey man, I mean, definitely go check it out. Where's the link here? I'll put it in the chat again, in case you guys want to go over once I'm done here. What is this? Are you remember this guy though, right? The judge from horseradish, the judge from the DMZ, where I do debates. Have you seen this guy before? So this is the Saturday night debates where it's like a mini debate. So usually there's 3 different debates. And it's like 3-minute opening, 3-minute conversation period, and then like 15 minutes of open debate. So I'll do.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to be debating energy on this.
Yep. Your sound's coming through, Salty.
We'll see how the answer goes.
Your sound's coming through, Salty. You got to close the stream. Beat the stream.
Than Hillary Clinton back in 2016.
Yeah, you got to close the
Hillary Clinton.
Beat the stream.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this mic.
You're actually.
Yeah, we're just hearing whatever you're listening to. Pause that while you're up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just hearing whatever you're listening to. Pause that. While you're up here.
All legally.
All right, well, let's get back into this while he figures that out. Let's see what he's doing.
Just fucking checking such a lame prompt. Oh my God, Salty, fucking burn.
Got him.
Go. StreamYard. That was the join in. Okay, that was. Oh, we were a ways back. Well, yeah, I think y'all stopped chatting for a little while. I was here. I'm going out tomorrow. So when I get home from the bay, it'll be worse for wine. We know law. I don't. That's with Ali Cadams. Okay.
So are you gonna be going into this panel that he's hosting?
Is that Salty?
Yeah,
No,
mate.
no,
I had it
Oh,
for
no,
some
he's-
reason. It went on the stereo mix instead of my microphone. Fucked if I know.
Oh, good. Oh, good. So, yeah. Give me your take on the updates from Horseradish.
Right. Well, like a couple of weeks ago, I started going back in to see Horsey. Like his big thing was it's good faith debating, blah blah blah. And I thought, fucking finally, right? Because Twitch poll died. It was a shit fight. Everything was gloves off, blood all over the fucking circus. You know. Finally, we're going to get debates back, like at least one channel with a proper debate format. Today I log in. I was actually tabbed in while I was watching you. I tabbed into him as well, and he's listing deduct a minute for $10. Right. So you can say you and I are debating a good faith argument, right? I can get my mates to come in, start throwing dollar coins at him, right? And all of a sudden, instead of having 5 minutes, you've got a minute now.
Yeah.
Now how's that going to fucking work, mate? Right?
Yeah, I don't see that as like pay to win, but I see the issues that could cause. And I think do you have an issue with the paying to add time, or is it more so taking away time?
But both, yeah. Well, if it was paying to add,
can they not do votes?
Yeah. Say if someone paid $5 and they added 2 minutes to you and I, fine.
Yeah, I think that's
because that's more content. But if you
I think that's what he meant. I don't think like the one person. Yeah, I don't think the one person gets extra. I think it's while the debate's going on. If let's say he does $1 a minute or whatever, then if a $2 super chat comes in or donation or whatever comes in, then it's just 2 more minutes on the clock for both of us. That's my understanding of what he said. I feel like he would be smart enough to figure out how like the
no, you underestimate the stupidity of the Twitch streamer, mate, right?
Okay.
He put up $50 and you know how they get the audience can be part of the judge, right? And this goes on a scoreboard, remember, for end of the year, trophies, so to speak. If you pay $50, you can stop everybody but yourself from being the audience judge.
Yeah, but don't you think that? And I mean, you seem to know him better than I do. But don't you think very simple would be like, okay, well, you can only add it's only 15 minutes, so you can only add so much, or you can only take away so much. If it goes down to a minimum, then we can't take any more.
No. I think it's going to be absolutely terrible.
The real question is whether or not, because I disagree. I think if it is a matter of, again, just for the sake of conversation, only adding time, you can add time to a debate and it adds for the open debate, not the opening or the closing. If you're able to continue that, I don't see a reason why that would be negative. I mean, obviously the debaters now have to, do more, but as he's saying, he wants to start paying people out. So I'll take that. Yeah, I don't love the taking away time. But what is our biggest frustration with Saturday nights on Horseradish? Time being taken up doing this, that, and the other. So and maybe that goes the other way.
I don't know nothing about the Saturday Horseradish. That's what it's called.
Yeah. This and so I was saying you should check out the panel we were just on. But this guy,
how many viewers does that dude get?
Not many. At least not on. Actually, I don't know. He's a Twitcher, yeah. So I don't.
Half a dozen, but like they join. Whoever joins the panel, they're often streamers themselves, and they join up. So
yeah,
there'll
and
be,
like
there
my
could
chat
be
goes
30 or 40 people in the in all the chats, their combined chat.
Yeah, and so yeah, it's just like I said, 15-minute debate. So you get a 3-minute opening, you get a prompt, you get a 3 minutes for your opening, your opening statement. Then there's a I think 3 or 5 minute section where it's like a cross examination type deal, and then 15 minutes of open debate, and then closings. And so I like the platform because Horseradish is good at matching people up. It's not a full hour, so you don't have to be like. There's only so much time for you to fuck up, really.
And how do the topics get picked?
So he sends out a DM that has all the things. Let me find the last one. So he'll send out a thing. Where is it? I'll be chatting too much. Okay, so he'll send you a DM. So 1, you cannot be moral if you are not religious. 2, the American right supports affirmative action. 3, the military-industrial complex should be nationalized. And so you just say 1, affirmative or negative or agree or disagree or whatever. You tell him all of your positions. You could star 1 if you are like, oh, I really want to do this. You can put question mark if you don't know. And so then he has all the debaters and their DMs, and then he matches up people who are on the affirmative and the negative. And in my opinion, he's also very good at matching up people at their skill level. Okay. Fucking headliner. But there's a lot of people use that platform as their first time to actually debate. And yeah, definitely taking away one person's time is bad. That should not be the way it is. I don't love the idea of taking away time from the debate, especially when it's already such a short debate. But I do like adding to the debate. I definitely like getting some money with that. So the whole point is to debate you and take one guy's time. Yeah. I don't, and it doesn't sound like that's what he was going for, but I don't know. Salty seems to think it might turn into that.
Mate, I've been on Twitch for a couple of years. I know where this is going, right?
So do you think
bro?
Do you think that's the case because it'll be a matter of Horseradish being like, oh, well, I want more money, so I want to incentivize people to fuck with the timing? Or do you think how exactly?
We'll put it this way. I watched him and I watched his mind tick over while he was writing down, what can I charge people for? He was writing, he would start to write $1 and then he'd go back and make it 10. Okay. So it's the seed is already sown.
It's just a bad choice for him to make more money.
He's been watching like that guy that you were on just before that got $300 in one hit. He's been watching those guys, bro. Yep. I'm telling you. That's where he's getting his ideas.
But that being said, Speakeasy has a really good platform where there is money coming in. He does pay debaters. He has that same exact thing where we just saw where $50. And that being said, you can't do that to the debaters though, because that was the after panel. So if I'm on a debate and you can't pay to kick me off of that panel. But in general,
I'm trying to think of it from his shoes. If I was in his shoes, I would honestly, I'd probably do it. I'd probably
I don't see any issue with my. This is how this whole bringing it back full circle. This is what we started talking about the aspect of money and how to demand or ask for money in the right way and the wrong way. And I think that him not being like, well, just give me more money. He's specifically looking to offer something in exchange, and maybe that won't go well. But that doesn't seem like a negative mindset. That seems like
bro. Look, there's nothing wrong with making money. You can ask anyone that knows me on Twitch. If I'm enjoying a channel, I'll throw 5 or 10 subs at it, right? I have no fucking worries about people making money at all. But you're talking about a game, right? A debate where there's prizes at the end in one way or another. You're aiming for the top. Someone comes along, I don't like that Indian Jesus guy. I'm going to run his clock down. Bam. All of a sudden, you're out of the showing.
Yeah.
Since there is money as a prize, yeah, it doesn't help. That makes the case worse.
And we are talking about Twitch, okay?
It makes it competitive.
Well, I mean,
so if you got people that have
spite.
money and they don't like you,
That's right, yeah.
Well, let's assume, because I agree with you guys. If you can just pay to run one person's time down, that's ridiculous. I will openly be like, bro, do not do that if that's what you're thinking. I will openly say that to him. But I don't think that is what he was looking at. I think he was specifically talking about the open debate time where you can add time to the debate itself. Where the timer is, if it starts at 15 minutes, it goes down to 10 minutes, you add $5 and it goes back up to 15 minutes. So nobody is getting a benefit from that money. Well, I mean, unless you're debating better, in which case that's the reason that we're there. The money would corrupt the debate results. How would the money corrupt the debate results?
Because if you get less time, you're not going to be able to make a point.
Right. But again, we're saying we're operating on the fact that only the timing is even. So if they take away time, then it's the same amount of time taken away. Or if they're adding time, then they're adding time for the both people. So let's assume that's what it is.
In that case, it does make it more competitive. You just got to be quicker with your reasoning.
Yeah, and I personally don't have a problem with that. I think so Salty. It sounds like you would prefer that he just does these streams that are smaller and more pure because there's not money in there. But how then does he justify spending all that time doing that?
Because he streams anyway. He's been in debates on panels for years, mate. Like the first time I judged him was about 3.5 years ago on a channel called The Boss. And ever since then, I think he's been wanting to do debates. He's more of a chatter, like a discussion sort of person.
Mm-hmm.
But now he fancies himself as there's hardly anyone on Twitch anymore, in Twitch poll anyway. So he's a name now, and all the old Twitch poll guys, they know who he is. We all drop in occasionally, some of us more than others. So he's the go-to guy at the moment, right?
Sure, but then he should be looking at ways to develop the show.
Oh, of course, yeah. And like I said, you do that through things like subscriptions and donations and stuff. I don't think you need to wreck the game. You know what I mean?
Fair enough. It definitely this definitely can destroy the platform, and it's the worst way because he didn't really go too in depth, so we don't know. I don't know if he's saying, yeah, you can take off somebody's time from their closing or something. I don't think that would be a very bad move in my personal humble opinion. But I don't see any problem with adding or taking away time from the open debate. I think the issue then becomes the next step. If he's like, oh, this is working, what else can I do? And now you sacrifice the sanctity, the purity of the debate itself for more donations. So I think I don't think this is a bad step. I think this is a positive step for him personally. I think it will, help develop the platform itself. But it could, go down the wrong word, as you guys are saying, if it goes down that way. Yeah, exactly. It's not fair if you have to debate and duct tape one guy's mouth. And we weren't too clear on that. I guess welcome. So people argue emotionally rather than logically nowadays. Yep, that's what we're trying to fight against. And so the money to corrupt the results, he said you could pay to be the sole judge.
That's right, yeah. $50. All of a sudden, you're kicking the entire chat out of the game, right?
I don't like
nobody,
that. And
watch
only
nobody pay
like
money to do it.
Salty puts up $50. Now Salty's the only judge, and I don't like this Indian Jesus bloke. You know.
Yep.
Bang.
Shout out to Castle. He's never voted for me, even though I've won every debate on that platform. So that I don't like. That I don't like. So let's see how it plays out. Let's give the man the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he'll fuck shit up. Maybe he'll make it better. Maybe he'll make some money for all of us. Let's see. But either way, Little Toes, I'm going to send an invite to his server. What the fuck is your goddamn name in there?
His Discord server?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
you're trying to find my Discord?
Yeah, no, I got you. So I just sent you an invite to his Discord server. Join that Discord server, and I'll let him know what's good. And yeah, great place to get. Like I always say, get your toes wet. No, it's not some big thing where you're gonna be nervous because there's so many big people watching, which is shade.
Don't worry, I'm gonna smoke up before I do it.
I would not suggest, but hey, I'll definitely watch that. All right, guys. So I've been going 6.5 hours. I need to take the puppy out and go the fuck to sleep. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out, guys. Before I kick your asses out of here, anything else we didn't address, or anything else you wanted to say before we dip out?
Tell Morty I said what's up.
He's sleeping. Morty, Little Toe says, what's up? He twitched. He did like a twitch. He knew. He got into his dreams.
Cool.
Salty, anything for us?
No, mate, not at all.
All right. Well, fair enough. Thank you for coming and hanging out and giving me. It's difficult to kind of get out of those situations without being like, I'm done with you guys. That's kind of why, with Confluence, I was like, oh, you guys are boring because of, tongue in cheek. But, yep. Good night to all. Thank you for hanging out. Big shout out to all of the members and, of course, all the donations. You guys really did come through. And there we go. So he just posted. Is this my? Yeah, he just posted the new prompts. So we're gonna give Morty another one just because we woke him up. Here. That's a freebie. Oh, there you go. Guys, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. Once again, we've got our boy Morty, the Overlord, and I am your push-up king, Lutch, aka the Indie Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.